before it diverges down the line. So this is where coaches and players can really be creative.
Yeah,
Right.
we see a lot of teams, though, preferring bind, picking bind, or maybe picking split and pearl. I think Nongshim is going to be very
Hello,
sad.
it is not
They
split.
loved split and
Hello,
pearl in the
everybody.
last stage, and that is going
Welcome
out.
to
So
my
I think there's going to be
stream.
some teams that are going to be hit by these map
today
changes more than
we
others.
are
Oh, definitely.
back
It's going
to
to be
watch
very
Spanish
interesting to see
stream.
what they have prepared because, of course, the big
Especially
question for me is going to be Corrode.
Visited Pacific
Especially
States
since
to day
playing
one.
this map, I have a complaint with John Riot.
Women's
I
Plus.
absolutely hate it.
Versus
I hate it, and it's small, minuscule plant slides, and it's like verticality.
versus-
I don't like it, but it's going to be a very interesting map to see in pro play.
Yeah, look,
Nongshim.
we're going to look at a couple of clips. Now, I just want you guys
Ole.
to envision.
We see the
You're watching
CM?
Sunset with the Gecko comp that people used to play, all right? We dizzy up into middle, we gather some info. This is
They got
Corrode
good gameplay.
gameplay that we've seen from VCT CN. Get a couple of ideas of how these teams might like to play. You toss your Cypher cam out middle. Cypher's been left on the lurk. You're going to go into a little bit of a 1-4. How do the defenders respond to that on Sunset? Well, you chuck in a mid-crunch, and that's exactly what they do. Cypher gets out of there, and then we go straight into B and chuck a little wingman plant in. I mean, this is looking to me like, at least on this attacking round, this plays very similarly to what we saw on Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I think when we look at the layout of the map, right, it does look familiar. You see those firm A and B mains, a big mid where you're able to split into both sides, which are key characteristics of both Ascent and Sunset. So I really would expect teams to kind of iterate on what they know will already work on that map and what they felt comfortable on. So nice to see Gecko here. And I do think one thing that is so fun about this map is that the walls are really thin. So I think there could be some really fun stuff with the
Might
Odin.
have some Odin abusers. I'm sure Art will be feeling very happy
Oh,
about that.
yeah.
He's going to be spamming through all of the walls for sure. But there you go, EDG, nice little pistol. But we also saw Wolves and FPX play this in VTTCM.
Yeah, I really wanted to highlight out.
For
I also
watching
think it
this
plays
match,
quite similarly to Sunset and
Women
Ascent, and we can
versus
see how this
famous.
Cypher defaults into B main, like we see a lot on Sunset, and we
Because
see
both
the
of
team just
them
slowly kind of
are
regroup back towards B.
good
Just watch this
duelists
exec. This is such a
in
Ascent
Southeast
style
Asia.
exec with the, we see the paranoia across the site, the recon. It's all very standard and it feels very familiar. That's
Especially
because the map
famous.
plays in a lot of
Good
similar
tier
ways.
two
I think
duelists.
similar again, B main pressure from the attackers, and you've immediately had a reaction into middle. So keep an eye on that. Keep an eye on what are the attackers doing, what kind of control are they taking, and how will the defense respond.
Okay, so with that, I'm wondering if the transitive property does apply, right? In Valorant, if you do perform well on Ascent and Sunset, does that mean that you perform well in Corrode? We might get some answers over
I'm
here,
not sure.
especially since, we have
Which them
fresh faces from our teams joining in, and I believe Jen
playing
caught up with them, so let's check out what went down.
on Coconut map. Is it Worm or Talon
Hello
or
VCT fans,
Oh,
Jen Lee
yeah.
here back with Stage 2. Short recap, while we were gone, we had Paper X winning Masters Toronto. It seems like every team here is ready to throw their kitchen sink,
So that we cannot
gearing
see
themselves up, which means we have some familiar faces
Pacific-
making their
sorry,
return to
PRX
Pacific,
Masters
and also the new
Trophy
up-and-comers aiming to play
in
lights
Pacific
out.
Pacific.
And I believe it is our duty
Oh.
to say hello to every single one of them. Oh, RB, you scared me. 언제 왔어요?
혹시 저 부르셨어요?
네. RB, so how have you been? 어떻게 지내셨어요?
저희 팀이랑 잘 친해지면서 그냥 맛있는 밥
Long time no
먹으면서
see,
가장 많이
알비?
친해지는 시간을 많이 지냈었던 것 같아요.
Well, I guess a little bit of team bonding experience, having team dinner together, learning how to get along with them, catching up with the team. Now, thank you very much, RB, but I
Long time no
heard
see,
that there are
RB.
new players and other returning players, right? So, do you know where they are? 그 다시 돌아온 선수들이랑 새로운 선수들이 있다고 들었거든요. 어디 있는지 아세요?
그거 위에 있던데요, 저기?
Upstairs?
네.
Okay. Thank you so much, RB. Good luck.
바이.
Oh, Team Secret. Hello. Hello, Nizi, Desview, and
Name.
Elias. So congratulations, you guys, on
Finally,
making it to Pacific.
just feel back
What's
to
on your mind right
tier
now?
1.
We train very, very hard to be here, honestly, even though we're a new team, but all I can say is we are ready.
Show us why. All right, Nizi.
For me, it's just that I'm feeling kind of excited and pretty, like, little bit nervous. I will try my best.
If you are playing for Team Secret, who's playing for GE?
Oh, you know already, it's GE Human and GE Band.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you guys heard, but we have a new kid on
What
the
a gimmick
block.
from
Who's
Jen.
T1. So, do you know where he is?
Oh, he's over there.
He's over there. Hello, Izu. Who's the new kid?
제 옆에 앉아 있는 것 같습니다.
Hello,
DH?
you must be DH.
안녕하세요. T1 발로란트 팀의 DH 강동호라고 합니다.
Hello, this is T1's DH. How's everyone treating you?
형들이 평소에 좀 많이 갈구긴 해. 근데 하지만 착한 형들이라 잘 챙겨주고 합니다.
Thank you for the interview. Now, DH said, well, the T1 players, they're sometimes mean to me, but they're nice people. And of course, they do that as a joke. They're all very nice and they treat me very well. So now we do have another up-and-comer, DRX's Flicker, who seems like it's hiding almost too well
Are they
for us to find,
back
but
check
we will be able to meet him sooner
from this
or
video?
later. So get yourselves ready, BCT Pacific fans, because BCT Pacific Stage 2 starts now.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, you know, RB's still standing down there. She left him all alone. He's still there.
I
He's
saw him
holding
in
the
the
mic.
lobby earlier. He
Yeah.
Just
Early-
lost.
What are you doing, RB? He's like, I don't know. I'm
Look,
just here.
hopefully he makes it to his game.
I'm so excited when
I've seen
I'll be done.
some of the disagreements firsthand over this balcony here between some of the T1 players. So, GH, I hope the best for you, mate. Good
Oh,
luck.
yeah,
Good luck.
Stay strong.
It's definitely, you know, one of the spicy teams that we like to watch. And speaking
Yeah.
of spicy, we did have Nongshim there earlier, and I'm really interested because you mentioned that
fun.
like Nongshim might be on the I guess the drew the shorter stick with this iteration of the map pool, right? How do you think they're going to come in with this, and especially with we were talking about Corrode earlier? Which teams are going to benefit from this?
It's hard to say, obviously, because we don't really have any hard data in terms of officials. But I'm just going to go out there. I'm going to say Talon is a team that loves to change things up, adopt new things. I'm going to put Talon in S tier, and I don't care. I don't care what you guys say.
You think we're getting Corrode on the first match?
Oh,
I think it's possible.
I think it's definitely possible. It's a consideration that you have to think of, and I think early on you're going to see which teams first ban against another opponent. That will give you a good idea that maybe they've been screwing well on Corrode.
Yeah, for me, if I was looking into Corrode teams,
Talon
I
is
would lean more
minus.
towards the side of experience as well to be able to figure out these maps very fast.
Sure.
Teams like Gen G, who, you know, they love that default comp on Ascent. We
That's
see
true,
that all
actually.
the time. I feel like they have the fundamentals to be able to adapt to that very, very well. They're another team that I would throw up there. Any teams you think might struggle a little bit on Corrode?
What about Mika? What's the team that
Of
you
course,
think might
Genji
do
is
well on
solid
Corrode?
as-
You know what? I'm gonna bring out the team that first brought out Abyss. That same stage just a year ago. We're gonna have Team Secret. I think they absolutely love Corrode.
Okay, interesting.
I think they love Corrode. I think they have
hope you're
something planned.
I do think there's a lot of potential for a lot of these teams, but you know, I also feel like
I guess
as you were
teams like
saying,
that already
Nongshim,
prepare.
you know, this map pool is looking more of a
some
struggle for them.
supplies
I'm not sure how well a
with
team like that
the
might be able to adapt
new
because
stuff.
they have quite a unique,
Maybe C.
yeah.
Ooh.
We can put up C.
could
I think a
accept
lot
that.
of the teams,
Or
though,
your
I'm willing to
entry.
put DFM, Zeta, Global, these teams like Boom as well, the teams that didn't go into playoffs and didn't go to an international event, they haven't been as booked and busy. They've
Yeah.
had time to prepare Corrode. I think you could put all of them in B,
Yeah,
to be honest.
I
Like
could see
maybe
that.
B or C. I could see a lot of these teams having time to prepare Corrode. Maybe less so Team Secret. They've more recently had the roster changes, but I don't know exactly how long they've had to work on things. But no, you could keep them up there. That was your choice, Mika.
Okay.
If you want to put Team Secret in S for anything,
Well, there you have it. Well, there you have
yeah,
it.
you could put them in S for Riz, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure.
For me, a team like RRQ, I could put them firmly in the A tier. I feel like, in my mind, Yoru is going to be very strong on the map. We saw just how great Jemkin was. We also saw how well they adapted to the Teo meta, so I trust their coaching staff to be able to adapt there. Then we have teams like Paper Rex. They have been so busy. They've had such limited amount of time, you know, after Toronto to go and work on their Corrode, so I think I would have to put that further down.
I think they'll just be like base level good at
That's
Valorant though, so I
exactly.
put them between A and B no
Exactly.
matter what.
Okay.
But like, you know,
Exactly.
this is why I wouldn't put them in S, because they've been so busy. I put
Yeah.
TRX in the same boat. T1 I could put, I mean, we're just waiting to see what we're going to get for them, so I'll chuck them in B with the rest of the boys.
Yeah, they didn't
But
go to Toronto,
we could
so
see
they
them.
have time.
We could see them go higher than that. We'll see what they're going to bring.
This is kind of playing the meta game, though. It's like, okay, you haven't had enough time, and then, you know, maybe not too much. But I would even think like Paper Rex is probably coming
Maybe
into
the-
Pacific really warm.
Terrace.
You know, they barely had a break, coming straight from Toronto. So I would, personally, I would actually
You can put them up. You want to put them
I'm
up?
gonna
Go
put
for
them
it.
up, yeah. I'm not listening to
Okay.
you.
Yeah, you don't have to. I have no idea what I'm talking about.
We're just here for fun.
We're just
here for the
yapping here
vibes.
on the desk.
I'm just
Of
here
course,
for the games.
the real stars are, of course, the players on stage. And as we check out our schedule for today, we have Boom versus Talon first, and Nongshim versus Team Secret for our second match.
This is going to be packed. This is like 2 weeks worth of competition in 1 week. We are really cramming all the games in early on here to see how we go. Boom versus Talon first up is already an interesting prospect to start things off. And Nongshim Team Secret to follow that up. That's going to be an incredibly important game for both of these teams if they want to try to move on in the groups. Nongshim in particular, they're trying to avoid getting relegated.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of those teams have a lot of pressure on their shoulders, right? You know, after coming through that ascension process, after being tier 2, now moving up to the Pacific League, sort of the expectations and the results have to be different if you want to remain up here. So you're absolutely right. A lot of pressure on all of their shoulders there.
Absolutely. It's definitely something that is weighing on all of their minds, right? They cannot not be thinking about the long game as they step on that stage every single time here in stage 2. And as we check out Boom right now, you know, Boom and Talon, these are two rosters that have not had any changes since stage 1.
Yes.
So how does that carry over? You know, what they built in stage 1, how does that move over in stage 2?
I think for Boom, it's going to be fine, you know. Obviously, they underwhelmed in the playoffs of stage 1. But if you think about Boom's run overall this year, until stage 1 playoffs, they were not super underwhelming. I think the kickoff, they looked like they could have beaten T1, which was touted as a super team. They could have done a little bit better than that. And then moving on into the group stage, I mean, they passed with flying colors in the stage 1 and group stage. They got themselves a lot of championship points off the back of all those group stage wins. But in the playoffs, they just floundered, unfortunately. And they know that's a classic Boom esports choke. That is down to mental and not to do with how you can potentially perform in the server.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I mean, I think this team's level is so high, and we saw that they were able to beat Pacific champions in that group stage, but then obviously crashed out in the playoffs. A big reason why I'm optimistic about this Boom roster is, you know, before the season we saw them coming strong, and they had a big gap between kickoff and stage 1, and they look like they used that time wisely. They've had a similarly big gap, so I would hope and expect the same level of improvement.
The thing with Boom, though, I mean, if they let the pressure get to them in this group stage, see you later, you're off to tier 2.
Oh, yeah, that's definitely, you know...
What a nice way to put it.
I mean, we were trying to be a little bit positive here, but yep, pretty much there is a very glaring consequence for them. On the side of Talon Esports, though, I feel like stage 1, they left it in the middle of a breakthrough. They were onto something, but by that time, it was a bit too late. So for stage 2, are they going to carry over that spark? Are they going to let that breakthrough come in this time around?
I mean, Talon is always a team that is better than the sum of its parts. Obviously, they used to have that mixed roster with half Thai players and half some Korean Americans, NA boys in there. Nowadays, back to the full Thai roster, and I think it's still a work in progress. They're still developing Thai, they're still developing Kahlua a little bit more. Frost has already discussed how this is the roster with the most skill he's ever been able to coach. Yeah. Now is the time to turn that into results, though. We've had enough time to work on things. This is where in stage 2, they have got to hit their stride and hit a similar run to what they did last year, where they were able to scrape a spot in towards champs.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely do have the potential, and they will have used this long break wisely. You know, Frost and Jovi are very experienced coaches, good at developing these younger players, so I think their result today and throughout this group stage will really come down to the work they've managed to put in this little break.
As we're seeing the team data come in right now, we're seeing that this favors Boom a little bit, but what does this tell you into how this match is going to go down? Is it truly favoring Boom at this point?
I think this could be a 50-50. I think Boom are probably a little bit favored if they hit their same group stage potential. I could see the argument for that. They were topping a lot of the statistics going into the stage 1 playoffs, and
I don't think so.
Really
It's Boom this
from there. But Talon is in with a
no?
good shout here, especially in the opening game of the tournament as far as I'm concerned. This could really go either way.
I think a key stat from this graphic to look at is what we're seeing on these bottom 2. Operator usage and operator usage win percent. Boom ranking in first in both of those categories. Yeah. So I need to see how Talon are able to respond for this, because Famous was going crazy with that weapon. So unless you can shut that down,
you sure?
you're going to be in
Famous
big
going
trouble.
crazy with
Despite
operator?
the crazy stats that
Are
Boom
you
brought out
sure?
in stage 1, you see the difference
Big
here. It's
time?
not actually that much.
Because the fall off was
I
monumental.
don't think so. It's been jealousing for
I was
Boom
trying.
because Russia or no?
I'm trying to look at the sunny side over here. But Yeah, it's that pressure once again, right? Can Boom actually become that alpha wolf once again as we see him jumping over the sheep that
Yo.
are Talon and
What is
T1
that?
and
Welcome back
Favorite.
to Pacific.
That's
the
like a
strangest graphics you've ever seen.
I don't think a wolf actually does this in a sheep.
Just got sick though, honestly. You could see Boom off to the NBA pretty soon. No, honestly, they
my God,
need
that
to
wolf.
perform in this group stage, guys. It
Yeah.
starts from this
Only
first
wolves
game,
is
or
for
they will be relegated back to
100%
challenges. If they pass the group
little
stage,
wolf.
they can play in Ascension. And if Boom or Nongshim play in Ascension, they're the bloody favorites to win the event. They could definitely make it back to Pacific, but there's a lot of more pressure on this group stage compared to back in stage 1 where Boom passed with flying colors.
Yeah, that is the main point that I wanted to say because, you know, in that first group stage, nobody expected anything. Now they've had good performances, and now this group stage means so much more than the stage 1 group stage. Are they going to be able to hold it together mentally?
And
'Cause
Bachan
that's
with
where they were
last
let
day
down.
become
Now we're looking at the map data here, and we were just talking about our map pool, right?
Yeah.
Are there any, between Boom and Talon, anything you're favoring here, any maps that you're favoring here for either side?
I mean, first of all, already you have to look at Corrode. Is that going to get picked by anyone? Is that going to be first banned by anyone? Or are they just going to play Veto Chicken? Bind is a map that both of these teams did dabble with in kickoff, so that's one to keep an eye on. And also worth mentioning that, as did a lot of teams in Pacific, we really just didn't see a lot of Sunset before. You know, it wasn't really too much of a played map at some more other recent events or over in Toronto. You've seen it played a little bit over there, but that's a map that, you know, you're looking a little bit dry in terms of the overall map pool for both of those. And then you can see the more repped maps, that might be a third decider.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we could definitely be seeing a Haven map 3. Both these
Sunset,
teams
Bind,
show that
and
they like
Cologne.
it, and you know, you don't really want to pick to your opponent's strengths necessarily, but I think they would both be happy with that left in the pool. I think strong results from both of them across that
At
map.
the same time, though, there is so much time between this data. There's been so, like, 2+ months for a lot of these teams to prep. You can throw a lot of this out the window. We could just get something completely different. These teams have had more than enough time to completely flip their map pool.
Oh, absolutely. We could get Corrode as the first map, and it's a blank slate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually do think it's possible. I think we're getting Corrode in the first match because Talon, I feel like, is one of the teams that is very likely to bring
Okay.
out this map. And
Sure.
if not, it's most likely Team Secret, I think.
Team Secret? Yeah, I could see it. I mean, they said they've been working hard. The teams that have been grinding are the teams that are going to be wanting to bring up Corrode, but got the veto here, so we'll see exactly what we're going to get early on here.
Okay,
Boom are going to
Boom
take out
Sunset.
Sunset, so going to continue to avoid playing Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fair.
You're Corrode. You're
Like,
really,
I really
really
want
keen
to
on
see
this.
it.
I mean, Talon's
Color
taken
please,
out
color
Ascent.
please.
I mean, that was a map that Boom liked with
Oh.
the Phoenix over in stage 1, and Bind already getting picked up there by Boom. Talon will opt to start attack, interestingly enough.
Yeah, I think last time we saw Talon on Bind, they were running that deadlock composition.
Where's Don
I think
Nah.
I really like their unique approach to the map. Of course, I remember Nongshim running that
No!
Cypher deadlock. That seemed to be the way the map was going
can't
before it was
take
taken
alone.
out. So I'm curious to see how the meta might have shifted while that's been out.
Unlucky,
We're not getting
they played Veto Chicken with
Yeah.
We
Corrode
can
all
take
the way to
alone.
the last Veto, and Talon, with the choice of Haven or Corrode, opted to just go for the high percentage. The map that everyone knows and loves being Haven. We've seen it many, many times. It will continue to see prevalence. I'm interested to see Talon pick up Icebox.
Southside,
That's a
we
map
can
that was
take
kind of a
alone.
little bit hit or miss for them. They were flexing back and forth between the init base comp and playing the Harbor a little bit. I think it was the map that they were just eliminated from the tournament in the lower bracket playoffs on as well versus DRX. So yeah, it's an interesting one. Boom being the team that will actually opt to change things up and play something a little bit different here.
And I'm excited for all of the performances that we're going to see on that stage, especially since we are bringing back our build diff game, and performances do matter in this. Really quickly, let's just go through our rosters. That's right, we're bringing back Build Diff by Acer and Intel. So you're going to be seeing my team over here. I have a Primi as a duelist. If you guys don't remember the rules, we have to pick one player from each team. Oh my gosh, why are you throwing things already, Morgan? Please.
Vic was last time. I'm
I
angry
have
about it.
Francis as my initiator. We have Envy as my sentinel. We have Sheldon, my boy Sheldon Anderson as controller, and I have Kelly S, aka Kelly S, on the flex.
Your team is very similar to my team. I like your team. I think we'll see Victoria's team maybe in the graphic later, perhaps. But what about your team, Morgan?
I've gone for Primi. RB, new kid on the block. Kelly S is in there. Of course, my boy DOS9 is in there. And Jib Boys. I don't know if that's in the right order. I just threw that up fast. But that's the team. That's what you need to know. That's where we're at, and that's how we get the W
Well,
today.
Pilsky, do I need to shift anything around?
Yeah, I think you just
Are
need
we-
to take your team off because I don't want to look at it anymore. No,
Wow.
no, I think you can keep most of them.
Similar.
You can keep most of them.
Okay.
Who do I have different from you? I have DOS9 as my
Okay, we're
controller,
different
Okay.
from.
so you'll have to put him in there.
But of
good
course,
And
choice.
then I have Envy, I think Ascenti, Kelly Esper. Yeah, we have the same team. I just have DOS9 as my controller.
Wow.
Pretty much.
Oh, how about that? Okay, we're invested in pretty much the same players.
You can put me like above you or below you,
I'll-
depends on who you think is
You,
better.
you can be over here.
Oh,
Beside DOS9.
All
You
right,
like him.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair
I'll
enough.
put you over there. So, we pretty much are on the same track over here. And I think that, with the matches that we have over here, we could see either a really big win or a really big fail.
ooh, hold on. Best coach wins. Predator
Best
Healers
coach wins.
16S. Isn't that
That's
better one?
That is the better one.
I
That
mean,
is
the
bet-
newer
it's
one.
Stage
It's a
2.
choice, right?
It's stage
a newer
2.
one.
Of course, we got to get the newer, better model. That's right.
Oh.
We can unleash AI-powered gaming and productivity with the Predator Helios Neo 16 SAI Ultra Slim gaming laptop engineered for the relentless. Are you relentless? Pilsky?
I will be relentless in the Pacific ranked queues if I win this laptop. I partially want to win it as well because I know that Morgan needs it so bad.
I need it so
And I
bad.
want to see. He was devastated when he
Is
lost.
this charity?
last
It's just charity, by the way.
I was crushed. I'm locking it.
Oh, okay, casters.
We have the casters coming in here, and here's the thing: if they score higher, if we score higher than them, we just get 1 point up because they have a mission, apparently, to destroy the analyst desk
Yeah,
in this game.
I mean, you can tell they're not used to this. You can
Alright,
tell they're sort of washed frauds over there
stable.
with these very strange picks. Not going in. I really hope they can hear me right now. Not going in with Privy seems crazy. I mean, I think they've taken their team in an entirely different direction away from all of us here on the desk, but I think it'll either pay dividends for them or we'll crush them and laugh at them
They're
later.
banking on an RB pop-off. That guy's washed. Like, he's been
I disagree. I disagree.
He's still downstairs,
Oh,
isn't he? He's still downstairs. Jen left him there.
He hasn't even warmed up yet. They got to go collect him and throw him onto the PC and just hope for the best. No, I'm actually hyped for the RB comeback,
I
but
am.
we'll get to that game later.
I am pretty hyped. Boom and Talent up first though before we get into that all of that. So we are seeing that we're favoring Boom quite a lot.
5-3. You guys are still. I mean, to be fair, it is groups, so that's
Better
fair enough.
of Southeast Asia.
That's a fair
They have-
prediction.
They have a buff. They
Yeah.
have a buff, but as a group stage, does it pay off? That's the big question. But yeah, absolutely. And we see our caster starts divided. Back in Komodo.
Yeah,
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
the reason why
Wait,
I had to
Achilles
go with Boom is
dressing Boom
I
for
just
right now?
I think they used their time really well between kickoff and stage 1, and that's really, really reflects well on the coaching staff. I think with so much time again, I think that they can make lots more improvements. Of course, I love DOS9, fantastic player. We've seen so much potential in this roster. That's why I just had to go with them. Talent, I think they always perform well, but I actually think, especially with the way this veto's gone, I am more than happy with my pick of Boom.
Yeah, the thing with Talon is, I think I want to see what the next level is for this team. I feel like they're not quite there yet. They have, they're not at that level where they look unbeatable and untouchable. And I want to see that from them. I'm actually hoping they get to that level here in stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, they we spoke about this team so many times. They do have so much potential, and I think now they've made this swap to the all-tie roster. They will go into that little bit of a reset, right? But I do think now their ceiling is very, very high. It's just, are they going to be able to realize it in this short space of time?
I think so. I think they've had more than enough time to prepare. They've got a great coaching staff as well. I think Bind is going to be a very, very important map. That's going to be early on. You've seen both of these teams play it in kickoff before. So veto-wise, I'm looking at Bind being a very important defining map for this series.
Well, you won't need to wait too long as we are about to begin. Of course, we have our first match up, Boom versus Talent, followed by our second
Finally,
Notion versus
we got the
Team
first match.
Secret. It is going to be a banger day indeed for this first day here on VCT Pacific. So let's send it over to the stage.
Here we go. I guess after this bomb, I wanna take my lunch first.
Fights and something is rushing them. Paper Rex doing it all. Paper Rex, the Pacific Princes without a crown, they finally have their trophy.
Alex said that Pacific is the best league in the world, and I completely agree with him. The region that has won Master 3 times in a row, it's an honor that PRX gets to continue that incredible streak. I'm looking forward to see how T1 matches up against us now. The first match between the two Masters winners is going to be epic.
이번에 PRX가 마스터즈 우승을 하고 되게 기세가 좋을 것 같다고 생각이 드는데 저희도 방콕에서 우승을 하고 전혀 꿀리지 않고 열심히 준비했기 때문에 진짜 긴장하는 게 좋을 겁니다.
ステージ1は結果だけ見たら結構深刻な最悪な結果だったんですけど、なんだろうな、もう自信をなくしてそのままずるずる負けてしまうようなステージ1だったので、ステージ2はもう最初の一戦からもう本当に勝ちに行って自信取り戻して調子を戻していきたいなと思ってます。
まあそうですね、初戦が DFM なのはちょっと緊張やっぱ他のチームよりしますけど、でも多分全勝するんでどこでも良かったんじゃないかなって思います。じゃあ DFM さん一緒に頑張りましょう。
Pacific is the most competitive region this year at least, so the high and the middle of Pacific is very not consistent. It can change anyway. It's not easy, but it's doable. I believe our group is much easier than the other one. VCT Pacific is the strongest region around all VCT, but not all teams here are strong enough to be here.
Maybe Boom got locked in stage 1. I'm not sure they will perform like in stage 2. And number 1 team of the strongest region maybe is TLN.
ステージ1と比べたゼータは要所要所でよりパワフルになってる、日本の会場で皆さんに会えるように頑張ります。
お待たせしてすみません。ステージ2決勝、日本で会いましょう。心臓を捧げよう。
The PRX that once ruled Pacific is back. We'll give it our best and are fully expecting everyone to give us their best too.
Just like that, yeah, we will make a miracle run to champion.
My response will be in match.
저희가 진심으로 갖고 싶은 건 퍼시픽 트로피거든요.
Right, is stage 2 trophy
이번에는 꼭 가져오겠습니다.
same like stage 1 trophy?
The first match of BCT Pacific Stage 2 is here, and we start not with a bang, but with a boom. After an explosive performance early in Stage 1, this Indo squad is ready to get back that win streak. Boom is here to prove that they can indeed take the heat, especially with the pressure mounting for that race to champions.
You just saw them bringing some fun and energy on this walkout, but I'm pretty sure they're about to lock in and get very, very serious. A fantastic group stage, but a poor playoffs. They're looking to redeem themselves in Stage 2, and it starts right here against Talon.
Redemption is the name of the game, also for Talon Esports on the other side, because this team wants back on that global stage. This all-tie roster has been looking more and more refined with each stage of Pacific, and now that we're on the last leg, is Talon once again ready to be Pacific's biggest wild
I guess
card?
Talon
It's the 6 in
already
stage
got
1. You can write that off a little bit with
all-time
some
roster.
rookies coming into the roster. But in stage 2, there are no excuses, and they're looking to repeat that miracle run at the end of last year and try to make it to champs yet again.
I mean, they have the capability, they have the firepower, but can we talk about the fact that Primi just called Boom lucky?
Oh, that was very spicy.
Me personally, I wouldn't take that. I would show them what for in the server, and that's what they're going to be looking to do. But yeah, these players fired up, ready to go.
It's close.
And as we're seeing right now, the coaches walk out, and don't worry, don't panic. Cruz is indeed present with the rest of the team.
Yeah.
We are, of course, he's there, but he's just unable to do the walk out for health reasons. And as we're seeing right now, the two teams huddling, we can feel the energy for both of these teams. We know that they're starting this day with this match, and we're going into bind first. Are you looking at any particular team for that map to favor, rather?
Look, I think both of these teams showed that they wanted to play it in kickoff. I think Talon even picked it a couple of times. For Boom picking it, I can see them being quite comfortable on it as well, because I remember one of the opening games they were able to pick up against T1 when they were on a bit of a hot streak. A lot of people were calling them the super team, the Korean super team, all of this kind of stuff. And then, of course, they didn't go on to win Bangkok. So both these teams, I know, can play bind, have played it earlier in the year.
I guess Talon
but
is
Boom was the team to choose to pick it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious now in the sort of... The meta has changed a lot since January, right? So there's been agent changes, a lot of different moves there. So I'm curious to see these compositions come in and how different they will be to when we saw both these teams play in January. As you said, both of them did like this map, so it's going to be hard to call which way it's going to go. But yeah, Boom picking it, so I need them to really show us why.
I think Primi versus Famous is going to be a hell of a head-to-head for this particular series. Definitely keep your eye on that. Here's the agent select though. Talon playing something very similar to what they were playing in kickoff, but I'm looking at the roles here. I'm seeing Thai on a duelist and Primi on the deadlock. Primi was on duelist 20 out of 20 games in stage 1, so it looks like Talon are going back to something more similar to kickoff.
Yeah, big change there for Talon. Over on the side of Boom, we are seeing them pick up the KO here alongside that fade. I gotta say, I really like the KO on this map. You get a lot of information. There's a lot of great knives to be able to suss out where your opponents are across that side of the map. So I think they're going to try and slow the game down and, you know, look to gather.
Both of these teams running pretty much the same comps. I think the only difference being that Boom was playing Vice, but now they've put in the Viper. So similar to what you see on Lotus, is a choice between Senti and secondary controller. The Viper can be a pseudo Senti on defense, but on attack you're going to see a lot of that info denial using the wall and starting off those XX with the short A pops and things like that.
Yeah, that's definitely where they're going to be at their best.
Primi here getting into the zone as we are prepared to get into the zone as well. We are ready to jump into bind, so we're going to toss it over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
Oh yes, welcome to Pacific, best region in VCT, but at the same time, you heard it from the desk, all that is gold does not always glitter, and not all those who wonder are lost. These teams might not be the ones at the TPTP top, but they have spent their time very wisely working on themselves. It's a path of self-progression, right? And what do we have here, Komodo? What do we have in these compositions?
Well, speaking about lost, they're calling us out for not knowing what to do in this build diff. Who got the duelist pick wrong? It's not Primi. A little bit ill-advised there, guys, but Thai on the raise is really interesting because, yeah, we know that he's dabbled a little bit in Jet here and there, but that was years ago. That was years ago, right? Yeah, it's going to be really interesting.
It's very, very different for sure. I mean, to say the least, this is something that we don't really see too often. It is a comp that they have played before, right? Like you've done your research, but it's changing things up quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the core 3 for Talon in Cruz, Primi, and Jit Boys, they're going to be playing on the same roles that they know and love. But when it comes to this map here in Bind, and you just look at what they were doing over in Kickoff, right? The Gecko was still there, the Raze was still there for Ban and Garvin. It's just Killer and Thai picking those roles up here. So a little bit of a learning for them. I think everybody knew that Bind was going to be the pick to come in for Boom here. That should have been a given, so I'm expecting Talon to have a lot of good reads.
Yeah, the only change being the Vise and the Viper, otherwise keeping things mostly same, and they have had a really strong group performance from back in stage 1. Let's see how they will do right here, right now. Starting things off on the defensive side. Boom, 3 on towards A.
Want to see who's going to be the first casualty, the first pick as Showers.
Back, chat! Let's go!
Ooh, a lot
Okay,
of
they
utility
went
already
Berserk
traded.
playing
He
Viper.
also got the snake bite, but DOS9 just stays inside of it. Great shots on towards thigh, but also an assault coming out from Showers. Cruz and Primi taking one for their own, but Boom continues to hold down. Decent shots, but DOS9 ultimately taken out.
Look at the flank to eventually come from NC Slasher. I'm wondering how long does Famous wait for this one, but he wants to go out. It's a Sheriff, it's no util.
Oh, Cruz suspects something as well. Doesn't see that there are that many players on the site itself, so somewhat aware of NC Slasher's position, and he should be marking it really soon. There it is, and it's just Famous left. 1v3, he does have a Sheriff, but it's not gonna be the simplest of equations. He has to find and isolate every single angle. Does eliminate the first, but where have the rest of Talon gone to? Jit Boys inside of Showers. You got Cruz back inside Lamps as well, and it's all over the place. He doesn't find it. Might have had the spike, but
That's
the round goes to Talon.
Yeah, that 1v3 was always going to be difficult for Famous to come there. When you're waiting for that long of time, you kind of expect that there is going to be a bit of a flank to come through. So just really good heads-up plays to come out from Talon and how they're navigating this one. When you think of DOS9 on this map as well, I've always been just impressed by how he navigates this map. You know, old team and new team in Boom in both of those situations, so I'm looking to see big things from him, but it is early stages, right? It is the opening map for the opening series in a stage for Boom where they have to remember, Quack, while we have this timeout here, the Ascension position, right? They have a lot of difference thrown on their shoulders here compared to a team like Talon.
Yeah, let's go into that. Let's not address this elephant in the room right now. It's day one, things happen, but yes, that's very true. They have to make it all the way through to champs if they are to stay in Pacific, and if they just make playoffs, then well, they get a chance to play in Ascension again. But if they don't even do that at all, it's not going to be easy. And their next opponent as well, Komodo, it's going to be T1. This is not a simple group at all.
Yeah, well, when I think against them and T1, they have managed to get some good victories against them. Imagine, you know, well, no, you don't need to imagine. You throw it back to Kickoff specifically, and Bind is a map that they actually faced off against each other, right? It went back then. So it was a good 13-8 victory for Boom Esports. Again, that's why I'm saying coming into this series here, Quack, it is not a surprise that Bind was going to be selected for Boom here. It is a very comfort pick map of theirs. I was kind of wondering, well, what are they going to look to ban instead, right? Because they'd had that perma-ban of Split. That's been removed from the pool coming into this stage, and I'm kind of wondering, well, you didn't play any Sunset last stage. You weren't really banning that. It never got picked first by you guys or first by your opponent, so it was always a secondary type ban. So it kind of aligns that Sunset is there now, maybe new permaban, unless they want to go through the route of kind of banning what they think their opponents are going to be strong on, perhaps.
Could be hiding cards up their sleeves as well. For now, in the current veto, it will be their current ban. But at least now kicking things in towards Bind, you know, you're sticking with a similar composition. What do you think of this Viper switch up?
I mean, when I look at Berserks, I know for a fact that historically his Viper's always been great, right? Always been great. But his Vice on this map was adopting and learning with the shift of the meta in Valorant. And I think the way that he actually employed the Vice in the games that they played against T1, against Nongshim, for example, he's getting dirty with the kills, he's getting a lot of information, but also the traps that they're putting on the back of their shear wall, sensational. So I'm kind of looking at it that why have they moved on to the Viper, right? Are they kind of hinting that this is a specific change against Talon on this one? Is Berserk's just feeling Viper together with the team, doing their preps? Because they've had a while between last stage and this stage right now, knowing that Bayern's coming back, knowing that it's going to be a map they want to play, knowing that, well, there's been some weaknesses, there's been some strengths. How are they feeling coming in towards this one? And, well, they kind of keep the, you know, the principle known, right? They keep the same recipe here, so to speak, of 4 of the agents and just changing the Viper for the, and the Vice.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, it will be similar delay antics at the very least with an agent like this, but at the same time, just thinking about Boom, you know, the desk kind of covered it a little bit while we were being told that it is a current gear situation on the stage, so we'll kind of wait for that to get ironed out. But yeah, Boom, you know, it's their group stage performance versus the playoffs performance back in stage 1. How does that happen? You know, the desk believes it to be mental. I want to believe it to be mental as well. I want to believe that they've worked on that, and hopefully they will give us a much more successful performance, because that train that they were riding all across, it was hype as heck.
Oh yeah, I mean, you look at the group stage and they were sensational, right? Just crumbling in the playoffs. When we're looking at this team being an Ascension team, they have to be getting these Pacific points. They have to be getting in towards, you know, at least the playoffs to go into Ascension. They have to be getting in towards champs to stay around in Pacific for next year. And you're looking at, you know, for them, what is really going to work. because you look from the top-down view, they've got 5 points currently, right? While Talon have 3. Talon, by the way, a team that we hear every single time from them, we're making champs, it's going to happen. We need to see it. We need to see what your changes are. We need to see what you've been deploying in towards the server and how it is actually going to eventuate in the server itself right now, because I know that there's a lot of concern with the way that Talon is looking, and if you're coming into this first series of a new stage when you've had all this time to prepare, you're changing roles on a couple of the players, but you're kind of keeping everything normal, so to speak, for your Karuz, your Premier, and your Jip Boys. You have to see destruction come out from them to just have a semblance of confidence.
That's absolutely right. So far, so good up in the pistol round, to say, the least again. But the whole thing is, it still is a composition that's not entirely traditional. You do have the Raze, but it's Thai's first official time playing it. And then you got the Astra, Primi on the Deadlock. That is definitely intriguing, just because you don't see them on these agents. You don't even see these agents too much.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a Talon-esque composition, right? They are the... I don't really want to call
Gravwell C's with the Raze, perhaps?
Yeah, I mean, but this specific comp, they're not, they are the creators of this comp, but it's not going to potentially turn into a new meta-defining composition, right? That, for example, Fnatic have been pioneers in for, as one little throw out there. But it works for them, or you would hope it works for them.
You would hope. They have played it before, way back when, but who knows how it's going to look this year. I mean, so far, starting things off on the pistol, they did a pretty good job at controlling things. And I do want to bring this up. Cruz, he's been dealing with personal issues, now health concerns as well. But he's still able to pick up rounds like this. I mean, he found his impact by reading the map, having that game sense to suspect, you know what, we haven't seen NC Slasher, he was lurking around that spot.
It definitely is going to be a big step up for the IGLs of these rosters coming in towards this stage as well, in a meta that isn't going to be riddled with Teo, for example, right? Everyone, it was just Teo, Teo, Teo. There's Neon in there as well, which isn't actually coming in towards this map specifically. But when I look at Talon, I look at, it's a composition that they're going to be able to have a lot of utility traps. They're going to be able to have a lot of hopeful conditioning when it comes onto this attacking side of theirs as well. And they can definitely draw some parallels, and this is why I mentioned Fnatic earlier, because this is a 4 out of 5 similar comp, right? You look at Primi on the Deadlock, well, Fnatic run the same comp, they just changed that to a Viper.
Yeah, just little changes here and there, but at the same time, you kind of mentioned it all. The players, we do need to see them pop off, and speaking of them, while we just kind of exhaust every single point that we've kind of researched and built up throughout this Quackmodo podcast, while the tech pause continues sorting itself out. Yes, I do want to touch on this as well. Primi versus Famous. I mean, how do you think that's going to shake up? Famous, he's known for his op kills all the way back at stage 1. Primi, on the other hand, I guess, he's hovering around the middle somewhat. He does have his performances here and there. He was an early adopter of Waylay, but apart from that, I don't know.
The Waylay subjects, let's call that a touchy one for me specifically. But no, when I look at those, when I look at those two as just a matchup, disregarding the actual agents that they're going to be playing to a slight degree, they are pretty comparable in terms of what they need to do for their team, right, in the moment. But when I look at them and I look at Boom, I look at it being a bit of a different style, where Famous, when he's getting an operator route, is going to be key for this team, where Primi, you're not necessarily needing to see that, right? He's going to be that crosshair placement, he's going to be that headshot accuracy, he's going to be that first bullet, prime, locked and loaded. So I'm seeing these sort of differences, and in this veto right now for Bind and Icebox, how much is Famous going to be able to get out an operator, for example, on towards this Raze? On the defensive side, sure. On the attacking side, maybe not.
A lot less for sure. Meanwhile, if we're talking about the attacking side for Talon, again, eyes back on Thai. He's on the Raze. So far, yeah, I guess it's pretty decent. Again, it's just been one round.
One sample size for the first Raze to come out from Thai. He's a god! No.
We got to see him more, a lot more.
Yeah, we definitely have to wait and see how he's going to just contribute to this roster for this selection here, and if it is just a current, specific to Bind scenario, or if they're figuring out that, well, internally we really need to change some roles. I'd kind of question it, because why do you pull Primi off the duelist? We've seen Thai be a pretty, kind of stable controller player, but Jip Boys will flex between, your Astro Omen. You'll also be throwing out the Sentinel with your Cypher Killjoy, and albeit the Chamber, if we're throwing it back as well, but who knows?
Yeah, at least when they swap sides still, duelist Sentinels, they do need to have that crisp aim. For now,
What's the issue from this tech pulse?
Yeah, we're just getting a bit of confirmation from production here for everybody out there as well. We got a PC reboot happening at the moment, so try turning it off and on again as the old famous approach, and we'll see if we can get back into this one lickety split.
Work for us in our place.
Yeah,
router.
yeah. My game wasn't launching last night, and I took about 30 retries, and then it launched, and then it was bedtime.
Tech issues. What are you gonna do? That's what Pacific is known for. It's Masters winners,
and tech pause.
Quite a bit of hype and tech pause on day one at the very least. You know, after day one, it's gonna be smooth sailing. I'm totally not jinxing Achilles and everything when you do come back on the desk after today.
Yeah, let's just like eat all the tech pauses up, and then they can just have like the smooth games, the banger matches.
That's what we do.
But no split.
Yeah, no split, no more bangers. Well, bangers maybe on other maps.
The only bangers on split is the term. You can't say only bangers on corrode. It doesn't work.
Only bangers on bind. Nah, it just doesn't hit the same.
No, it doesn't, does it? It just does not.
Maybe if when we get the games going as well. But for now, you know, we still have Icebox back in, no fracture. We'll see how it all plays out. Last time I remember, Korean teams were struggling with Icebox a little bit. We do have Icebox coming up next, but we'll see how that shakes up.
I will say, when it comes to this veto though, you're definitely understanding the Talon ban Ascent pick as well, right? When you're looking in towards how they're playing and you're thinking, what was a little bit of the stage one assistance variety coming through from Boom to start to propel them to start to get one foot in front of the other? It was that game against Gen G where they were kind of abusing them on Ascent, right? It was a good step for Boom to start to figure out as a team how this Pacific journey is looking. So I think that's a bit of a wise decision from them to remove that, but I'm also thinking we did see Boom change their comp after that Ascent play as well. So would they have gone back to that kind of Phoenix play, or were they continuing with this Yoru Vice change because the Teo was in there, but now Teo's gone? So it would be another scenario of, well, we're probably going to see new agents, right? So we're in this, you know, flexible period of these teams having the time to develop a couple of niche compositions that will specifically work for them before we ultimately define what this quote-unquote new meta and stable meta is going to be. Because if I look at this and I look at these two rosters, I'm probably thinking that Boom's composition a little bit more stable than Talon's.
Yeah, more stable, just like how that chair is for Coach Six Fingers as well. It's holding up his back very well. But yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, I mean, this is kind of what our desk was touching on as well. This is the beginning of a new stage. It's the beginning of a new patch as well. And this is when teams get to be the most creative. Just like what Big Time was saying.
I'll add another beginning in there that is going to be a touchy subject one. Is it the beginning of the end for a team like Boom? If they don't deliver, they're gone.
Hold up, getting updates. Not entirely sure. Maybe they're going back in. Got my fingers crossed. The music's kind of... No, it's not. Not yet. We're just swapping cameras. Yeah, we'll see. Could be the end of...
Yuki.
Okay.
Yuki.
ユキバ
大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用
I don't know, is it copyright or no?
てりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのは猛毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんない
I don't know why my next camera number always call me. From 5 hours ago until right now.
なんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食って 毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つみんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない心配を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
Is that Akihabara?
何も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
안녕 명가.
부통이 어딨어?
안녕 명가. 안녕 명가. 안녕 명가.
오랜만이야 이거 되게?
그래. 오늘 뭐 하는지 알아?
아니 잘 모르겠어.
아마 우리끼리 서로 질문하는 그런 시간이 아닌 시간.
재밌겠네?
그래.
앉으시죠.
아니시죠? 네, 아니시죠? 네. 제가 먼저 질문 드려도 될까요? 살짝 이제 좀 노는 차원에서 나의 첫인상.
사실 나는 뭐 첫인상 이 형 약간 잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같고 약간 키 작고.
저희가 방송 안 해야 되나요? 장난입니다. 나에게 처음으로 부탁했던 게 언제였는지 기억나십니까? 부탁을 한 적이 있나요?
부탁했었죠.
처음으로요? 처음으로 한 게 기억나요?
네.
뭐요?
화 좀 그만 내라.
그건 아니었던 것 같은데요? 그거 말고 없어요?
그거 말고 기억이 안 나는데요.
원래 사람들이 가장 나쁜 것만 기억 잘 하거든요. 정확히 말하면 이스탄불.
근데 그때 너무 징징거리셨어요. 인정하시나요 혹시?
기억이 안 나요? 삭제했습니다.
근데 그 전부터 계속 그러셨어요.
어쩌라고요?
네, 제가 했습니다.
네.
저랑 같이 살 때 어땠어요?
어땠냐고요? 아니 뭐 항상 숙소에 있어서 그냥 별 감은 없었고요. 제일 편했던 건 게임하자면 한 번씩 하고 좀 마이너한 게임 아시죠?
흔치 않은
흔치
게임들
않은
좀
게임들.
같이.
네, 그런 거랑 먹는 거에 별로 꺼리낌이 없는.
제 취향이 좀 잘 맞게.
내가 이제 이거 시키면은 갑자기 사이드를 싹 보는 그런 느낌. 그게 좀 편했죠. 저는 그 비하인드 스토리 하나 얘기해 드릴게요.
어떤 거죠?
그 불난 사건. 비가 오면은 발전기가 내려가요. 충전이 안 된단 말이에요. 그래서 이걸 엎드려 그냥 항상 켰었단 말이죠. 그러면 됐으니까.
두꺼비 집을 열어가지고 올렸고
네.
하필 그 전기가 이제 물이랑 같이 이렇게 돼가지고 불이 났었는데
얘들아 불났어 큰일 났어 이러고 이제 야 그 뭐냐 그 빨래 바구니인가 뭔가 물 잡.
내가 잠결 일어나서 당황해가지고 했는데 이제 재성이가 그거를 듣고 물을 채워서 오는데 하필 그 바구니에 구멍이 이렇게 사방에 다 뚫려 있는.
형 이거면 돼.
거기다가 물을 떠가지고 이거면 돼 했는데 물이 없는 거예요.
아무튼 불은 잘 껐습니다 그때. 네.
그게 제일 재밌.
Gasp! We're back! We're back, Komodo, we're back! We've kicked all the goblins out, the PC solved, we're back into the game, and it's 10 seconds till the next round starts.
Yeah, it's a good thing, because I don't have too much depth on one pistol round, but we have a game, so yeah, let's just get back into this one. It was a pistol for Talon, they cleaned it up, they had some good ideas. They kind of read Boom a little bit like a book for the tail end of it. They knew where the flank was coming from, they knew how to just augment around the map. So coming in towards this anti-eco round now, I'm kind of expecting them to do big things, but I'm also looking at Boom at the right spot here.
Yeah, they've guessed correctly. Thank you for that, Sitrep Komodo, but we will just launch straight into things with Thai landing a shot on towards player on towards B, and then now rotating back into A.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what role you're on when it comes towards just hitting the martial shot against a gunless player on the other side, right? So for Thai, get some damage, get some confidence on this Raze play. Meanwhile for Talon, into the A site.
Yeah, good checks, but now it's Shiro. Playing sneaky inside of the smoke. The spike does get planted. He's trying to catch an unsuspecting player, but none spotted so far. It still is that Marshall. Thai doing so good so far. Repositions and just continues to keep his opponents at an arm's length. Oh, until, well, the cool classic right click comes through.
It should still be all good for them though, don't get me wrong. When the Gravnet does that, it's easy pickings for Primi.
And at this point, all he's got to do is just watch out for Heaven, watch out for CT. Boom, looking for the exits. Not much else to do. It's decent damage, but actually not really decent enough.
No, not really. I mean, you're just not giving any more ulti orbs over towards Talon at this point in time, right? So up with the ship, or rather sync with your opponents. And Boom will just wait to collect themselves and have some ideas on what they want to do in the next round, which is going to be the first real test to see what their defenses are going to look like on Bind as it makes its return.
Yeah. Let's see how the next round comes through. For now, just painting that word picture. You know, just imagine the thumbs up slowly sinking into the water along with the rest of the boat. And that is a very happy Coach Frost in the coaching booth alongside Jovi. They've definitely done their homework for this one. Bind might not have been their pick exactly, but so far so good. Yep. They've got the judge in Thai's hands now.
Yeah, for both teams, the attacking side is a bit stronger in the history that matters. I'll add as a bit of an asterisk, so definitely want to see what this bonus round is going to look like for Talon at the moment. When you see all this utility starting to rain down on towards the site, but you see a Dizzy and it's been orphaned with no follow progression because of a good 0 point from Shiro, you do start to wonder, as Famous here, is the rotation worth it? The eye over from NC Slasher at Fountain as well, didn't spawn anything, so you should be able to just assume that this is going to be one of them reset situations for your opponents. You still want to hang around this A site.
Keep a track of things. It is pretty decent utility that has been traded out, but NC Slasher's doing a good job staying proactive.
Gotta be careful about timing here. If you're allowing Primi to get this grab net back online, it goes here. Thai still has the paint shells too. It could be a good trap to come out from Talon.
Oh yeah, just waiting for those smokes to dissipate. Another abilities refreshed.
Another great 0 point though.
Oh.
And it completely catches Talon, but they still have that Space Komodo straight into the site. Spike not quite yet planted because, unfortunately, little homie got shot down. Of course, we'll just pick that right back up. A little tap, bait out more shots, and then it's a TP play!
Yeah, I think the 0 point actually got destroyed, but it doesn't really matter with this TP coming out right now. Early on the seas, just one. It's good for NC Slasher.
What a fantastic catch! Tries to track onto even more. Gets a double at the very least. But look at Thai. Reads the timing, reads the rotations, and goes straight up front. Great crunch onto his opponents, but it leaves Killua in a 1-on-2.
Please Killua,
and they have all rung out. Now just trying to hold the angle. It lays a Guardian against the other.
Wow!
They light up! Killua clicked at the perfect time! And it's a 3-0 start for Talon!
Oh, you flip a coin on that one. That shouldn't be 50-50 to result in heads. That is disgusting to come on out. And I'm thinking to myself, it's a 1v2. There's two flash drives to come out from Shiro there. They can play this together. The 0 point reveals that he's either an elbow or the corner of sight.
Insane.
And then they walk in front of each other. That is really unfortunate to come through from Boom. On the back of that tech pause as well, going into your first gun round, that can definitely be one of those situations where it's hit the buzzer, hit the button, we need to talk, but they don't.
And it's pistols. Talk about stars aligning. One man's trash, it's another man's come up. It's now going to be Boom with a 3-stack on the A site. Sussed out by Prowler.
Yeah, early Prowler as well, so you know how close your opponents are. Meanwhile, it's just trying to keep Boom entertained at this A site at the moment. When you start to pivot a little bit more of your forces towards B.
Little checks, but still Cruz with the shots and then the trades from Jit Boys. Outlawed, just a jiggle to confirm his opponent's presence.
Okay.
Get another sort of scenario for Talent. You pick up that bonus round. This is going to be a free gimme, and it's a gorgeous start on the attacking side of Bind. Great dispatch to come out from Killua. Just making sure they can survive with 4 here is pretty good, but even Quack, if they do lose a couple of these guns, right? It's some outlaws, you know, they're going into the proper round in the next one, and you probably want to be upgrading them anyway.
So just trying to hold on to this as much as possible. Boom, unfortunately, not able to get within range of any weapon upgrades, and that's just going to be the kill to end the round. A team ace, every single one picking up kills on across the board for Talon.
More importantly for Talon, again, highlight what we'll talk about earlier. It's showing that with this little change up of agent roles coming into this one, right? Killua on the Gecko as opposed to Ban as he's moved over, and Gov as well. Thai picking up the raise. It's a head scratcher. It's really seeing how far forward his team is going to be able to permit in, how much entry power he's going to be able to set up for, or be set up for rather. So having 4 rounds so far, pretty darn good for them. If they manage to weather the storm of this next gun round of Booms, I start to question. You know, you're going to need some coach involvement. You're going to need some decisive plays on this defense side.
soon enough. But for now, it's going to be the showstopper from Thai. He's looking for his mark. But of course, boom, they've hidden in smokes before, so he stays cautious. But then Privy comes back in. Decent shot from DOS9, but it's not going to be enough. You still have Boom somewhat dug in towards the site, though. And Famous will take the initiative in towards Lamps.
Oh, there's timing from NC Slasher. He's caught him on the rotate. Now they're stuck.
Oh, and they've got to watch their backs as well. Cruz turns back around. Privy to try to hold it all down, but with the slight wall bang, it's a shot from Berserks, it's a shot from Shiro, and Boom will find themselves around back in.
That certainly could have been a way, though, that Talon managed to find around. You know, low health on Shiro and Berserks. You look at the beginning of that one where Famous is missing a lot of shots on top of that truck. I start to get a little bit worried. I start to get a little bit antsy that one's going to crumble, but they bring in some stability in the end. It's Jitters back on towards this stage right now. And they do manage to get their first round on the board, so, I mean, only up from here.
A lot of mental conditioning done by DOS9 from the previous rounds, you gotta say. I mean, he was so afraid of those smokes that were placed across the site.
Yeah.
And that's just, you know, that slight difference coming through. That was a slightly expensive round with the showstopper as well.
Got a bit of a push at the moment. See if Premier's just going to be able to dodge this one. See the flash drive. Well, actually, it's going to give him a splitting headache. That is a sensational opener for Boom.
Starting to find that confidence to go for these opening duels, take some space across the map. Boom. Still trying to hold for these positions.
Hang on a second, though. Looks like Gap B popping towards the lamp. Shiro where, and now you're split everywhere as Talon. This starting default across the map. Not looking to be the wisest of choices in round number 6.
Yeah, not quite. 3 left for Talon. Some lanes for each of their own, but whether or not it converts into a kill, that's the question. You got a minute left on the clock, and Jitboy's trying to sneak his way through.
Timing. It's timing again, Quack. That's what it is right now. Berserk seems to be aware of it, though.
Wow.
It's really great play to come from him. I mean, we talk about the Vice switch up to Viper here, but that's caught sleeping, caught blinking, caught looking at your radar. My linchpin factor now, though, shifts in towards Shiro, and I also wonder, Jitboy's getting that kill, has the Cosmic Divide, but it's the timing on Shiro. He gets 2, and now it's Jitboy's.
Fantastic collection, just by sheer positioning alone, and he hears their footsteps, was ready for those 2 kills, and now just down to the last one, a simple underhand toss into the quad. Jitboy shut down, and it's Boom, still keeping things rolling.
Love me some great KO plays to come out there from Shiro. Great repositioning from him. Berserk as well. Love the idea. The execution falls over a little bit. But as I said at the beginning of this round, right, you've got a good defensive push to come out from Boom, who so far we're feeling lacking in decision-making on this defensive side. So the fact that they managed to go in with an attempt for that one, it works out, and then they recognize, it's a bit of a default play coming through from Talon. It works out for Boom. So this is where I would expect a bit of a shift from the attacking side to utilize some of these ults, right? Cosmic Divide, done and dusted from the last round, but you've got Nightfall, you've got Annihilation, and you've got the bloody fish ult from Killua. And we'll see if it's going to come out. But a null command from Shiro is going to stall things for the moment.
Ooh. We'll check with the showstopper play as well, but Talon for now will evade most of it straight in towards Hookah. Decent hold from NC Slasher until Killua comes back.
Annihilation is out. I'm thinking the Thrash is going to be usable in a post-plant scenario, which can actually be quite devastating if that one does come out to play. But the plant starts to go down. Ill timing on the orbital strike from DOS9. So it's the 4 versus 4 now for a retake.
Yeah, still keeping our eyes on that fish ult. Killua, where is he positioned? Orbital strike just to give Boom some space across the site. Make that past that choke point, but here comes the Thrash. It will keep them at bay, but not enough for Primi to find a shot. Coming back in with the mosh pit. Got some sight lines coming out from Hookah as well, but it's been smoked off. He might go in for a wild spray. That's what is required. Tie in with some shots. Cruz as well. And unfortunately, Boom will not be able to hold around the smoke.
Yeah, while the Thrash gets destroyed there for Killua, it doesn't really matter because it's eyes on the prize for everybody on Talon. It's denying that defuse, and a Sky Smoke is not going to be the great protector for Boom in that scenario. 2 players in it, in fact, and they just can't shoot back, right? Where the shots look to start to be collected from Boom. That's just immediately answered back and held by Talon.
That second shot into the smoke from Thai as well. Great awareness, great vibes coming up, and Boom still needing to match the score.
And now I see a big outlier in the server. I say outlier, not really the right word on this one. It's the operator is what I'm getting at for Famous. Great usages, great success rate as well for them. Last stage, so you have to see impacts come through from him in the server with this big gun.
He's picked it up in the round, but so far positionally still across the map. But then Killua comes in with a double kill of his own, straight in through B-Long, and that just brings the attention all across the board.
This is where it gets scary as well, because the majority of the Boom forces now are still at the wrong side of the map. That is an egregious shot to come through from DOS9. Anything more would be great, and he gets another.
Bit of a hero play. He's been an impactful player for the team back in stage 1. Trying to bring like a performance back in, but at the same time, 2-on-2, and it's a rotational play. Jit Boys, though, he snuck back in.
Don't know where that wingman was going, by the way. It looks like it was trying to jump over and plant at the back of the site by the looks of it, but nevertheless, 2 versus 2.
0 point close just to clear out the early areas. Then back into heaven, but instantly smoked off as well.
You got pain shells, flash, molly.
Set up for it at least, might be able to clear some angles with it. Pop flash to try to bait a reaction out, but Talon stays hidden. Jit Boys with a sudden peek. And it's the last player left. Shiro tries to make some space happen, but it's not going to go through. Killua picking up the kill for Talon.
That's some great positioning and pathing from Killua there, to be honest with you. Jit Boys just left to his own devices. The benefit of an Astra as well to be autonomous, to call, to come back to the A site as well.
And that's kind of one of the things that we want to hearken to as well, right? I mean, Boom, yes, we do have Famous. He had the opt, was great in stage 1. But talk about talent. You've got these 2 players from the Academy team promoted to this point. And into stage 2, they are no longer Greenhorns. They've been going through some major swaps, sure, but they're showing and stepping up to it. Look at this. 9 and 3 kills, 3 deaths only.
Uh-oh. Pistols. They might be able to shoot up a storm here at the moment. Look at this one. Famous Shiro, DOS9, they're pulling out a round. Unless Primi and Jit Boys, now the old guard of Talon, if we're talking about the newbies, they're going to look to bail them out of a problematic spot.
That's a Pacific team thing to do. You don't expect them to push up on an Eco round, but because they've got that confidence, you got 3 stacked up, they're going to go in for that fight. And now it's just 2 left, Primi as well as Jit Boys trying to find what space they can, or at least get them to line themselves up, but it's not going to happen. NC Slasher gets a shot through, and a second one as well.
They're all alive. They've not really taken any damage. That is a saving grace of a round for Boom Esports. They should have had no interest in that round, but that is, well, just a well-placed round to come out from them, and some sharp shots where we're needing to see some key players step up from Boom. Famous has not been hitting his shots just yet, right, for example, so it's good to see that that's there. This should give them the confidence to bring some more stability into this first half.
And that's IGL calling right there, you know, just trying to pull off something unexpected. Your opponent just don't read it whatsoever, because how could you? But unfortunate, it is what it is. 3 and 6, Boom still have a ways to go in this first half, Komodo. Talon, on the other hand, back towards a safe default. But, oh, okay, high-low.
I'd be interested to see if Berserks want to deploy this pit over towards B. Do see it be a bit of a deterrent factor on Viper comps over towards here, but down to 10 HP. Bit of a rough one for him, gonna have to go back. And look at the rotation, that's actually bringing 2 cheated rotates from Boom. Second guessed, though.
I don't know when default
really brings those question marks into mind. Talon.
Yeah, in the States too.
They've toyed with Boom before. They're doing it again, and now
it's going to be a bit of an explosion for them. Killua one away from the Thrash as well. I'm looking for the timing to see what Jit Boys is going to do to Famous here to keep him interested, because Shiro is just stuck on the side.
Yeah, trying to sneak over, but we do have NC Slasher trying to pull off a flank. Is he going to be in time, though? It's not going to happen. Primi, Jit Boys, they've assaulted the site. They are getting the spike down, and even with the smokes, there's only so much DOS9 can do from heaven.
Got to consider, what do you have in this round for the retake? I mean, Berserks are highlighted at 10 HP. He's going to head for the hills, and yeah, he's going to have to be the save here. It's a rough call as well. You want to see DOS9 potentially even get a couple of exit kills here, right? He's healthy, so is NC Slasher. You play with the economy of Talon here for sure. Try to get closer to your ultimate as DOS as well. More importantly, right now, on our screen, I was going to say NC Slasher has to hit that shot, which he does eventually. But it's damage now. Hold your guns for Boom, sure. Talon, you're going to be guaranteed 7. You're going to be guaranteed leading at the half now.
That's all they're looking for. Talon, slow ascent back in towards that championship mindset, championship position. For now, Boom also You're starting to see some of the cracks, right? Back in from stage 1 through the group stage. There wasn't that much pressure back then. Now you might be starting to feel it.
And this is where I kind of... dirty shot. Absolutely dirty. This is where I consider as well for this team of Boom, the players have been around Valorant for quite some time, right? You scroll back to 2022, for example, Champs, Famous, and Berserks. They've played there, the famous zipline moment.
Blames it on the IGL, by the way.
But they've had struggles, they've had struggles, they've had ups and downs, they've been in pressure moments, right? But right now, when they've finally made it in towards Tier 1, in towards Pacific, everything is in their hands. They're not in a situation where they have to rely on all these other teams doing these things. They've got to have a good group stage. They've got to put themselves into playoffs at least. They've got to try and get in towards champs, right? And you can afford some slip-ups here and there, don't get me wrong. But you have to have this winning mindset. You have to make sure that you're trying to better yourselves every single round, every single chance you get. And currently, I've seen a couple of ill decisions that have been made in the map and a couple of lapsing moments from them that they do need to wake up a
little bit. But judging by those faces on our screens right now, all decorated across these boxes, you can definitely feel that they're not out of this fight. Of course, new coaching staff as well, Six Fingers and Fields. They've been with this team since the beginning of this year. They are looking to make their way through for sure. They're not going to drop a single one. They're going to try. They have some ults to work with.
Yeah.
And now they got to bring things to a 5.
Well, Berserks is currently having a bit of a shocker for me. When he played the Vice with this comp, he was looking really, really hot. Right now, though, it's a quick one from Talon on the back of that timeout in towards the A site.
DOS9 trying to find some positioning. He's got a bit of support from Shiro, but Primi just dives right in. Kill him for the trade, and then for the rest of the team to follow. Site captured. 2-on-3. It's a retake with an Op Komodo. This will not be simple.
Well, unless NC Slasher can pop that Nightfall out and potentially find something lickety split on the back of that, but they're just going to be locked out behind this barrier mesh for now. And that's just going to take time away from their chances.
I just don't see it happening. Even if they do manage to make their way through, Thai has position. If he gets a kill, that's a showstopper. Uses the paint shells to give himself some distance between himself and his opponent. Killa still marking the positions as well, and he does have a thrash to work off of. Takes the confidence play instead. It's a Boombot kill. And down to just Famous, who wants to hold on to this up. Of course you want to, but at what cost, my man?
He's just not being given chances at the moment to be on the right line with this operator, to be able to have any impact with it. It is a bit unlucky. It's just 50-50. Are you at the right spot or are you not? Talon on the back of that timeout with a team that has one of the worst after timeout conversion rates in Pacific. Getting it done. Great decisions, great shots in the heat of the scrap battles as well, and then just falling back, playing a little bit more patient in this post plant as well.
Haven't really needed those timeouts. I mean, they've done all that prep work, right? And you can see it just beautifully displayed on the stage.
Might see the Viper's Pit deployed from Berserks here when you do have the Judge as well, but similarly, it's the Thrash that comes out immediately, and this is just going to be disrespected by Talon.
And meanwhile, it's the Judge kill. The first one falls through. He might toss a Dizzy in there, but it's not going to be enough. Got some grenades for distance as well. Shiro continuing to hold down Showers. And at this point, the only option for Talon is to avoid this conflict completely.
Well, really, where do you go, right? You lost Showers. There's still that Viper's Pit that you can't really contest with. If you go over towards B-Long, well, that's where the operator is for Famous, and you know that that was the saved weapon. So I love that elevation play from Cruz. That is a gorgeous spot now for NC Slasher. If you lose your life, you're almost handing Talon the reins of this B-site.
Nightfall desperately needed. Cruz, that was such a big brain play. The smoke's coming just in time from DOS9 as well. So it might be a wingman plant, but do they know where NC Slasher is? They check it through the smoke! Killua for the swing! All of a sudden it's a 3-on-2, and Killua continues on with this tear! Just Berserks left. He has traded that Judge for a Phantom, but it still is 1v3. Angles completely surrounded and marked. A single shoulder, and that will be over. Cruz takes the final kill, and it's a 9-3 first half for Talon. They make their own luck in this game.
What is the worst team in Pacific?
Yeah.
Not much else that we can say.
No, not really. I mean, I'm looking at that round and I kind of said it all, right? It's that NC Slasher is on the side, Famous is there, great elevation play to come out from Cruz, a different unexpected angle. And NC Slasher had to hold down the site or give it and play retake with the rest of the team because there should have been no business for them to get in. Talon should not have been able to get into that site.
That's why Talon have done their work. That's why they were the ones in Pacific before. They're showing their experience, and Boom are needing to match that. We haven't really seen too much off of the coach timeouts. Yeah. They have had a couple of rounds here and there from this first half, but yeah, you just see all the results of it. Still, you know, Talon and Cruz with that elevation play.
For me, it's the fact that Talon are feeling a lot more confident from an outside view at the moment on the cameras, when we switch to all the players, in hitting their shots and continuing to find the destruction, right? They're still going in with deficit, with advantage, and they're not really second-guessing themselves at the moment, where for Boom, they're kind of meandering around the map a little, some ill decisions, taking some risky fights that they didn't necessarily need to. Now, I don't know if this is because they've, you know, misread a couple of these situations, or if they're just feeling, you know, back in towards the seat on the stage that, you know, it's back into an environment that they're, you know, faltering a little, right? They got to sit themselves back in and really just reel it in that, you know, you're in the tier 1 stage. Talon are a team to still, you know, not throw caution to the wind against. You've got to have your preparations. You've got to have some good decisions.
It is lovely to see that we have fans from Malaysia, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Komodo. I mean, Talon, they were the ones to opt to start on the attacking side, taking things into their own hands, if you will, and Boom, just unfortunately not quite able to react to it in kind. You know, sometimes you do what you can, it is what it is, but now we go back into it, and it's Boom on the attack. Prowler checks the corner, and Cruz tries to play anti-flash. That's why he was turned back around. Jitboy's in for this strong trades, and it's a double kill. DOS9 finds a couple as well, and it's just an even exchange. Wanting to retrieve the spike, but slight pop flash for himself. Thai takes advantage of it.
Yeah, that's a problematic underarm of the flash drive there, self-blinding in a 2 versus 2. Again, a risky scenario, right? Instead of playing the 2 versus 2 together as a team, you lose the 1 versus 1, and you kind of question for Berserks. He's had a bit of a shocker in this map so far. He's got to hit some sharp shots where Thai has been now, and you got Prumi still alive too. If I'm Talon, you know, you got the spike down, you know where he's potentially going to be coming from. You can just disconnect, play for a post plant. You can look for a crossfire. So eventually the jig is going to be up. 30 seconds to go. Berserks is still just shoulder checking a lot of these angles.
The spike and go to A, right?
Talon's just waiting for that spike to get picked up.
Yeah.
It's going to take one hell of a miracle.
Well, if he does TP, he's going to have to run it. It is the better option. 15 seconds, and he's going to stay here because he has to.
10 seconds as well, and of course, that's when Thai peeks out. Having that duelist confidence. He might not have been on this role before, but he certainly will be feeling it right now.
Yeah. And that's a pistol round going to Talon, who is at the opposite end of the board in terms of pistol collections in stage 1. They were 10th. They were 3rd last, where Boom, they were 3rd best in collecting pistol rounds in our first stage. So the fact that that flops over towards Talon's side here, and the fact that they had this great 4-0 start at the beginning of this map, that really does just set them up for, well, quite the destructive scoreline for map number 1 of their opponent's picking.
One hell of a mortal wound, and Boom might be feeling the damages of that right now. Classics on an attacking round. Best bet is to go for this pistol train, I guess, but it's straight into the sights of this outlaw as well. Thai marking it, goes in for the peek, confirms his kill.
I actually wouldn't mind him going for some more, to be honest with you.
Well,
he's hitting his shots. Just let him.
I don't know. You don't really want to give up weapons, do you? So no. Playing it safe, playing it safe.
Spike planted.
We'll let Boom have the spike plant. We'll hedge our bets onto the full team retake. Oh, but look at that pop flash as well. Decent from Shiro, but once again, not converted. Exactly. Smokes up from DOS9, trying to allow his team to survive around this site. But ultimately, with the automatic weapons, you can still spray through them. Primi taking space out over from Lamps will find the next 2 kills needed to put Talon up to an 11.
Yeah, just the dizzy at the end there as well, kind of highlighting the positions of the players. Follow the traces, find your opponents. Primi, some good shots there as well on the back of Thai for that opener. This is Struggle Street for Boom now. You're going to have your buy go in, and you have to convert this one. I mean, you lost the bonus in the first half, right? If you're not converting this, well, yeah, it is most likely GG on this map, unless we see a miracle blessed to Boom.
Yeah, I don't want to live on some place called Struggle Street. I'm going to pack up and find something nicer on the next map, perhaps. But for now,
next map, that's chilly. It's Icebox. I wouldn't want to live on Icebox.
We'll see how it goes. It's extreme weather changes right now here in Pacific. But of course, for Boom, you know, a bit of a last stand to try to find as much as possible. Talon, confidence on the other side. Marching up through short, will get spotted. Second kill found by Shiro. And Cruz just trying to take the challenge, but it's not happening.
This is definitely a Thanos moment for him, isn't it? Fine, I'll do it myself. Shiro, the leader, hitting those headshots. 5 versus 2 in this bonus round of Talons to try and pick up some little lickets of damage. But unless we just see Boom kind of drop the ball, should go their way.
2v5? Nah. You catch some wind in your sails. You hold on to it.
Hold up, Quack. Hold up.
Primi, he's dangerously close, but it is a bulldog, and Boom will catch sail as well. They'll continue to hold. It was a slight bait and switch with the spike tap back there. So just Jit Boys now, and it's a Judge Komodo.
Yep. See what damage he's going to be able to find here. Get closer to that Cosmic Divide. Maybe if you just lose to one, who's it going to be on the Boom side? I think just more importantly, it's the fact that Boom have won a round, being patient and hitting their shots.
Okay, if he sneaks into Lamps, maybe with this range, he gets a kill with the Judge, picks up a Vandal, could do a little bit more, but Famous.
You know what that
so
sounds,
quick on that trigger.
You know what that sounds like to me?
Looks so fun.
That's what that one is. Quack wants this map done.
You never quite know. Could be either team, but that was definitely still a fantastic round for Boom.
Yeah, and for Shiro specifically as well, right? The fact that he's just managing to find 3 individual peaks, it goes to say that Talon aren't peaking that one together, giving options to Boom, but also, you know, Talon are still having an initiative to go up together as a team, to try and do something on this defensive side. Throw away that bonus round though. This is where we start to really get into things. What does this comeback look like for Boom? Will Talon stay at 11, or will they look to close it relatively soon? That challenge goes Boom's way.
And it just completely gets flipped around. DOS9 finding every single one of it. Parring for Jit Boys.
Well, he's got
now
his orbital.
Calls reinforcements back in, exactly. With the orbital as well, could do a lot more. Cruz, though, feeling the pressure, wants to take things into his own hands, unfortunately gets eliminated. And that will be the B side wide and open for Boom.
And as soon as they see that there's no sensors on towards the site, they should get the idea that Primi was over towards A, right? So go together as a team in the 1 versus 3. Get out your smokes. You can even wait for your 0 point here as Shiro, which is what I believe that they're going to be doing. Does give Primi a little bit of time to start to just gallivant around and find some information, but ultimately it's just going to be at this B site that Boom will head, and hopefully they don't give over another 1 versus 3.
See, this is what you can really admire about this champion's mindset as well. Boom, they might have been suffering heavy losses in this scoreline from before, but they are not backing down. They're still very cautious and alert as to how Primi might be playing. Marking towards the back of B long right now is Berserks.
I mean, this is just a save for Primi too. Don't mind it. You don't want to give away the gun that you're saving here, because your team is almost just on that reset spot. Shiro's getting closer to a null command as well. So you definitely have to give him just the understandable situation here, Primi. Bad luck for the team of Talent, but they've still got so much padding in this map to afford a couple of these slip-ups, for example, right? For Boom to have a couple good rounds. I wouldn't be feeling too pressured as Talent here whatsoever.
Not too much.
I guess Talon will
still saving
win this map.
1 away from the annihilation for Primi. But yeah, you know, a couple rounds could always turn into a couple more as well. And that's kind of what I was hoping for. I mean, not exactly that I wanted to see Talon close out the map that quick, but you never quite know. Boom, they still have a ways to go.
Yep.
But they are making their way there.
Yeah, sure. For sure. I think a big kind of problematic factor at the moment for Boom is Famous isn't really getting active in a lot of these duels on this duelist role as well, right? He's the one that kind of has to be hitting a lot of shots when it comes to this roster alongside DOS9 currently. Shiro's had a couple of great ones. So you just need to have a couple of these missing components start to step up a little bit. And you can start to see the Boom that we know from the group stages of Stage 1 back in the server.
Hell yeah. Operator are not. At least for now, just reading the economy situation, going for an outlaw.
Wow!
Great marking on towards Cruz. Does suffer some damage, but
some
A-okay.
Some.
Some.
That was a heck of a shot to come out from Cruz.
145 points, that's some.
If he was able to find that kill, I mean, it kind of changes a little bit of the story of this round. Currently, though, Talent into the showers.
Whoa.
They might get rinsed.
Wow.
Yeah, they are marching their way out of there. They do get spotted out by Famous, though, so that's enough information for Boom. They could even go in for a TP play if they read it right, but Primi, still alive from before, having that Phantom, goes in for the Annihilation, does capture on towards one, but look at that.
Wow.
Still tracks onto another. Thigh
Let's
coming back in with a showstopper as well,
go.
and all of a sudden, it's a thrifty round from Talon.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one when you consider there was a single headshot that comes through from Cruz over at that B side, and that's enough to just shift Boom away from that side of the map into the more stacked side of A. That is a rough decision to come through from Boom. That is the wrong decision to come through from them. An Annihilation and a Showstopper utilized for Talon to get the job done, but more importantly, they just got the job done. They've given themselves a thrifty onto map point, and they have 7 of them to play with.
That was just a blistering round. You know, fantastic read coming out from Cruz and Primi to stall and hold all of them now as well. Boom. You gotta anticipate that they might not really want to challenge this position again, but you know, considering what the score is, they're just gonna go in for it. Full dive in towards A, trying to get the spike down.
I'm surprised that they just want to go for the plant completely and struggle in a 5 versus 5. The knife falls out, the null command can be popped with an orbital as well, but is this the condition to still hold on in this game?
Right, 7 rounds to go too, but they're not gonna back down without a fight. Trying to dig deep in towards Lamps, in towards Baths. Well, Baths is being taken by Talon, so just waiting for the ult to dissipate. Boom.
Oh.
Still hovering around. Thigh with the off-shot whiff. Berserks will just kind of sidestep his way into A. Great catch on towards the 0 point as well. It's information at least, but of course just waiting for the ult to ring out. Burn down that timer. And that will be that. Even with the numbers, Talon just trying to do as much damage as possible to Boom with what they can, what they have in the round.
It's so scrappy, though, to be honest with you, isn't it? When Boom forced their hand, forced the issue, forced down that plant in a 5 versus 5, Nightfall invested, and the Orbital Strike, as I said, as a sort of bailout strategy in the end, because a lot of those shots were just woeful to come through. I think a big bailout, actually, was the fact that Shiro's 0 points hit targets at the right timing when needed in the beginning of that entry, at the tail end of that hold as well. If you give Talon a couple of their abilities still, you know, they can mount a successful retake there, I think, because Shiro's null command 2 removing a lot of that.
Yeah, I imagine you would have wanted to at least maybe hold the orbital for an upcoming round, but round is what it is. And also the op being retrieved after the spike goes off as well. Thigh holding on to it. This could be a kill. This could be a way to stop the showstopper as well. Spots it out and tries to put back into safety, where Cruz then pepper some shots through the smoke just to check.
They wanna try to
Sky smoke out.
Famous thinking about launching in.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter who grabs the ulti ult there with this Sky Smoke, right? It's just setting themselves up for a bit of space before a potential explosion in towards the site that has the Sentinel utility of Primi. Those sensors, they're going to wreck you.
What's it going to be? You know, this is where you kind of look to your IGL, Shiro, trying to figure out as much as possible. It will still be the commitment into the B site. Shiro with a slight lurk all the way from short, but unfortunately caught out by Primi. Showstopper just trying to blow off his head, but still Primi able to avoid it.
Oh, he got done.
Oh no!
Sneak up from Jit Boys as well.
They're aware though, this is the thing right now. Berserks is dead to right from behind as Jit Boys, but they've bought a little bit of time, haven't they? 3 versus 3.
Okay, some numbers, but look at Boom as well. Gotta love that
Boom
Famous
needs to be quiet
is
right
just
now.
playing this off angle right outside halls. So even with the smokes, even with the nades being tossed out, the slight crossfire could do it all. And there it is, the spray down, online for an ace. If anything, Cruz trying not to give it to him, but Famous will pick it up.
I mentioned that he was missing Quack. I mentioned that he had to step up a component, a piece of the puzzle for Boom. And he is here to party, he is here to play. An ace to be picked up, the first one of stage 2. Maybe globally, not sure. CN's already started.
Yeah, who knows, but well, we don't have Corrode for now. What it is, though, is gotta go away to come back. Famous, he might have been absent, but he's always been here, and this proves it outright. Timeout now being called, and with a round like that, you certainly hope to see Boom coming back in just to push us into overtime.
Yeah, well, there's two timeouts that Talon had to deploy here, so
100%.
utilizing one of them early on. Have we got enough information as Jovi and as Frost to kind of seal the deal on this map just yet, or are we starting to feel like momentum is going Boom's way? They're starting to make some good decisions. We need to start to make a little bit of better decisions because we've seen some sloppiness in our rotations and in our shots that we're trying to go out and hit, right? Dai is taking a lot of these risky angles at the moment. Cruz has been on the same kind of one and done line a little bit, so we want to start to see a little bit of shifting come out from them, and I think it's great timing for a timeout right now. It's not like it's 12 to 11 and we're just using one right now because, oh my god, they've started to make this comeback. You got 2 to utilize in 7 rounds.
I couldn't agree more. This is when the coach intervention is definitely wanted. This is when, especially in situations like these, score lines like these, that your mental gets tested.
And just while we've got the pistols for Talon here as well, that timeout can absolutely be used when you know that 2 more ults are coming online in the next round. Primi and Killua with an Annihilation and a Thrash can be great retake or great deterrent ultimates for any sort of hit and post plant that Boom might look to play with.
Oh yeah, if they end this map with a 13.
Oh, if they end it here?
That's
No.
ridiculous. It's probably going to be the next round, but I'm just saying, what if? But here we go, Boom. Not going to give it to them, not wanting to give it to them. We'll toss up some flashes. The nade will blow up at Jitboy's feet. Smokes up plenty as well, just trying to read the positions, but it will be the flood in towards Lambs that does most of the damage. Just hiding inside the Sky Smoke. Trying to avoid that Boombot for sure. Takes space inside of Lambs, closing in the distance, looking for that right click, but Famous not gonna give it to him. We're 8 and 12, 4 more to go.
4 more to go for Boom to
Oh, 1 more to go for
bring
Talon.
that's dangerous on broadcast, Quack. To bring us into overtime. And when we think of overtime for Boom on this map, I think the biggest thing that comes to mind, Quack, you were there, you were present, you were behind the mic. The Ascension final against the then Sinprissa Gaming, now Nongshim Red Force. That bind map then, oh boy, down memory lane. It was a hurtful one for Boom in the way it was lost, but
the fact that
they're still here.
That far, exactly.
They're still here, yeah, against an undefeated Sinprissa, by the way. That run was gorgeous. But here we go. This is what that timeout previously potentially could have come out towards. 3 ults online for Talon. Will they end it here, or will Boom hold on? Currently all grouped up together through the short of A, and they are going in.
Yeah, don't count Boom out, but you gotta watch out for these ultimates, though. Just like you mentioned, 3 online, and the coach's intervention as well. Famous trying to prevent the team from regrouping together, but Killua, having stayed hidden inside that smoke, springs out at the right opportune time. Dizzy out just to track some positions as well, while his team takes space outside of showers, and there comes the Annihilation. Quick in with the fish ult as well. Come
on!
And it just forces Boom away. They just can't challenge this. Primi takes it down, and it's just Berserk's left. Desperate with a snake bite, but he's been cordoned off. No chance, and making his way back in. Talon will take the first map with a final score 13-8.
Yeah, a couple of extra rounds at the end there for Boom Esports, but not enough to get the job done. The ultimates there, kind of paramount and Famous with his showstopper getting a little bit too far forward. I do think a great pickup from Killua there. And a good showing for Dai on the Rays as well. A couple of moments to learn from for sure, but I think that is a good-looking Talon at the moment. Is it enough to win this series 2-0 on their next map of Icebox? We're going to have to wait and see, but we know for a fact that Boom have some decisions to make in this break.
Heck yeah. For the fact that this is his debut as a race, he's played duels before, not to get me wrong, but this looks pretty darn good. It would be a welcome sight if he is to play Duelist for more maps, but for now, this is awesome. Boom also, they didn't back down, they continued fighting, they pushed it all the way to this point. I'm excited to see what the next map holds.
Absolutely, maybe a little bit more normalcy though, Quack, on the agents that we'll pick out from these teams, because it is Talon with the map pick of Icebox, but we've also seen with their map picks sometimes does come some weird and wacky comps. Right now though, the team they are feeling sharp, they are feeling confident. You see it in the cams, you see it in their aim. We had a late wake up from Boom. I think that's the kind of way to say it from them. They were sleepy at the beginning of that map. Now it's time for them to step up and maybe try to reverse sweep this series.
There it is. Welcome back to Pacific. Welcome back to Stage 2. And it will be just us shaking off some of these early nerves, early tech pauses and gremlins while we toss it back over to our desk to break down all of this Valorant action.
Well, I really do hope all of those little gremlins are gone. And I don't know about Komodo, but I don't want to see any more normalcy. We're in Pacific, man. We're in Pacific.
There was nothing normal about this game. 14 to 7
Exactly.
in first kills, and you're still getting slapped like that.
Oh,
Yeah. My lord.
I mean, I think this tells the story of the game, right? I mean, Boom had every opportunity in my mind, but then you lose both pistols, you lose a bonus, as well as a couple of key rounds that we'll touch on in a little bit. I mean, I feel like this map will really be kicking Boom while they're down, to be honest.
Yeah, shaky start for them, especially on their map pick. Talon took full advantage though. They started out on the attacking side. They just rolled in with pretty similar game plan to what we saw in kickoff. I saw old mate Thai, they put him on the raise. That dude's just been straight governoring, like just double satchel straight into U-Haul. First round of the game on the pistol, I said, oh, so that's how it's gonna be. We're just running it back, are we? But I tell you what, it worked totally fine for them. They were in complete control of this game, but I do agree, Boom, not only a fair few rounds fumbled, but also, yeah, like you said, rough to lose both pistols and rough to lose that bonus follow-up as well.
Yeah, I mean, I got to say, nice by Primi on this deadlock. I mean, as you said, 20 out of 20 games from last stage, he was on the duel list. Yep, they've made an adjustment here with him on the deadlock and Thai on that raise, but I like it, to be honest, because, you know, they're able to send Thai in, be a little bit looser, and Primi can play that follow-up, which is where he's at his best, and he isn't just sent to die. But I felt like his deadlock was solid.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, Thailand looking like a very well-rounded, solid unit overall, and I would agree with that. I think going back to kickoff, which is where you saw them play this bind comp, that was the approach from Talon. It was 1 out of 10 games Brimi was on Duelist. The rest of the games he was playing other agents, and then you look over to stage 1, they very much put him forward as that Duelist player. He was a lot more aggressive. He took twice the amount of opening duels than you saw in kickoff. Now we're back to what we saw in kickoff a little bit more from Talon, at least for this map. I want to see what the roles are going to be as we move through the rest of the map pool for Talon.
Yeah, I do like Primi on the deadlock, especially since, you know, even though he's not on the duelist, he's just as deadly with a lot more util. So going into Icebox, I'm interested to see what Boom can do with his comeback, because we're not sure. Okay, why does this always happen to Boom? Why?
It's just such a slow start. Just such a slow start. We can get into some replays here and kind of explore what we feel like the problems were for Boom in this map.
I mean, at least this round was leaving me a little bit worried. You see the Nightfall, it is the intention of Talon to actually commit to this A hit. Immediate response with the KO ult thrown out by Shiro, and then Famous sends it through the TP trying to wrap bathrooms, but there's nobody there. So really it's a Nightfall, a lower impact ult traded for both a null command and a showstopper, and then NC Slash is only able to go 1-for-1. It's the only player in the same bloody postcode on that A side of the map, and they just lose the post plant from there.
Yeah, they're just caught out and exposed, and here we have another crucial round. The last round of the first half. It's a 5v3. You just have to not go solo. You can't get picked apart like this, and I felt like Boom were just not in sync in this round. If you get these rounds together, you start to get a pistol perhaps. You know, we saw that comeback coming. Boom can play this game to a very high level, but a slow and shaky start. But ultimately, at this level, these are rounds you can't afford to lose.
Absolutely. 14-7 in opening duels. We saw it on the end screen. They absolutely had to convert. This was a sick combo from Talon to close things out. Primi given the solo rifle, 1 away from his annihilation. You get Thai wrapping on in. I believe he picked up the bathrooms orb and pulled out the showstopper, and they're just ripped apart inside of short A there. Primi given the MVP, but as far as I'm concerned, this was an effort by committee from Talon.
Yeah, everybody across the board there really performing, which is what we want to see from this young squad. You know, Primi has a lot of expectation on his shoulders. He is hailed as the ranked prodigy, you know, the king who will be. But it's nice to see everybody across the board be able to really help out and, you know, contribute evenly.
I mean, he's a national hero in Thailand. I remember we had some of the Bangkok B-roll coming through. They were running around with a mic asking who's your favorite player. Every single Thai fan said the same thing.
Yeah, it was all Primi all around, and it's like, you know, Talon's not in Masters, right? But no, it didn't matter. It was all about Primi, and we can see exactly why. Absolutely loving him on this deadlock, as I mentioned. But again, I have to go back to Boom because we set up the stakes for this team, right? At the beginning, how important every single win is going to be. And with a slow start, can it really be excusable at this point, especially since we were relying on them to have that group stage buff?
You talk about the round robin group stage. At the end of the day, they need to make it through this group stage to guarantee themselves a spot in Ascension. You look at the rest of the group, it's both of the Japanese teams which have been underperforming in Pacific thus far, so they'll be confident to beat a lot of those teams. But if they lose against Talon here, you're probably going to be looking at either a T1 or a Paper Rex, both Masters winners this year, that you have to get a dub against if you're going to try to leapfrog your way through the group stage. So a slow start against Talon in this initial game is going to put them in a shaky spot for sure.
Yeah, it's rough that that's your map pick and that's how you start this. That's how you start the stage. That's how we collectively start the stage here at Pacific. It's everybody watching Boom have a little bit of a struggle. But the good news is they warmed up in the second half of that map. They started to settle into it now. So Icebox is their opponent's pick, but I do think that they should be able to bounce back a little bit more here. But yeah, you just can't be losing those pistols like that. You can't be losing the bonuses like that.
And advantages.
Yeah. Just a little bit more clean for Boom, and then I think this game is going to get a lot more competitive.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of rounds that had us scratching our heads, or maybe, you know, having our heads on the desks as we were watching that map. But we are going into Icebox now. Is it going to be a fresh story? Have Boom fully warmed up, and are they awake at this point going into Icebox?
Well, this is Talon's pick, and you can see it's been a bit hit or miss from them, to be honest. They mixed in the Harbor comp. They were playing a little bit of Teo previously, but I remember this was the map that they actually went out against TRX in the lower bracket of Stage 1. So it's interesting to see them really stick to their guns and continue to pick it, even when it's a map that hasn't necessarily picked them to win, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think we will definitely be seeing new stuff from both teams here. I'd be shocked out of my mind if we see a Teo again, to be honest,
It was already kind of a borderline pick. It wasn't a must include on Icebox or anything like that. It was more of a sub in for a KO or a Sova or something like that.
We have seen a lot of teams trying out this Omen as well, so I'm curious to see, you know, especially with something like Boom, where you could free up DOS9 a little bit. He understands that agent so well, so I do think both these teams have a lot of options to mix in now in Icebox, but of course Talon picking this map, so I'm more excited to see what they've cooked up here, because Frost, as we know, is a well-renowned chef.
Yeah, I'm loving the Omen at the moment. It's a great playmaking agent on this map, either as your primary playmaker, some teams not even running a duelist, not even running a Jet, or you can run the Jet and the Omen in tandem, and you can do a lot of different cute stuff. KO's seeing a lot of play at the moment as well. I love Shiro on the KO. I could see Boom going straight back to the KO again.
Yeah, and I want to bring up as well the individual performances, because there was a lot of discussion on Famous and how he, you know, needs to be able to perform coming into this first match. And do you think he delivered that first map?
There
were moments.
50-50. Like, I mean,
there were moments.
He started too slow. That's the problem. If he's your guy, he's your go-to duelist, you can't be getting 4 kills in like the first 6 rounds or whatever it was. You know, he did come back alive though. He got that ace. He got himself back into the game. So big respect for that. But, you know, big lows, big highs is not what you want to see. He needs to find some consistency. And that's the story for this whole Boom squad.
I mean, it comes down to losing Pistol and their bonus at the end of the day. You need to get your economy rolling. You want to start snowballing the showstoppers, maybe get an op in your hand on defense, and then away you go. And it just didn't start the way that he would have wanted to have a pop-off game there.
And I really love how Talon is looking like, especially leaning really into that deadlock. They mentioned towards the end of their Stage 1 run, how that breakthrough that we were talking about in the pre-show revolved around using their defense effectively, actually playing the defense like a defense. And it seems as though with Primi being a little bit of that aggressive or a little bit of that cheeky sentinel role, it does actually play in very, very well. So going into Icebox, this is a map that a lot of teams are very conflicted on, just because, you know, you could perform excellently on it, or it could be your worst map ever. So I'm curious to see what this is gonna, you know, entail for Boom and Talon.
Yeah, I mean, who knows, but I can't wait to find out, to be honest. I'm very curious about this agent selection because, as we say, there are many, many options here, and especially on the side of Talon, is Primi going to be on that duelist?
Well, apparently not. Thai is duelisting 2 games in a row. Primi on the Sage. Jit is just going to be playing that Senti role. It's actually being Cruz on the Viper, and the Sova goes to Killua. So the roles are looking very different for Talon starting out on the defense here. Boom have opted to start attack.
Yeah, Boom attacking with Neon, which is something that we're not really used to seeing.
This looks like Heretics, no?
Yeah, it very
They've
much
been playing
does.
Omen and Neon as of late.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it, to be honest. I mean, I think Famous can do a good job here. Also, Premier on that Sage is something that I really, really like. It simplifies the game for him, doesn't have to think too much, and he can just go shoot.
Well, you've got Famous on the Neon and you've got Premier on the Sage. Oh, these teams are up to something as we step into Icebox. Our second map here. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Komodo and Quack.
There we go. The night is still young. We did have a 13-8, but if you are Boom, you're just going to shake that off, go straight into this. Famous on Neon, let's go. But here we go. Hey, I'm Quack. You've got Komodo next to me, and he has some computations. What are some parallels or comparisons that you've drawn through these compositions?
Computations, the numbers are crunched. No, yeah, Famous on the Neon. There's only one other team that runs Neon, like in all of the partnered regions. It's DRG, and they run no, who am I thinking? They run Arena with it. It's very weird comp. It's a very different comp. But for Boom, it's the normal comp where you would have a Jet instead of this Neon. So I'm interested to see how it is going to go. What we need to see from them, Quack, is hitting shots. So the fact it's a 1-to-1 trade at the moment, and you lose DOS9, who had that toxic screen on the A side ready. I don't know.
It's not too bad. You get the information, and it also gives Boom the side as they quickly stream into it. Spike planted, but Jit Boys will catch him off guard a little bit, just a little bit. By continuing to hold the angle as well, though, and that keeps presence, keeps pressure on towards Boom. They're going to start to feel it soon, and they might just fall back in towards Cruz, who is beginning to flank in. So Boom just continuing to hold around the site. They're getting challenged. Thai, Primi, they're going through, and it might be a trade, but still it leaves Famous in this 1-on-3. Trying to circle around, trying to close in the distance as well once again, but as he kicks things into high gear, he lets his position get known, and it's a slash FF. A little bit early with a spray, but yeah, Talon picking up the round.
Another pistol collected from Talon on the back of the opening engagement in mid as well. Gonna have to try and rein that one in as Boom, I think, just as we got into this map very quickly as well, maybe the time off in between stage 1 and stage 2 has allowed Talon to really reinvigorate themselves and figure out what is going to work for them. Is this a new look to them? Do we now just have Thai as the primary duelist and Primi on these other off rolls, on these flex rolls, where he can still shoot, he can still do damage, he can still bring out weapons, it's fine. He can still, you know, help the team. If you've got a Sharpie that can do that on any role, well, they're probably one of the best flex players then.
Yeah, let's see more of it. And also for Thai as well, right? I mean, yes, Primi is the super idol in Thailand, but Thai coming up and trying to match it as well. You know, it's a bit of progression coming forward with this Marshall shot now. Trying to reposition though, but it's a stinger from Famous that comes straight in. So maybe the spike plant soon enough as Famous and Anti-Slasher continue to hold it past screens. Cruz though,
let's go, Cruz, come on.
Sneaks up from behind. He might be able to do it all if he lands his shots. Off the serve, and there he goes! Crouched down, clutched in, and the Red Bull clutch picked up for Talon in round 2.
Oh, that could have been a backbreaker for Boom if they were able to find that one. That would have propelled them into a cheeky round there, but it just slips through their fingers in the end, and Talon will pick it up with a Red Bull clutch. It needed to come through from Cruz there. When you think about the way that round could have gone, just dancing around this one as Famous on the Neon. If he's getting excited, if he's actually finding some comfort on this agent, this is something we need to see from Boom Esports. More importantly, Quack, right now what we need to see from them is more damage, because with a bit of a buy in that last round, they're not really investing too much into this one. So it does give great opportunities for Talon to just extend the start of this defensive side.
Yeah, hefty investments from before, and this is going to be the result of it. You know, we had a 4-0 start from the previous map. If it's the same story on this one, it's going to be rough. Boom, though, once again, not one to falter, not one to back down from a challenge. They've got the pistols. They are trying to do what they can with it. Famous does have a Marshall, and the B site is a place where you can make it sing. Long range, long distances. If he finds that challenge against Cruz once these smokes go away, that could be something.
I'll see what damage that Boom are going to be able to do on the back of this plant going down with Talon. Wow. Still have the Sage wall up for Primi as well. Anti-Slash gone.
And I was just thinking about that as well. Shiro trying to stay close and tucked in on that corner. He does get checked. Famous, there it is, the Marshall shot, but Cruz answers right back. You got another Outlaw as well in the hands of Thai, and he will go further up front towards yellow. Unfortunately, not going to be able to find a couple more shots. But you do have Primi out towards the back now. Talon will just keep things safe. the spike's
Why
fully
does Nine
diffused,
safe?
and that's all you
Oh my
need.
God.
And DOS9 is just not going to die, not going to give over an ulti ult to Primi, who would have got the resurrection with that one. So we'll see the buy up now come from Boom. They need to start to get on this map as well. Can't have another situation of a really slow start like 4-0 in the last map, because if this one starts off 4-0, that means their first gun round goes haywire and they're back to the eco territory. They're back to probably needing a timeout and refigure things out for this map, because the biggest thing on this map right now, agent changes coming through from Talon playing the Fnatic comp, role changes coming through from Talon. These are things that you can't really prepare for as Boom coming into this first series. They have to make so many mid-round, mid-map adaptations here to figure things out. Are they up to the challenge right now?
Wow. Style already
That's what you need.
have out and farming
Last
up.
thing you want to feel is having done all that prep work from the end of stage 1 and go into this just losing with a scoreline like that. So this kill, opening things up on towards the B side, very welcome. Fast lanes up, safe distance, safe passage with the spike delivered. Talon hovering close by.
I guess
Got to win this one pretty convincingly in my mind as well. Don't allow Thai to just deliver you damage with this Blade Storm. He's waiting.
Primi out towards middle as well. He's got some ideas with this wall of his. Still though, of course, the rifle's on the other side, so at most just trying to bait some people out. Here comes Thai with the blades. Oh, just a way to close it in on towards yellow. Tries to look for a little bit more, but not enough. Primi with the Sheriff does the damage. Oh, and he just swings again! Primi with the kills, and it's Talon once again for an O.
I said it can't go to the 4-0 because that would be the gun round dropped. They waited patiently for the recon dart of Killua to come on out, for Thai to updraft and Blade. And he started to just cut them down a size, didn't he? Like a knife through butter. Everyone is just hitting their shots very swiftly. And even Primi at the end, right? It doesn't really matter in this series right now what role he's playing, because he's still just hitting out the shots. There's one bullet left, man!
One left in the chamber, and he does just that. He's hyped up. And just like Morgan Big Time was talking about, it kind of simplifies the game for him. He's just going in to shoot.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Boom, you gotta admit, that one stings. They might have some stingers purchased up for this one, but with Thai pushed all the way up front, they just don't expect it. Up around the smokes as well, Primi gets the heal off, walls himself up, maybe. Teammates at least all online towards 410. Oh, he uses elevation! And T-Slasher tries to avoid it, but Primi just goes back in for the challenge, and that's just DOS9 left alone and cold. Found the trade, but needing to do so much more. How much does this guy have left in the tank? He's 30 HP, and Thai just does it to him.
Oh, highlight, that's a bit of a force up from Boom there as well, by the way. So that one just does not go whatsoever. Maybe they'll take a bit more of an half on this one to get their finances in order, but that's 5-0, and I want to say for Famous, it's always ill-advised to peek out of that corner. It's even more just extenuated when you're doing it in a slow orb. They're going to see you way before you see them. That was a free kill for Thai. He picks up 3 total in the round. This is a 5-0. This is just twiddling your thumbs at the moment as Talon. They're not really doing too much. We're just kind of resting. This is easy. So we really need to see Boom start to set up on this attacking side. You also have to remember, Boom chose to start attack. They picked this.
Might even want to coach timeout soon. They are sitting on these ults, but well, for now, Talon feeling the confidence. They will continue pushing up. Famous trying to bait that out. Cruz opts to play safe. Really both baited out too.
Got to feel a little bit hot under the collar though here. As soon as you see that snake bite too, you got to feel like there's some sort of trap behind it potentially. The shoulder peeking out, the recon as well.
And if this continues on, it could be quite costly. Cruz will just double in on the investments! 3 kills now found. DOS9, he might have found a kill towards the back of middle, but will he be able to convert that into a rendezvous with his team on the site? No, Berserks gets taken out. Now Thai marks the target, swaps to the shorty. I thought DOS9 might have at least extended his life in this round, but that was it.
He ran out of ammo as well, so he was going for a reload, and he didn't have any secondary sidearm to pull out. Only the Sheriff. It's as bottom of the barrel as you can get there. Real rough start for Boom Esports here, 6-0. Is this where they start to step back up in towards the server, or are Talon just going to keep on flying high with a great overview on this map and all their decision making, the shots that are being found as well?
Timeout. Ooh. And you can feel the aggression with 6 rounds in a row from Talon right there. This is just not how you want to start Komodo, not like this.
Not when you are facing elimination from this VCT Pacific tournament, when you also consider, you know, that they are for the league, yeah, when you consider that they are an Ascension team, right? There is so much more pressure that is put on Boom. And when you're 6-0 down, when you also look at what they've got in front of them, right? Talon first, you've got T1, you've got Paper X, you're going into Masters winner after Masters winner. And if you lose those 2 series, you're probably not going to be making playoffs and you're just going to be relegated out back to Challengers. That is going to feel awful. So we really need to see Boom step up. I mean, there's been no feeling like it yet. We haven't seen the Ascension play just yet, right? This is the first installment of how this is all looking.
Right, you just don't want to see them in that state. Tough group. DOS9 having some confident words in that
didn't he say this group was easier?
I think he did, but well, who knows? Maybe they take the win against T1 and Paper X. That'll come in the coming weeks, but for now, you gotta do what you can against Talon. Talon, on the other hand, though, making their own luck from the first map, now controlling things on the defensive side.
Yeah, lots of information over towards the A side as well in the 3-1-1 play. Turret gonna be gone, but overlooking mid is still that alarm bot, so you really need to start to bait out a lot of this information and where Boom think that this is going to end up as well, right? What can they peel away on this A site? What can they sell over towards the B site? Currently, it's just silence everywhere, and it's thrown Talon for a little bit of a how do you do back towards the B side, up through towards mid. If they continue towards A, well, that's going to be Primi. He's got his slows at the ready. He's got his wall as well. And Primi, he's definitely a player that isn't just going to drop that wall down. He might even go on top of it. He might look to still take a fight in the middle of this one, but tagged up by the Hunter's Fury and polished off.
That was quick. And at the same time, Boom, they've read that Thai likes to play around pipes, so smoking that off early. Now you've got the site. Thai having to, well, dash away into safety, but
just didn't see him on top of 410.
Teams nearby at least. You definitely do have to worry about 410. That was one of the key factors into retaking the site. Quick stream in from Talon, though, from Heaven. They're trying to waterfall through, but quickly dealt with. Famous trying to hold it up. Got the toxic screen as well, quickly dissipating, but here comes Thai. Oh, shut down! Shiro just holds the off angle. There goes another, and Boom will collect onto their first win. A triumphant one, and hopefully one that will carry into more.
Yeah, on the back of their own timeout there as well, so you really need to see that eventuate into a successive round as well. Starting off, it's a bit of a hefty investment, don't get me wrong, a Hunter's Fury for a Hunter's Fury trade. I think you're okay with that one. Killjoys aren't ripe and ready on these lockdowns just yet, so all in all, not too bad. But you still got to get a bit of a marathon run here as Boom, right? It's one out of a potential 6 to try and tie things up at the half. You got buys here again for Talent. You got Cruz, who drops that Viper's Pit deep in towards B, but Famous, oh, hello, Sunshine, you want to get in front of that one? Yeah, nah.
He did get in front of it, kind of, right? But Jit Boys was on the other side, and now it's the judge as well. At that point, it's just a complete roadblock.
Yeah, he's just been
no
whacked.
chance. Maybe through middle. There was the alarm bot there from before. I think it got, well, dealt with.
Doesn't really matter, though, does it? A 5 versus 3 situation for Talon.
Oh, and Thai.
Here.
Trying to watch out for the window as well. Doesn't see anyone below, but he will go for a bit of a shoulder peek. Take some damage.
This is the part where you need to see Talon start to make some mistakes for Boom to be able to get back in towards this round.
Maybe, maybe not. Talon's mistakes would be great for Boom, but right now, I mean, look at the movements as well. Talon playing conservative. Called on for reinforcements, Primi.
Killua could go big here. He's got shock darts, he's got a recon. He can just sit and wait for the rest of his team to come in, and they can go for a bit of a multi-prong retake here.
Wait, but that Viper's Pit, it's all the way up towards screens. You can still go through from Heaven, and that's exactly what Primi has done. And as you've mentioned from before, here comes Killua with the recon as well. DOS9 needing to stay aware of that, but Primi just plays around the barrier. Straight on through, it's the kill, it's the defuse, and Talon just pick up where they left off.
It doesn't really matter to me. And I'm sure a lot of people that Killua doesn't collect on those shots because he was the distractor for the rest of the team to come on in and for Primi to collect on those kills free of charge. Even the tail end one there to close out the round, essentially. So very well played from Talon yet again. Famous, I mean, he's just trying to jump around and he's squatted like a fly. Really rough for Boom on the back of their one round. After that timeout, it just immediately goes back to Talon. You're not too stressed. You are not stressed at all as Talon's fans, coaches, and like Frost, you are kind of just laughing. Legitimately.
Not stressed at all. Meanwhile for Boom, I mean, they've been trying so many spots across this map. This time, same, well, protocol straight into B. Got the overdrive.
It's going to expire though, and the problem is there's a lockdown for Jit Boys too if they need to, but they're just hitting their shots. They've got better weapons.
Yeah, at least it's a quick spike plant. Maybe if Shiro picks up a kill, but it's a classic long range. I was hoping he would get the Hunter's Fury, but I don't know if that's going to be enough at this point. 1v4, he's stuck inside of Kitchen. Oh, not too bad with the burst, but Cruz gets the spray down. It's a triple kill. It's another round for Talon.
He actually nearly got taken out from the wall all the way behind too.
There's
a bit of a wall bangable spot through there. It's kind of uncommon because it's I think it's one of them double walls that you take a lot less bullet penetration, but hey, there's still a little bit of damage that slows him at the end there. Anywho, just a bit of an eco round to come through from Boom, but as I say that, just a bit of an eco round in a situation that it's now an 8-1 scoreline. It's very heavy weighing, so a gun round's come up for them now. In my mind, they've got to get, you know, an 8-4, a 9-3, play on the back of the curse, but again, it's just maybe not enough cushioning for them when you consider that it's a similar at the half scoreline from the last map, and it didn't work out there.
At least they found a 9-3 from before. We'll see if they can do it again, but look at Primi. Got the Hunter's Fury out from Shiro as well, though, but they're getting stopped, getting conflicted by in with blades, and it puts a complete halt out towards Nest.
They're so disconnected, though, at the moment. Shiro, he has to try and hold on. He has to try and do something. He can't do it, Quack, because DOS9, he's found the gap, but now they're aware. Thai already looking at the right spot. The spike is down to the bottom of the belt.
Absolutely surrounded. You gotta make your way through. You know your opponents are gonna try to take the kill up to you. Thai with a slick movement. Here comes DOS9.
Okay.
If there's anyone that you can count on, it's got to be this Kazakh.
1 versus 3. He gets one. Yep. You shift to play together.
Oh, and he swings past it, gets a flick onto Cruz. That was lovely, but Jit Boys just added padding.
It makes a little bit of panic for it in the end when he gets that first one, but just can't quite allocate where the second player is. So another round over to the side of Talon. And it's 9-1 now. 2 rounds for Boom that they have to get here. I mean, I'm even thinking at the start of this round, right? The Sage Wall as well. 2 of the chunks didn't work out, got broken immediately. Couldn't get the rest of the team up on the belt, which was the initial game plan. Still adjusted accordingly. 2 more rounds, as I said, for Boom to try and get something on the board. And a first kill not going their way. It hurts.
So much forward space getting taken by Talon every round. Boomer just looking for alternate routes again and again, but they get shut down. Perhaps this lockdown will give them the reprieve that they are looking for.
They've still got one of their own as well, so you have to see forward positions from Boom just be taken here.
Right. Well, baby steps at least. You get the spike down, you try to play around it. But of course, you've got to anticipate what Talon can do. Jit Boys, the lockdown, as you've mentioned, Komodo. He's going to set up for it. Primi trying to launch things a little bit too eager, and it gets shut down. Boom. 3 kills already found, and they will back off away from the lockdown. Talon trying to make use of that timing to push up front, but no angle spotted. Shiro right underneath. Thigh's nose will get that wall banged and kill him for a simple trade, but it will be Berserks there. Finally getting another round up for Boom.
And with that lockdown forced up towards a different position too, right? Not your standard screens one, means that there is a lot of a gap that Boom can play around that one. So yes, they lose the first opening kill there, but they take the space where needed. They find the right timing. Shiro getting some kills. Berserk's tripling his scoreline as well. And it kind of just is a committee play for Boom where things haven't really been working on this map. Now it's, maybe the tail end started to look a little bit better, but this round here now, the last of the half, 100% has to go Boom's way. And again, Talon just taking the forward space up through pipes.
You expect it though, right? Oh, but what the sprays through the smoke!
Yeah, you're kind of upset as DOS9 on that one. He hasn't even seen ya. But it's standard Icebox things. When a Poison Cloud goes out by the attackers, sometimes they do waltz through it in towards orange. I mean, you had Cruz playing there, but it doesn't really matter.
Timing and good checks from Talon. They will keep themselves afloat, more than afloat. They're swimming in cash, they're swimming in rounds. Meanwhile for Boom, with the loss of that Viper, you're losing conditioning, you're losing presence or lurks. Now just Berserk's trying to catch up with his team, but
he just didn't expect them to be there already, and now when you're trying to force the plant down, you just don't have the right positions held from Boom whatsoever.
Snakebite. Shiro trying to play
go
around the little gaps of it, but yeah, that will be that. It's just still not enough numbers, not enough damage, not enough positioning either. And Talon just take everything.
Well, speaking about numbers, you're saying it's not enough. Yeah, 2's not enough, but you know what is? 10. Talon. They already found the first map in this series pretty convincingly. Now they're looking to kind of close this one and call it an easy day in the office. Going over to the attacking side now for them in a new comp that they're going to be bringing out for themselves, not globally when it comes to Icebox for Valorant. But they are trying to shift some roles, make it theirs, find what's comfortable.
Halftime.
So far, so good. Is there going to be enough of a chat here for Boom Esports in this halftime break, Quack, to have a new look into the defensive side here?
Gonna have to be. But while we keep the spotlight on Talon, you know, we talked about Primi. I want to talk more about Thigh. I mean, is this something that we can begin to expect from Talon now? Thigh perma-duelist?
It wouldn't surprise me, right? If Talon come out and just be like, nah, it was just against Boom.
Yeah, that could
change it up in towards next week. I wouldn't be surprised, but for so far, what I'm looking at from them right now, it's Talon making some really good decisions and they're hitting their shots nicely, going together as a team, not over-peaking too hard. It's a really good-looking Talon at the moment for me.
Quite aware of the gaps across the map, like what we saw evident in map 1, Bind. Cruz quite cognizant and kind of just issuing out these instructions to his team as well.
I think the word that sums it up is aware.
Yeah.
Right? It's
keyword.
It's the meme aware. Talon's aware.
Well, they definitely are eclipsing Boom right now, at least with this current scoreline, but we'll see. Boom, they've had successful pistols before. They weren't so successful today so far.
You got to be in the same solar system to eclipse them, though, and Boom are kind of out there.
Trying to go with the moon and wolf theme. There's something there. You got the toxic screen up now. Boom desperately looking for a pistol round, but Jitboyce just kicks things off with the sheriff shot.
Well, Famous is going to be looking for something right now, and it's just not going to happen, is it? Another 5 versus 2 where Talon are just in the A site, and it looks like it's job done. Unless Berserks and DOS9 can come away with this 2 versus 5.
And completely surrounded, trying to play on top of screens from 4. But it is what it is. With screens it just makes things that much more insurmountable.
Yep. Trying to climb a mountain here and you don't even have your pick, you don't even have the right climbing shoes. You're just barefoot, bare-armed, ill-equipped. And now it's all DOS9.
If you make that happen, climb a mountain, bare hand, cold chat, but it's not going to happen.
Someone's probably done it.
Someone by the name of Mitch Content.
Get a bit of frostbite in there, but you know, one's bitten, and well, boom, they're not biting, they're not even howling at the moment. Maybe a little puppy cry. Ooh. Pistol round goes the way of Talon yet again. All 4 collected in this series. Some bonus rounds as well, Quack, for the first halves.
And at this point, the score like this, you're buying up, you're shoring every single resource on this one round. If you lose this one, that's pretty much it.
Yep.
Boom. What do you got for us?
Well, maybe they can channel the G2 energy here. Get the stingers singing. But currently, it's real passive. A silent audience.
Just playing up the positions. Talon, again, aware.
That's it. Little by little, clearing out the corners, seeing what they can sniff out.
Caught it.
Here.
NC Slasher doesn't have a shrouded step to get out, by the way, so the dark cover is the bailout strategy.
DOS9 with the shorty. Oh, the wrong way.
Wow!
Oh, he's trying. He's spinning back and forth, but it's still not the right time. So even with the stun, even with the flash, it's just one kill found. NT Slasher trying to convert it into even more, but Talon, look at the map.
You're still behind, and now even ever so more. Shiro down for the count, head ripped off his shoulders. It's Berserks closer to the opponents here, but still with the stinger. Early pop of the mollies. Okay, hang on. Maybe we start to cook a little bit with gas, but he needs another one.
Yeah, back around the corner. 9 rounds left in this tiny mag. Small damage on these bullets as well. He's got to make every single one count. At least turn this into a 1v2 for his teammate. At the very least. Tries to reposition, but no, the kill's not there. Thigh with the Outlaw just punctures right through that armor. Just NC Slasher and this Bulldog.
Or was he spotted?
There's so much that a man can hope for, but it's not going to happen today. It will be map point for the Thai squad.
Match point.
There's another multi-frag to come out from Thai as well. He is leading the charge on this jet, on this map. He's having a bit of a sensational series in the first deployment for the duelist of this Talon squad. I thought the last scoreline of Bind was a little bit of a problem. Quack. This is 12-2. There's DOS9 there, you can kind of laugh it off, but that was your force-up, guys. That was maybe one of the best chances to start to mount a comeback, because now you need 10 in a row to push us into overtime. You can't make mistakes. You've got to go flawless upon flawless, and I'm not talking about the round outcome. I'm just talking about decision-making shots.
Every single possible factor. Right?
Everything.
But you don't even have, you know, full armor or even full util. It's poor util. Try to play sneaker around yellow, but it's what expected. He still lands his shots, though. There it is.
Cape scene.
Spike dropped. Wallbang slightly through. Berserks arriving as well. And it's just Thai. Gets a couple of kills maybe, close to the Blade Storm.
There is 4 players here without the big shields, but 1 player that actually had them. The only player that had the big shields there was DOS9. He still gets tagged up by the Outlaw. If it was any other player, Thai gets that kill, maybe it's a different outcome. It was a bonus round, so benefit of the doubt. Boom, get a round on the board, but this is where we start to talk about the fact that they have to still do it flawlessly, man. They have to make sure every single round is going their way. That was flawless, by the way.
Yeah, that was the thing. That's the thing about DOS9, though, right? We saw that map 1, you know, maybe it takes a bit of time to get that engine revved up, but here he is, and when he's there, he's really there. Same position, well, similar at least. Snakebite tossed over.
Still, talk about engines sputtering on fumes at the moment. Trying to chug along. It's not really working too much, though. They start to pivot a couple of players over towards this B site, namely Berserks there. The idea of Shiro too, I wouldn't have minded it. They kind of got to cut a couple corners here as Boom, and for Talon, it's go time in towards the side in the open though, 1-for-1.
Decent start. Great idea in trying to cycle those smokes over just to hold as well, but now the responsibility falls on towards Berserk's shoulders. It's not quite happening just yet either. Spike planted, and you've got an ult to work off of.
Yeah,
not
the
just any
lockdown.
ult.
You can use it early as well. It's going to force the hand of Boom to get up and go.
If anyone can do it, it's got to be Famous. He closes in the distance, but it's not there. The kill's not found. Thigh gets it instead. Traded off by NC Slasher. You got Cruz and the rest of the gang as well. Boom, they continue to push up despite the lockdown, and they managed to break it.
Let's
go! Cruz off for the swing, and there it is. Talon, the Thai squad will soar over.
Goodbye, Boom. We are back.
Titans in this series, you just cannot meet up, you just cannot measure up towards them.
Let me play another game first before we back to Valorant.
A little bit in this series, decisions, rough shots, looking awkward as well. Sometimes
Let's go, we are back.
We've all been there, but in these sort of environments, Quack, in these situations,
We are back to see Boom Esports stalling.
who has to get towards playoffs at least to keep their dreams alive, right? It is not a good look in the first series of this one. I flip it on over because I think we need to highlight the fact that Talon changed up who is playing what role, who is on what agents, and for this series here, it was a bloody brilliant success.
You saw it all. I mean, the scoreline says it quite a bit, right? 4-0 start on map 1, 6-0 start on map 2, And not only that, they ended out each first half with significantly dominant score lines, and that's just Talon doing their thing. They've worked on these individuals for all throughout the end of stage 1, and you see it right here. Cruz, despite the health issues, he's coming up fine now onto this new role, and it looks so good. Let's toss it back over onto our desk to tell us why Talon are the GOATs.
Let's go. We're playing other games. We're playing other games.
If you could join me for an interview, thank you very much. And have you over
Wow.
here.
Was I joining the
네,
interview?
탈론의 프로스트 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
Let me hear the interview first.
스테이지 1 그룹 스테이지 전승을 달리던 붐 e스포츠를 개막전부터 꺾어냈습니다. 일단 오늘 경기 총평부터 들어보도록 할게요. Congratulations, Frost. I mean, you guys just defeated Boom Esports, a team that was undefeated in group stage of stage 1. So first of all, evaluate the game for us.
We played well. I'm not sure that is the best Boom that we've seen in VCT Pacific, but that's the unfortunate part of our league, that if you have a bad day, you know, it can go bad really fast. Overall, I'm happy with our performance. I still think we have a long way to go, and if we want to make champs, we need to make top 2 playoffs. That's our focus.
일단 오늘 붐이 보여준 경기력이 그동안 보여줬던 최고의 폼은 아닌 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데 뭐 사실 리그제라서 어쩔 수 없는 것 같다고, 이렇게 한번 흐름을 좀 놓치게 되면 얼마나 빨리 흐름을 잃을 수 있는지, 그리고 안 좋은 경기력을 보여줄 수 있는지를 좀 보여줬던 경기가 아닌가라고 얘기를 하면서, 아직까지 탈론 스스로의 경기력에 있어서 100% 만족하는 건 아니지만 일단 챔피언스에 진출하기 위해서는 탑2에 들어야 되기 때문에 지금 그런 부분에 좀 집중하고 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그리고 오늘 가장 눈에 띄었던 변화는 아무래도 따이 선수의 타격대 역할을 맡게 된 부분이 아닌가 싶습니다. 좀 장기적인 관점으로 봤을 때 어떤 계획이었는지 좀 더 자세히 물어보도록 할게요. I think the biggest change that we noticed with Thai on that duelist for 2 games in a row. So, you know, I believe you guys are sticking to this change long term. So what led to this decision?
The truth of the politically correct answer. Which one?
Both.
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 Politically correct is,
Okay.
it's just the best thing to do given, I think, the meta change. The truth is just quite simply,
I guess the decision from Frost is good. When Payme didn't want to play duelist.
Because it became really easy to read us. So I think having kind of the flexibility of having Thai being able to move around, and to us he's baby Premier, so I think people are going to be very surprised by how good he actually is.
Right, this is what happens when you give me 2 options. I ask for both.
Right.
먼저 좀 포장하고 방송용 답을 좀 드릴까요? 아니면은 정말 솔직하게 말씀을 드릴까요?라고 해서 2개 다 얘기를 해달라고 했는데, 일단 좀 나이스하게 포장해서 하고 싶은 말은, 일단은 현재 메타에 있어서 이게 팀에게 가장 좋은 방법이고 방향성이라고 좀 분석을 했었고, 그리고 정말 솔직히 이 변화에 대해서 말씀을 드리자면 사실 그동안 좀 똑같은 조합만 고수해 왔는데 더 이상은 그럴 수가 없잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 좀 다른 선수들이 여러 가지 요원을 다루는 게 필요했고, 그리고 따이 선수가 워낙 또 플렉스 역할을 잘해주는 선수라고 생각을 했고, 그리고 어떻게 보면 리틀 프리미, 꼬마 프리미라고 볼 수 있기 때문에 이 따이 선수의 진가를 좀 더 보여줄 수 있는 기회이지 않았나라고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그럼 마지막으로 공교롭게도 사실 퐁당퐁당 이론에 따르면 오늘 탈론이 이기는 그런 패턴이었거든요. 하지만 이제 챔피언스 포인트는 또 아무래도 이렇게 꾸준히 성적을 내는 팀에게 좋은 그런 시스템이기 때문에 아무래도 챔피언스에 진출을 하려면 조금 더
Oh no. Never mind. That was a copyright.
각오 한번 들어보도록 할게요. So yeah, according to you guys were supposed to win today, but you know, stage 2 and champions points, they're there to reward consistency, right? So what are your thoughts on the upcoming Zeta game?
Man, that cost us the first seed last season. I think by now people understand the unfortunate events that transpired last time. I think, you know, we need to get through these next few weeks. And by the end of it, we have to be first. If we want first seed, we have to be first in the group. And the only way to do that is to basically make a run here. So I think overall, I'm happy that we got past this one. But we basically need to go 4-0 because we need that first seed if we want to secure champs.
아, 저번에도 봤으면 이렇게 좀 퐁당퐁당 했던 것 때문에 1번 시드를 놓치게 됐었고, 그리고 이 흐름을 이어가지 못하는 게 얼마나 좀 팀에게 있어서 장기적으로 해로운지를 몸소 경험할 수 있었기 때문에 일단 챔피언스에 가려면, 그리고 1번 시드를 가지려면 4대 0을 만들어야 되기 때문에 이 4승 0패를 위해서 정말 열심히 노력해야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 프로스트 감독 만나봤습니다. Thank you, Frost. You're excited to see him, V. Thank you for your insights and your time.
Okay, let's go to playing this game first. Playing PUBG. Right now. Hip. Wait, what?
Yeah, Boom, unfortunately, as
Nah.
alluded to in the interview by Frost just then, just really didn't show up today. It really wasn't their day, and Talon took full advantage. They were in fine form, and at the end of the day, anybody that's familiar with the history of back NBS Talon in Thailand, there's endless amount of Krimis in theory. They just keep having all of these banger, talented individual players coming out of the region. The only question that really begs after you see just how much talent there is in the region is, can you develop that talent and utilize it to actually produce results?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, they need results now, as Frost was just saying on the stage. Their goal is top 2 to secure their spot at champions, but it's a tough group. They need to go flawless, but today is a very, very...
I think I'm gonna watch Fatty Booms again. Because when I'm watching Boom esports gameplay, that's always boring for me. You do the chicken roll? Wait, whiplash. Help us though. Okay. Then we go to Picado. Oh, alright. Just for my teammates first. Him. Nah. Okay. We're doing it with another people. Got you, bro. They are embarrassing.
Go upstairs. Go upstairs.
Okay. Where's this guy, bro? Let's put me to the upstairs. Oh my god. We got SLR, which is my favorite gun, and I'm using a better scope, like head scope or six scope.
They coming. Here number 4, use this. Here number 4.
That's what's happening, bro.
Here, drink. Drink.
Hello, bro. Could I hold it here? Oh, what is that? Where's enemy position? Wait.
Enemy.
I wish I could have found them.
One more inside. One more inside.
Got you. I will destroy them. I will destroy them. Got you. Wow.
One more enemy. One more enemy. One more enemy.
Ooh.
Nice.
Wait, I didn't have M4?
Let's go. Let's go.
W teammate. Okay. I'm so curious with just build the build in Visit Pacific. What is my teammate doing? Wait, what is this? Oh, that one.
Ping, ping, ping. Ping the enemy.
Okay. In front of me. In front of me. I don't know. Oh. Where is the enemy position? What the? What the? I guess I will die after this one. Oh my god! I'm scared! Oh no, I'm scared!
That would put a smile on my face.
If Nongshim brings back the Waylay, they're going straight back into tier 2. I'm calling that right now.
That has been like your coined phrase for today.
It only works for 2 teams, so both of them played today. I mean, so far.
Might as well, right? Might
Yeah.
as well. That's absolutely right. I also agree that we haven't exactly seen the nightmare-inducing Nongshim of Scrim legends that we've heard about, right? Not at least on the Pacific stage. We've seen very impressive performances from them, and I wonder if RB is actually gonna, make that happen. This penguin is like hogging my spotlight. I'm just gonna put you here. Please get on my level. And for Team Secret, I think that one of the big questions is because this is, even with Kalias coming in, yes, he is Filipino, but he has never played with Envy before. So the Filipino accent came out, Envy. So it's also new for him. He has intersected with Wild Oreo on Oasis, but they haven't really intersected with Envy. So it's still very, very new and very, very fresh. So how are they going to build this with this first match in Stage 2?
I mean, looking at this map data, at least, I think you can chuck all of this out for Team Secret. It's just not really relevant at all at this point. It's a completely different roster. For Nongshim,
Okay, I'm
there
still
is some,
using
conclusions that you
AK.
can draw.
My bad.
RB coming into the roster, I
My
don't
bad,
think
I'm
it's
still
gonna change
using
the
my
roles or the
AK.
styles quite a lot, but may change the calling structure a little bit, and may change some of the roles a little bit, I would say, in terms of like who's flexing into that Senti role, etc.
Yeah, I will say I think both Sunset and Bind were very good maps back when they were SPG, so I do feel like they might not be too unhappy about these kind of map changes. I do think they have different avenues they can explore in this map pool that can fit in quite well. But as I say, for me, it's that Dambi Neon was what was infamous about this team.
Yeah.
It set him up so well and it made it. So we saw them go back to the Neon in Stage 1. Do you think they run it in Stage 2?
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely a lot of maps where they will 100% run that Neon, but there's a lot of maps that don't really fit the Neon. They got a Ascent and Icebox in the map pool at the end of the day, and I guess we'll have to see how Corrode develops, but at least from what I'm seeing, I mean, we'll see if that leans more towards that Ascent playstyle, if it even comes into this series.
I mean,
it's Stage 2 at the end of the day, Mika. Like, it is a bit of a Hail Mary to throw Corrode in there where there's got on the line for these teams that can get promoted and relegated. Some of the other teams, I mean, Team Secret is a team that might throw Corrode in there to try and get a couple of wins. They've said they've been grinding in the break. They got this brand new roster. Maybe they're the team that is not as risk averse with less expectations, I would say, around their core.
I mean, new roster, new energy, new map. Why not, right? Hey, but I do agree though. And you know, trying to tone things down a little bit from
Oh,
the Craze Mika
now
of
it's
stage
the
1.
map fiddle.
I wouldn't exactly suggest it. But right now, going into our map draft, we are seeing the first bands come on in, and we're seeing Sunset up first for Nongshim.
Yeah, Sunset, I mean, that's a neon map through and through. Ascent has been left in there. Icebox ban from Nongshim means Ascent is left in there. Infamously, Nongshim has not been an Ascent team at all. It's a map they've tried to avoid it for the longest time, and Team Secret has called their bluff and picked it. I think Lotus will be a perfectly fine third map there for Nongshim. It's a map that we saw them play about 1 million rounds against RRQ and kickoff on, so they've definitely got their reps in there.
They've got a little room there. They've got a little storage closet on Lotus. I still think that Genji owns most of the real estate on Lotus.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but teams are just picking it into them for some reason. I've been noticing lately.
But, you know, with this, we're pretty 50-50 on this. Nongshim and Team Secret.
You're taking a punt on Team Secret. That's
I am.
very interesting. Okay.
I like that they made changes to their roster here. I think they made
I guess the changes
smart
from Team
changes. I
Secret
think, you know,
is
they moved away
deserved,
from this whole Filipino
from my
core, and I
opinion.
do think that they have a good shot into this game. For me, I haven't seen the Nongshim that I wanted
After
to
Team
this
Secret
year. And I do know
sign
there's a chance they come
Just
out and
Bio,
surprise me,
KWS,
but I think I like these changes for Team Secret. I think we're going to see a big uptake for them, and I think they can steal the win today.
Similar to the Boom storyline,
Which is
Nongshim
from
must make
Team
it
Secret
through groups
Academy.
to guarantee themselves a spot in Ascension, and I'd say they just go back to back, to be honest, if they do make it through there. But Team Secret is a must win in this opening game. If they drop this game, things could be looking very, very dire for Nongshim indeed.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on both of these teams for very different reasons, and we're going to find out how that all pans out when we get back from this very quick break. We're going to jump into match 2.
Okay. Wait. The match still cannot started. Okay, let me check my fellow members. I wanna fix my aim right now. Oh my god. Why when I'm watching Boom Sport, why it's always funny if they lose against a lot of T1 teams like VRX, T1, and like this Talon. I don't know why it looks too funny for watching. What happening, my friend? Nah. Whoa. My night marker is already worse.
My ultimate's ready.
My ult's ready.
I guess I need to practice again.
What's this? What's this? What's this?
발전기가 내려가요. 충전이 안 된단 말이에요. 그래서 제가 억지로 이제 항상 켰었단 말이죠. 그러면 됐으니까.
두꺼비 집을 여러 번 올렸고 하필 그 전기가 이제 물이랑 같이 이렇게 돼가지고 불이 났었는데
얘들아 불 났어 큰일 났어 이러고 이제 야 그 뭐냐 그 빨래 까부니까 뭔가 불
내가 잠결 일어나서 당황해가지고 했는데 이제 재성이가 그거를 듣고 물을 채워서 오는데 하필 그 바구니에 구멍이
Okay,
이렇게
we are still
사방에
waiting
막
for the
뚫려
next
있는
match.
이거면 돼.
거기다가 물을 떠가지고 이거면 되는데 물이 없는 거예요.
아무튼 불은 잘 껐습니다 그때. 예.
그게 제일 재밌었다.
제일 재밌게 했어요. 예. 팀메이트로서 내가 가장 좋았던 점 너무 많죠? 입에 담기 힘들죠 지금.
뭐 게임적으로나 외적으로나
네.
되게 편했었고
그쵸.
또 이제 친근하게 다가갈 수 있는 형이었는데
대. 예?
이제 나쁘게 말하면은 너무 잼민스럽고
전혀요. 깜 어덜트 프로.
가끔은 진지해져야 되는데 진지한 것 같은데 왜 이렇게 장난인 것 같지? 같은 그런 단점들이 좀 있었다.
제가 이제 화내는 것 같은 거 보여주면은 어차피 안 믿을 거 알기 때문에 그렇게 했습니다.
본인이 진지하지가 않다고요.
저는 진지한데 진지하게 안 받아들이는 거라니까요. 항상 그런 이미지 때문에.
본인이 화내면은 재밌다니까?
네,
그게 저뿐만 아니라
이게 말이 안 된다고. 저는 화를 내고.
형을 보는 사람들 전부가 그렇게 생각을
근데 그걸 지금 우리 애들도 그래요. 지금
형 화내면 개웃기다고.
좋아해요 애들.
나도 좋아했었어.
그래요.
저한테 제일 짜증났던 순간.
당신은 제일 짜증났던 순간요?
난 착했으니까 뭐 없나?
아,
없겠지.
해외대회 나갔을 때 저희가 항상 플레이오프를 많이 진출 빨리 했잖아요.
예.
나가자고 해서 안 나가는 거 좀 많아.
근데 요즘 저 많이 나가요.
그러니까 왜 나 없을 때 나가냐고. Why always when I left? Why you do everything?
그럼 너는 왜 나 없을 때
난
우승했냐고.
전
형이 나가고 나서 내가 깨달은 게 많았다고 했잖아.
그런 것도 이제 하나하나씩 이제 나의 길을 따라가고 있는 거예요. 오케이 확인했어.
나랑 같은 팀에서 또 다시 뛰고 싶은지 아니면 지금처럼 적으로 만나고 싶은지.
같은 팀으로 뛰어야지 당연히. 별로 상대하고 싶지 않습니다. 게임 외적으로나 게임 내적으로.
게임 외적은 왜 들어가는 거지?
게임 외적으로도 저는 이길 자신이 없기 때문에 no way, that's no way.
나는 근데 한 번쯤은 적으로 만나고 보고 싶다고 생각을 했었어.
만났잖아.
엄청 옛날에.
근데 별로 하고 싶지가 않아요.
나도 별로 하고 싶지 않아. 띠껍더라고.
같이 합시다. 예? 마스터즈 방콕 결승전 때 우리가 우승했을 때 어땠는지.
솔직히 좋았어요. 왜냐면은 이미 젠지가 첫 마스터즈를 들어 올렸었고 그 순간부터 사실 누가 올리든 이제 상관이 없었기 때문에
처음이 아니면 의미가 없다.
그쵸.
그런 느낌. 저는 뭔 느낌인지 알아요.
사실 젠지가 우승할 때도 한편으로는 응원을 했지만 한편으로는 이제 저 우리 거야 되는데 라는 생각을 했었기 때문에
다 그렇죠. 그 안 그런 발로한테 선수 있으면 걔네들은 발로한테 프로할 자격이 없습니다.
와우 인정할게요.
네 맞죠. 네. Who's the best team in Korea now?
Who's the best team in Korea?
라고 병철이 외쳤을 때 끝나 버렸을 거 아니에요. 그때 어떤 기분이었는지.
딱히 아무렇지도 않았어요. 왜냐면은 그냥 퍼포먼스구나. 관중들을 즐겁게 해주기 위한.
저는 바깥 세상의 병철에는 살짝은 가면이 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 동의하시나요? 뭔지 아시죠?
이거 좀 지켜줘야 될 것 같아요.
살짝 그렇게 막 그렇게 하는 게 아니라 병철을 잘 알고 있는 사람이라면은 저 정도면은 그냥 유병철이구나.
딱히 뭐 진심인 것 같지도 않고 딱 그냥 재미용. 저에 대한 얘기인데요. 과연 사람들이 내가 화내는 거를 봤을 때 깜짝 놀랄까?
화를 안 내던 사람이 화를 내면은 좀 무서워할 것 같긴 해요. 저처럼 이제 계속 화를 이제 꾸준히 노출을 시키면은 쟤또 잡았다 이런 느낌이고.
근데 제가 화를 안 내는 게 아니라
표출을 안 한다.
표출을 안 하죠.
근데 제가
The match will start right now.
Let's fly.
스테이지 2가 어떻게 보면 가장 중요한 시즌이잖아요. 챔피언스를 가기 위한 경기이기도 하고 퍼시픽 한 해 최고의 팀은 누구였는가 우승팀을 가리는 순간이기도 하기 때문에 저희를 끝까지 믿어주시면 좋겠고 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
지금 발로란트 시대에서는 팀들이 다 똑같다고 생각해요. 그래서 저는 딱히 경쟁은 안 하고 있고 킥오프보다 더 강력한 멤버가 된 것 같아가지고 잘할 것 같고 챔스 진출할 것 같습니다.
I think for me what changed specifically is the play style. We have a lot of play style from different teams, so we just mix it up and play it together. Due to some roster changes, some people is underrating us. I think we can surprise them this season.
큰 틀이나 아니면 뭐 조합적인 거나 게임을 어떻게 운영하고 싶은지에 대해서는 기존의 코어 멤버들과 이제 감코진이 가지고 있었던 그런 비전 같은 것들이 있어요. 그 비전을 이제 따라가되 그 안에서 부족한 디테일 같은 것들 아니면은 다른 시각을 제시하는 쪽으로 이제 계속해서 열심히 일하고 있는 것 같습니다.
제가 함께하는 농심은 공격적이면서도 수비적으로 할 수 있는 밸런스 구도를 많이 갖추고 있을 것 같아요. 저희가 이번에 스테이지 2 리그에서 프로뷰 진출을 못하면 강등을 하게 되더라고요. 플레이오프를 진출할 수 있는 건 너무 확신이 들어요. 어느 팀을 만나든 저희가 자신감으로 다 무너뜨릴 수 있을 것 같습니다.
We know what we play for. We don't play to prove to anyone. We just want to win many as possible. So now is the time to refocus and put everything we have again to fight for the champion slot in state 2. If anyone wants to take the spot, we're happy to fight with them.
This upcoming stage 2
and stage 2
이번 스테이지 2에서
농심은 생존하겠습니다.
에펠탑을 보러 가도록 하겠습니다.
Eventually win and take the trophy.
We will surprise everyone.
광자를 유지할 수 있도록 우승하겠습니다.
Is it in the
Stage 2,
PWC
we're
Hotel,
gonna be
right?
Korean Slayer.
About Hyunmin, Munchkin, and Crazy Guys location shooting.
Nongshim wrestle. It's the second match of the day here on VCT Pacific Stage 2. And when you talk about a team that knows how to up the ante, Nongshim always knows how to turn it up. This squad has proven that they can take the heat of the Pacific stage, and now, with the addition of one of the OGs in the Korean Valorant scene, just how much spicier can Nongshim get?
They need to get a lot spicier, especially in this group stage, or they will be, unfortunately, heading back to the challenger scene. If they can at least make it past the groups and get their guaranteed spot in Ascension, I'm pretty confident that they could go back-to-back, and anything over that will be a very impressive run.
But of course, they are facing up against Team Secret, and it's an all-new Team Secret that is standing on that Pacific stage today. A new recipe for the Adobo Gang. With fresh faces on the roster, this could be the renaissance the team so badly needs, with champions on the line. Can they rewrite their story this time around?
Their player card may be black and white, but these roster changes have opened the gateway to colour across this roster. A wealth of playstyles, a wealth of experience, and a wealth of new faces here for Team Secret, looking to make their mark in this group stage.
Kind of expecting Zespu to walk out dancing. stuff.
Yeah,
Like
he
he
was
wasn't
for the first one, no?
Yeah. Okay, he has to save it a little bit, but of course it's that new energy that we're looking for on both sides, especially when we have RB making his comeback here on the Pacific stage. It's much awaited for a lot of Korean fans.
A little bit easier for the Nongshim coaching staff to make that work. Coach Meow has got his work cut out for him. A lot of clashing different play styles that they're going to have to synergize in this Team Secret core. But honestly, I do agree. They are looking like one of the more unique teams, and I want to see if they can really harness that power, harness that energy of all these different play styles, all these different ideas to really catch some of these teams in Pacific off guard, especially the teams that are underestimating them.
I mean, it's such a big flip, right? Secret for so long were known to be so samey, right? We saw the same players run the same styles, the same compositions. This is the first time we've seen massive changes for them, and I know a lot of people are excited by this new Team Secret, reinvigorated with the passion of that Filipino esports scene that you know all about, Mika.
Yes, definitely. I know all about the excitement over there.
Passion can quickly turn to anger.
Sometimes it exists in the same, comments, so to say. Of course, on Nongshim as well, big question is how much does one change make to a core that's been together for so long? And right now, we're looking at our Asian select, looking like we're getting that neon face-off.
I mean, Nongshim, it looks pretty normal when you look at Ivy, Persia, and Danby all playing signature agents, but look at RB coming in and playing the Sova instead of Francis or Ivy flexing onto that, and Francis making way on the Viper already speaks to some of the adjustments that Nongshim are making.
Yeah, they love that deadlock. It's great to see it again. Over on the side of Team Secret, it's a bit more of a standard comp, the Breach Sova with the Cypher for those trap plays, but the thing I want to highlight is Zespu on that neon. He is coming in as the IGL, or so we've been told, but I'm curious to see how much help he's going to have in the mid-round, because Neon has to be so fast, especially to keep up with Danby on the other side.
Especially because we've seen Wild Oreo play duelist, but he's going to be the one to play controller when Zespu previously on Boomies was playing that controller role in their Ascension run.
Yeah, it's a big question on how you're going to IGL a team when you're all the way in the front lines, or maybe all the way into, the defending side of the Soldier squad. So it's a big question, but you can't deny it. And looking at the Team Secret squad, Zespu, he looks like he's all ready to go. Nongshim as well, looking very invigorated with RB now on their side. Big questions, and of course they're all going to be answered as we step into Sunset, and we pass it on over to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
And there we have it. Intriguing roles and compositions to say the least, but at the same time, you know, it's for these teams, right, who often sail around the middle of the pack. The tides are often shifting here in Pacific, so I kind of do wonder how this all shakes up.
Yeah, but we need to see a bit of a whirlpool happen here for Nongshim, similarly for BME Sports in the last series, where they have to get the victories. They have to do everything that they can to stay in Pacific, as well as one of the Ascension teams. The Ascension winning team from last year, Zespew, was there. He is now into Tier 1 as well. But I gotta say, this is a very questioning thought process that I have for Team Secret as well, that the desk has just highlighted, right? You got Zespew, who's been playing the controller role. You got Wild Oreo, who has dabbled in the duelist as well. I mean, would it be better if they flipped the roles?
Here we go.
Who really knows? I do like, though, Nongshim in how they're kind of playing their agents. It kind of makes sense to me here as well. We know that RB has played Sova. We know he's played a lot of duelisters there as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if we potentially get some double duelist comps coming down in towards the future for them too. But right now, they're rocking on that Gen G comp here on Sunset. A map that they've not played in the longest of times. They dodged it through stage 1 because we're always seeing Split, we're seeing Pearl, they're comfort ground maps, and well, they're gone now. So we've got to see something come out from them, and it's Sunset here that also, by the way, RB didn't play over in China.
Aha, so there's going to be definitely some issues to teeth through, but if there's anyone who does know what this looks like, at least for Team Secret, it's got to be Coach Meow. Right now, though, quick contact. RB, first one into the fray, takes out Envy. Then you have Wild Oreo trying to hold out from elbow as well, but he's pretty much pinned down at this point. Tries to create some space as he pushes through with the right clicks, takes out Persia, and tosses out a smoke at least, just to give his team a bit more space to work off of. They're going to split themselves up, Zespew as well as Nizzy, one each on each lane. Nizzy spots out RB.
They will spot RB.
Not much else seen though, Komodo. Zespew. Oh, as soon as the smoke goes off, that could give you a lot more angles to work off of. Play a distraction, let Nizzy dive right in, but the trade wasn't quite there until it does go through. Francis, try as he might, wasn't quite able to flick back onwards at 90 degrees. It's gonna be Team Secret with the pistol.
Yeah, from 2 different angles as well there. The fact that Zespew is just able to slide on in and the shots aren't calculated, that's a bit of a roughie to come out from Nongshim here for the pistol round of the map pick of their choosing. Team Secret, if you did miss it, opting to start off on the defensive side for this one. There's going to be some teething issues potentially in the beginning stages of this one, because I kind of throw it all the way on back into when we really did see Sunset last time for any sort of parallels that it was in that grand final for Simprissa Gaming back then against BME Sports, right? They've played it, you know, really not too much at all since then against BME Sports again, but yeah, not really a map that's been played. So they do have to kind of figure out in the middle of this map from their scrims, from what other teams are doing.
Uncharted waters, but they're going to have to, you know, set a course real quick. At least the debut round for Team Secret, they felt happy about that one. And right now, to hold default all across the map, play it safe, play it conservative. We don't want to lose any weapons early on. They're not even going in for the you know, slight ghost buy or anything, Komodo.
Yeah. There's a big point to prove for Team Secret here, I think, in this one as well.
Oh, yeah,
is this the team that is going to make some damage, right? Are they going to make some waves, or is it going to be a little splash?
You don't want a tiny splash. I'm just going to say that. GravNet at least goes through, but ultimately to no real consequence. Cage was good. Nizzy just in time. Zespew taking the duels. A little bit eager though, and that will be a beautiful shot from RB.
I guess
one of the biggest things right now is going to be overconfidence potentially as well when you're in IGL, setting up your team for you. It's going to be a different mindset to see how Team Secret are really going to be playing this in this map, how deep of a run it goes. Some slight adjustments, of course, from Zespew we'll expect to see. I wouldn't be surprised if some point in times, you know, Kelly S would have a couple of ideas to throw there as well. There's always going to be a possibility just in the remaining 15 seconds here. That could have been awkward, but it's okay. Now Ivy, 1 vs 2.
Has to do it all. He does have a rifle picked up, and look at that fault line. Square on. Kelly S with the support. Not too bad with the shots, but you can always count on Envy. He is reliable.
But the biggest thing for me in that round, Quack, Nongshim get a plant, and remove 3 guns, where we're not buying the little guns, right? We don't have little lesser pistols or Spectres or Marshals. They were Bulldogs and Vandal. So it's quite the costly one that come out on the back of that Nongshim could capitalize upon him, winning this bonus round and bleeding over into the round after. So we will really have to wait and see what that impact will be a little bit later on as we do move over into this 3rd round.
Yeah, especially against a team like Nongshim, right? They're Korean, they're definitely going to be able to possibly start a snowball if you give them a single round. Of course, it is lovely to see Vash in the coaching booth as well. But here we go. Reconcentrated all across middle. Team Secret pushing up front. Dambi holds out from tiles, though, and kicks things off with a little slide over. Wild Oreo, decent trades as the rest of Team Secret have pushed all the way through, but that also means space is given up.
The OG Neon. It's what we know Dambi for. As the plant goes down for Nongshim, the correct line of Persia squandered.
At least information, now you know they are pretty much all coming from the back lines. Main, elbow, that's what you got to watch out for.
Ivy's about to get the recon online, by the way, too. Got a grab net for Ivy, too, with that Annihilation.
Great way to play off of it. Looks for the pings. Not quite there. Annihilation saves his life. And Ivy comes off just to get that line alive. Elias now doing what he can. The grab net, though, that will definitely put him in the coffin for that one.
Yeah. I thought the Annihilation was actually going to ricochet in towards Wild Oreo, and Zespew would have been able to still dance around the side itself, but apparently not. The game works in mysterious ways. What's not mysterious, though, is Ivy being consistent on the deadlock as well. We know that he's been playing that and is very proficient. Something that actually just came to mind that I remembered and I was actually overlooking was we've seen Francis play the Viper once before in history. So this is also him onto a fresh agent to try and figure out as well. In the midst of this new-looking Nongshim.
Is he?
Well, I remember for Nongshim, they liked to run the Clove on this map in history.
Good points to bring up there for sure. But for now, it's starting to work out incredibly well. Persia kicking things off in towards elbow. Team trying to pick up the pieces, but it's Envy to refill that space.
Settle down, though. Team Secret. Player advantage, all spread across the map, and that Owl Drone just reveals where Envy is. It's a target on his back at the moment, but RB, he's not with Francis at the moment, so they just need to collect together, see if they can find Envy, and then maybe look to dispatch Zespew, who's close as well.
Yeah, trying to force the duel, or at least find those numbers right back, but Envy just does not falter. That's why he's still on the team.
Great spray, great patience from him. Just waiting as well and really not overplaying his hand, I gotta say. When that Owl Drone goes out and he gets a couple of shock bolts towards him, some players would just go a little bit aggressive to try and take the fight and catch your opponents none the wiser, but he plays patient, waits for Zespew to come toward him, and they go together at the end. The trades there if needed, but just not needed in the end, really, are they?
Definitely not when it's Envy. Oh, look at it.
He looks a little bit confused in the beginning of that. Did I do this? Yes, I did. Let's cheer.
Let's go. And of course, it does force Nongshim onto a slight eco as well. But they are close to their ultimates, looking for it at least, but still through the poison cloud, Envy. There he is again.
Yeah.
Where's the rest of the team, though? That's what Team Secret are thinking about.
Well, one away from a Harness Fury for RB, one from Persia as well. Does this sort of round give you an idea for Dambi that you want to overdrive in? If you get one kill, you feel like you can easily get one, maybe?
Meanwhile, if you're Team Secret, you're thinking about all the spots on the map that are dirty right now. That definitely would have to be mid. Nizzy in for the hold. Zespew marking towards the back lines as well. It's going to be B main, and they know exactly what to do. Both lines online, and it's the Arc of Fire that ultimately prevents RB from finding anything.
Yeah, well, the Lightning, it gets shut down. Unfortunately, Dambi not able to find anything with that overdrive. A little bit ill-timed on the popping of that one. Straight into the welcoming arms of Nizzy. Zespew there as well for a bit of a hold against that eco around there, setting themselves up so far in the 4-1 position. Good bit of defensive action, and action is what we are seeing from them. They're not so passive as to let Nongshim get in towards these positions of advantage that they have to try and fight towards now, because look at this little mid-biff that we're going to get.
looking to take it up, but look at Zespio as well. A little bit over aggressive once more. Dambi reads it as the Master
It's a
Neon
good timing
himself.
for
Some damage out from the Hunter's Fury and a finish off from Wild Oreo onto Darby. So we'll say see you later to both Neons, as that might have been one of those scenarios as an IGL on the Neon for Zespio. You're going to have to learn throughout the course of these games in Stage 2 for VCT Pacific 2025, right? An IGL duelist is something that is very different, uncharacteristic for a lot of teams for specific reasons as well. You're going to have a trial by fire, essentially. But so far, it's looking pretty good. He brings the vibes, and if anything, maybe Kelly S is the secondary IGL, but off towards this. Speaking about vibes, disappointed, by the way, that there was no dance on the stage. Perhaps off for later games. Right now, Nongshim, an expedition across the map in towards Elbow. I'm, a little bit surprised, though, that Kelly S is still hanging around the B side at this current position as well, right? Because there could be a push up through a little later mid-wrap, but look, hang on. Yep. You only need reactions in this kind of time, because that's what RB is kind of thinking. How have they got here? We've had a gap in the middle of the map. We've had a gap behind us, and now we have to play a little bit unorthodox. We've got to take space as Nongshim in this deficit for the post-plant. That's the thing, it's IGL as well. I mean, he was trying to line things up for the team to clear out the site. They've managed to do just that. You've got the sonic sensor set up, but is it going to be enough to hold out Team Secret? Francis trying to prevent them from marching through. So far, so good as he takes them down out towards Alley. Got a grav net, just revealed, one away from Annihilation, has to challenge. Yeah, has to go in for the 1-on-2. At least isolates the first.
Oh my god, the timing!
Annihilation comes in, but still Wild Oreo in for the crunch. Oh, that's a roughie to come out for Ivy there. The thing about the Annihilation is it has to bounce off a surface, be it the floor that he's attempted there, or a wall around. He's just too close for that cocoon to get him, and that is a situation for Nongshim where I feel like that was the round that they needed. Looks like a bit of a recovery when Francis gets those 2 kills. But then it just all gets worrisome for him. Even stunned up by the sensor at the end there. Yeah, you really just got a feel for Nongshim. Back towards a lesser buy here. Starting to lose a lot of these control positions. Gonna need a strong mental reset, but Team Secret not allowing you to rest or breathe. Take a look at this position from Zespio. Hiding inside the corner. Does go for a slight whiff with the spray, but there it is. Still at the end. You got the stun as well. I was kind of just waiting. That is a paper-thin wall. That is a paper-thin box. They can find him. That they do. They get a gun upgrade as well. A certain bald caster is cackling to himself somewhere right now. Anyway, don't know who he's talking about.
Looking with Spike.
Nongshim just trying to tap the brakes. Team Secret, meanwhile, alert that middle has been left open. The thing about the calling style, though, that'll come through for Nongshim at the moment is it is going to be very methodical, right? They need to kind of change it up a little bit with the way that Team Secret are playing around the map at the moment. Some aggression here and there, some passive approaches here and there as well. This one, that's a wise play from Darby, looking for another one, and this would be the way for Nongshim to get back in, but they can't finish him. And that's the thing that you then got to wonder about Team Secret on the other hand. The IGLing for this side, where is it? You've got the Rolling Thunder that came out just in time. Persia slipped all the way through, though, and that will take Envy down. With that, the weapons all thrown over. It's just Nizzy left. Goes for the slight transition out from middle. But can he then slice the pie over? There's so many angles to watch out for, positions as well. Look at that, towards the back of BME, the swing from Dambi, and he finds the headshot necessary. That's a big recovery for Nongshim in that round. Maybe a bit of over-eagerness in B main for the beginning of Team Secret there, but a Rolling Thunder utilized as well to no avail. It's well played out for Nongshim to be able to get that one back. Great from the shadows from Persia, I might add too as well. And then just able to kind of catch everybody stunned up a little bit in more plays than one, right? You've got the fault line that goes through, you've got the sensors, you've got those relay bolts as well. All of these concussive items working a treat for Nongshim in that round. So we're on the board again. But we're into a new round where there's an operator out for Zespio. See what he's going to be able to do with that one. Currently off yonder at the A side of the map, which isn't going to do too much considering where Nongshim are currently played towards. More prominent in mid. One-way smokes as well, but Is he going to keep pushing?
He's just going to hold a power line here, you would expect.
Okay.
I wonder how hungry he gets, though, on the back of that owl drone to keep on pushing, because it could be a bait play, right? There could be someone hiding in towards the spawn spot. You don't know where everything else is. Mid is absence of information for Team Secret at the moment. They're expecting something towards B, perhaps.
Yeah, you gotta keep considering, especially since it's an off as well. Okay, plays cautious and anticipates the B hit as well. Off angles now from Nizzy. Tries to sneak in with a cage, but unfortunately, heads up duel not found. And it's the rest of the team trying to play around the smoke's backside, back towards Boba. They do not go successful.
I wonder if Francis wants to try and pop the pit here, get a little bit of protection on the site itself. You do have RB with a Hunter's Fury, but more importantly, you've just got a 5 versus 3 at the moment for Nongshim. Maybe 4. Right Dami's noted.
Oh, still though, numbers in spades for Nongshim. Will be the stun, but still look at that RB. The rest of the team, rifles ready. Nongshim looking on the up and up. They've got the guns, they've got the ults, and they can certainly turn things around.
Yeah, that one's a bit of a rogue bullet to come out from RB. Maybe that's what it stands for. Great shot to come out there. This is looking to be a flawless one for Nongshim. Zespew just trying to hold on to this operator. Really locked out. Couldn't off-put Darby the corner of that box either.
Yeah, is he going to be able to hold on to it? They're
Hunter's
starting to triangulate, like where could he possibly be hiding?
Oh, by the timing, he should
Farther
be able
spot
to
on the map.
survive with it, so it's okay. But you look towards the next round, Quack, and I start to wonder, right, it's going to be a hero op play. Unless he's giving that to a teammate and wants to play overdrive again. It was not really too successful earlier on.
Oh, yeah. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, I wouldn't write it off if Nongshim have just completed their download, right? The first few rounds, you weren't expecting a Southeast Asian team to play that aggressive on defense. Now you do, and they're starting to find more and more rounds.
Let's see what sort of adjustments are. Zespew going to be to the B side now with that operator. I think that is certainly the focal point of this round at the moment for Team Secret. The rest of the pistols, the supporting cast. And I mean, that's the kind of style that you're going to see for Team Secret as well. You would think with an IGL duelist, right? How is my team going to set me up for success?
Just dry peeks for now. Relay bolt into safety.
Lucky to be alive.
Very, very fortunate Komodo.
But the best thing about having an operator is it is still point and shoot. Hopefully a connection nets a kill.
Are they expecting the camera?
That's still going to allow Zespew to have a bit of a challenge. Meanwhile, a regrouping for Nongshim in towards the B site that is now pretty absent of players, bar one. It's Nizzy, one of the newcomers. Let's see if he can still be fancy.
Trying at least, but because of that tag, he's just got to back off. Meanwhile, with all the space getting swallowed up, Danby gets to set up however he wants, and it's going to be up towards the edges of Boba. Supportive recon from RB just to deter their opponents from peeking over.
It's trying to buy a lot of time here for Francis. They might not necessarily need him because it is the pistols, but he's still going to be a player here.
Oh, that's where Francis is. Okay.
They're not even aware of it, Quack.
Okay.
As he begins his slow descent into sight, the rest of Nongshim still holding these crunches. Francis now alerted, but he goes in for more. Wild Oreo, though, not too bad. That, unfortunately, will be all the damage that is found for Team Secret in the round. Nongshim continuing with the streak.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head a little bit too hard earlier on. Downloading all the information for Nongshim to try and figure out how they need to be pivoting around this map and off-putting these positions, right? Great lurk to come out there from Francis. Gets a kill. I think he's even picked up the operator at the tail end of that one to bring into the next round. Whether or not he'll be picking it up would be interesting because we have globally seen a lot more, other agents picking up operators these days, right? A lot of Sentinels have been picking that up, but it does look like they did remove it from the equation there. Lots of cash to splash with, though, as it's a bit of a quicker attempt over towards the A site. Hunter's Fury already in, and Zespew is just caught. What a perfect grab from net, but they can't finish him off, and he's even got one.
He continues forward, but still Danby with the trade. Overdrive kicked in, and it's Francis now all of a sudden from top. He cuts Team Secret off on the rotation. Left, and he's pinned down, stuck into these corners, chased around with the drone too.
Francis! He's in their spawn again. Would you have it any other way? He's playing this one superb. And that's a tied up scoreline, 5-5.
What an aggressive playstyle
from
Danby.
From Nongshim, a spicy one. Gravnet combination with the Hunter's Fury. They're cooking some things up here. I mean, yeah, the Hunter's Fury went through the floor. I mean, we saw that. If you didn't, well, I've highlighted it there. It still gets a tag. It's still okay.
But it's pretty evident who was the predator and who was the prey in that round. Nongshim starting to, well, I say starting, it's been 3 rounds in a row now. They figured things out. They're starting to go even deeper. Team Secret, on the other hand, tapping the pause button.
If there's a little bit of inspiration to come through from the Gen G squad for this composition of Nongshim, I think you're looking towards these lurks from Francis going, you know, toe and toe with what Munchkin likes to do and what the team tries to coordinate a little bit here and there. And I say here and there because they don't necessarily need to always be doing it, right? It's just great to have up their sleeve.
It kind of reminds you of what Coach Sungmin, one of the new assistant coaches, I say new.
He's back!
He was there at Ascension. But yeah, he kind of mentioned it, you know, even though they play similar comps and stuff, you know, all throughout Korea, every team still has different styles, right? You got Dambi in here, you got Francis, Persia even.
I mean,
and they're doing things to surprise Team Secret.
The Sungmin style, the Ascension composition on Ascent against Real Order.
Oh,
wacky and wild, it worked. What have we got next? We've got Ascent. When was the last time that they played that map? Really, it was the Riddle Order one.
Oh, man.
I'm excited.
If it looks anything like this map so far, it's gonna be good. Team Secret, on the other hand, we look to the leadership of Coach Meow. Maybe a little bit of Jesse Vash as well, but how much can it really provide? Currently, same forward aggression. Zesbu, aided by the Omen Flash, maybe of the Breach as well. He goes in overdrive.
Oh, but Dambi, he's catching off Envy, just unawares that the Hunter's Fury leaves him to be vulnerable. The rest of his team, they took the A main space. He's by himself, and now Dambi, hot under the collar. How is he still alive? 7 HP, he needs to be bailed out.
He's giving them a rabbit to chase, though, at least, Komodo. Take a look at this. By so much time away from the spike.
So
it might be a weapon picked up, which you never still could know, but at least the rest of the team has their defenses shored up around the spike now. Sonic sensors marking both points, left and right.
But how do you get back into here? Kellyas with 1 flash. It's bar it.
Meanwhile, it's RB. Decent on the track so far.
1-1's good there.
And then you've also got the barrier as well. Dissipates right in time. Smokes aplenty. Kellyas on the shot. It's all down to Persia. Goes in and tries to clutch, but Kellyas denies.
Oh, it's a close one at the end, but it is the pistols getting the job done for Team Secret. You see it there, you hear it there. There's Thrifty to come on through.
That round.
That's around the Nongshim. By all purposes, should have been winning, just with the full investments and everything, but caught unawares over at A for the very beginning. Great play, simple play. Fault line with an overdrive. But then taking a little bit too much space, leaving the B site kind of open for opportunity, but just Nongshim not able to hold it at the end. Damage delivered early, trades abound. An attempt from Persia. I think he thought that, you know, he didn't kill the diffuser, perhaps, which is why he's got to stay around in the open. Would make sense.
Unfortunate oversight.
Wow.
Here we go. Once again, but the aggression has been
Wait,
read now.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't.
It don't work when RB downloads info. Still though, Wild Oreo not backing down.
So it's a 4 versus 4 situation now. We're still looking to go in with haste at the moment towards this Bravo site. There's a deep trap that Nizzy can potentially play off, but he really needs his team to get on over here, which is why the From the Shadows comes.
And you got Kellyas towards the back of this trip as well. Spike getting tapped in. Persia begins to check. Aftershock then deployed, but at this point they can evade it. And at the same time, the Viper Spit comes up.
Fault line and recon for Kellyas and Envy.
See how they utilize that, well, utility. Recon towards the back, fault line into the pit. And at that point, RB has to dig deep. Francis doing what he can, but ultimately gets traded off. Persia then, once again, the last one towards the back, tries to make use of B main, but gets sussed out.
Yeah. These slight player advantage rounds in the last couple for Team Secret have really just worked a trait, haven't they? They've been able to go in together as a unit and get those trades at minimum. At maximum, they're just winning those duels. When you think that that's an opening kill going the way of Nongshim as well, right? We saw in the last series how many opening kills we had from Boom and then just non-conversions. Similar sort of approaches here in the way that it's turning out. Still, don't think it's too bad of a half, all things considered, for Nongshim at a 5-7. Could have tied it up, right? 6-6, could have even taken the lead before that Thrifty.
Okay.
But at least then
5-7.
some successful
I
retakes coming out from Team Secret, showing off slight
Team Secret
flexibility.
wanna try to play
Nongshim, of course, though,
aggressive
as you
on
mentioned,
attack.
not out of this fight. 5-7 is a really,
Because
really
Nongshim
nice
already
scoreline
only
to
have
work off of.
deadlock on defense.
Now we can have a little bit of a chit chat as well. Figure out the things that need to change for the switch up of the halves. Team Secret, well, they opted for the defense side of the map to start off, so going on towards attack. Really, what is this going to look like now when you do have this Neon as your IGL, right? For the defensive side, they've already been getting super aggressive. Are they going to turn it up to 11 going on to the attacking side? Or are they going to be a little bit more level-headed and play with the aggression and the passive approach that Nongshim would really have to adjust in the middle of this? Because you also have to consider for the Korean side here, yeah, it's still the core 4, but we're changing a couple of agents, we're changing roles as well, right? It's no longer Francis IGLing, it's RB. What differences does that have here? Francis is on this Viper as well, right? So they're trying to adopt and adjust in the middle of this too.
What we can say for sure, my dear Komodo, is the fact that you can keep your eyes peeled for this. You definitely want to wonder how Zespi is going to pilot the rest of this team on this attacking side, given how aggressive he's already been.
Well, it's looking like they want to just go and steamroll towards this A site for the at least early beginnings. Fault line at the ready with the recon already used in with no real utility return. So it has to give them an idea that a flank is going to come out rapid from Nongshim. At least Team Secret now are getting in towards the site for a post plant in a 5 versus 5. Okay.
Wow, because you're aware of the flank, you just continue pushing up. Okay, Nizzy. Through the smokes, back into the site, and take a look at what's happening towards Ali as well. Envy, now marking things down, all from elbow. Francis, he did what he could, but at this point, it's just down to Persia with this ghost. Looks for the clicks, but it's Kelly's once again. Numbers for Team Secret, they pick up another pistol.
Yeah, that's both of them collected upon here. So if they're able to just double down, that'd be 4 rounds essentially with pistols included in the secondary ones, right? When you think about this game goes to 13, it's huge. You look at how successful it was for Talon in our last series. If you did miss that one, dismantling Boom in a quick 2-0. That pistol rounds. And I'm highlighting the fact, right, that they don't really see any big utility components thrown their way on the side itself, so they do have to expect a quick flank to come on out, and they were very wise to that. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Team Secret at the moment.
Okay, there we go.
Who would have thought?
Who would have? Well, not me. Cage, Trips, Lurk, and 3 to watch mid. Well, 4 if you consider Waldoryu out from tiles. Oh,
so sharp.
And it's an antsy Nongshim that continues to push up. They're looking for some fights.
Wow.
It's Team Secret now with the fault line setups. Zesbu, this is a round that he's been
about the
hungering for.
I'm not sure I can wait to
yeah, see what he can do here on the side itself. That would have been a great shot to come on out because you look at, well, RB is in another postcode, going to try and maximize the ultimate gathering, picking up the second one there. Hey, look, you still give a favor for it, sure. You take what you can when the round is just lost. See if he can pick up any extras at the end here.
What? Oh, what's that?
Hold! Hold!
Oh, and RB is happily lapping up onto those 2 kills until the unsuspecting player from mid shows up. But Nizzy!
Just trampoline bouncing around, not on Neon.
Okay.
On half HP already, by the way, so I don't know about that one. He's given over some an ulti point. He just had the ghost, so I mean, they'll upgrade, but still, come on, guys.
You remember some of his, silly antics from Ascension 23, or even just throughout the Challengers scene so far. But ultimately, it still is a round picked up. But RB is now 3 away from Hunter's Fury.
Yep, and he was 2 in the middle of the round, and the 3rd with the death. This time, though, Darby dispatching of Zespu, so this time the aggression is not going to work out for him. He's very hot and cold with going aggressive and being successive, but also then just getting flicked aside.
Preparations from Nongshim, they read that it could have been an aggressive play, so a lot stacked up, but now just the trades. Kelly's
A sudden double picked up. Nizzy continuing to watch the back.
This is sloppy from Nongshim at the moment. You understand the
Nongshim?
idea that they want to go, but they're peeking individually. That's 3 individual peaks that they've just gone for, essentially. Darby got the first. It's just not worked out for Persia and RB. Now you're at a deficit in a bonus round. And Team Secret have pumped the brakes. They've slowed it down. They can wait for the rest of the utility, which they don't really need to do so, by the way, because they've already got it all. Recon, Aldrone, Fault Line. They can certainly try to figure out who's still around on the side itself, especially when this barrier mesh falls over on the side of short too.
Yeah, let your opponent sweat a bit. If anything, Ivy might not be able to react in time, even though he has this grab net.
Got him.
All right, plays around the drone, throws it just in the nick of time, but he gets stunned up as well. Francis arrives at the crime scene, but still needs to bail his teammate out. It's not happening. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and all of a sudden Francis backing up, and that allows for the spike to get planted. 40 seconds on the clock now.
He should be expecting.
Francis has repositioned all around. Does Team Secret become aware? Kelly's with the check, and it's a snake bite just to try and flush him out as well. Baiting out the duels, but Kelly's takes it.
Bonus round, that is huge for Team Secret. The fact that Kelly's gets that Rolling Thunder as well, not really to go and get together and find the kill on the concussed opponent, but to buy enough time to scare him away, make him scurry for safety while they get the plant. Really quick realizations from Team Secret here. Oh, what a shot to come out from Nizzy, but yeah, really, you know, it's those individual peaks in the beginning there that kind of really hurts Nongshim.
Definitely bringing the vibes, continuing to tap away at that corner. Now Nongshim once again find themselves in an eco.
See maybe what Dami can do with this shotgun here. We're talking about Corrode being possible to bring out a lot of shotguns. Well, Dami is kind of known on bringing out this Bucky on the Neon. How quick he gets up in your face and delivers just a decisive blow. Don't think that Team Secret are really going to allow that though, because this is really slow. There's a trap wire around the corner if he even wants to try and go for a little bit of a deeper stroll. So he's just going to have to bunker down here. And I mean, this is Valorant. You know that this corner is just going to be cleared by some sort of utility.
Yeah, keep hoping for it. Meanwhile, Nizzy's just calling to the team that he doesn't really see too much towards B main, so still got to be cautious, right? Here comes possible Bucky. He does at least get the first one. Still ultimately traded. Envy then back in. Nizzy now rotating over, and he finds one for his troubles.
Yeah, just the pistols again, remember now. So we'll see what damage Nongshim can do. They are able to pull away this round again. In a thrifty variety, it could be huge, but I don't think they're going to be able to do it.
Spotted as he tried to hop across that one way, and Francis might have spotted out an opponent.
I mean, he's just been heard on a reload there. Nizzy just communicates that to the team, and look at them, they're all hungry for this one. Be careful, folks.
Okay, flashes, but that will be that. And it almost looked as if Francis was trying to outlurk Nizzy, the other lurk.
Oh, but at that point in time, it doesn't really matter because he's lost the rest of his friends, right? So
what are you gonna do?
This is the time for Nongshim that they really need to start to bring something back. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a timeout to come out from them, get Silkenon and Sungmin in the comms. Need to figure something out because at the moment, Team Secret are making great decisions and they're hitting some really good shots.
Just like Big Time said, new team, a lot of new colors brought into this. We'll see what Nongshim could do. Well, okay, your color.
No,
He's giving me a cheeky smile as I said colors. What, Komodo?
5-11 though.
Yeah, that's red on the.
Oh yeah, come on. 5-11. Not the scoreline that you wanted to see for Nongshim here. Again, I know I've highlighted this a couple of times, but for the parallels and what this means for our Ascension teams and this Ascension winning team of Nongshim Red Force here. Failure to get to playoffs means elimination and relegation back to Tier 2. And we just had a couple of players on the opponent's side that have just come from there. I love that, by the way. KO is my favorite agent.
The way it looks, yeah. Well, heck yeah. Well, definitely not the result that I was expecting today. You know, regardless of the predictions, it's Nongshim's map pick, and this is not the exact score line that they're.
Yeah, well, I mean,
what?
You think, Pearl's gone, Split's gone. What do you go for? It's an unexpected map. Talon did the same thing, and they came out. Our guns are blazing.
Unexpected opponent as well, but
ooh, what a reveal.
What a tag! What a shot!
That's just found 3 extra members, confirmed that they're still around from RB. Now you consider, will the Hunter's Fury come out after that ping? And yes, it will. Shroud to step out of dodge, but 80 points of damage already delivered, furthering. Oh, I thought that would have connected again, but it just didn't.
I guess
Meanwhile,
got one.
you're stuck here. 2. Ivy's deployed the barrier mesh in mid, so you can't stroll up there. You've got Francis on a very deep line in towards B main as well, so you have a really good idea at the moment as Nongshim, for a couple more moments now, on where Team Secret are.
Precisely, right? Deep positions found. Early phase in the round, you just block off A main.
RB has to be finding 1 or 2 here.
Okay, nice push.
Barrier mesh from before. RB will alert to check the triple spray. Just all over every single Team Secret player that tries to trudge forward. RB denies.
Rogue bullet. Rogue bullet. That shot should have never happened. But it did. I said he needs 1 or 2 there because it would have exploded a map gap up through mid, allowed them to pivot to A or to B, pulled members out into the open. But the fact that he just finds all of them
and just casually shrugs it off.
Yep. They know that they've got to focus on this map.
Definitely going to need so much more. You still have that op to work off of. RB's
gun barrel spotted.
Yeah, but now look at that. The crunch in towards these early forward positions. It does leave a gap on towards the B side though, and Team Secret have read that.
And you got to remember the Hunter's Fury was just used by RB, so you don't have to contend with that. It is a free plant, though. I look towards Ivy. Can he get the annihilation here?
Yeah, how do you figure this out throughout the mid-round? Team Secret have read that they want to continue pushing, prevent the retake from coming online. But Nongshim, they've stacked up. It's 3 kills now, and Dambi with the overgrab. He's hopping. Nizzy can't find the shot. What is that?
Oh, we have had so many laughs today. To an overdrive jumping around as Darby there. Guys, I hope they're having as much fun as we are.
Certainly looks like it. A lot of laughs and smiles as he was finding that final kill. But at the same time, ultimately,
little by little, Nongshim just getting the job done.
Like, what?
I just don't like the fact that it works, but it's just funny. Now the operator is out from Darby though, and on the flip side, Zespu's gotten out a short Bucky because he's got his own overdrive. That is a roughie for Cali, yes, but now you got to be a little bit more careful because Zespu does have the overdrive on out, but he gets shut down yet again.
RB, that's an experience, but still Nizzy trying to create some more space. Market, presence, found. Francis holds down the line, looks for the taps, and swaps back over in towards main as well. Envy though, for the trade, but now he finds himself alone.
Yeah, you just got to be careful that Darby doesn't miss this shot and give an opportunity, but you know he won't. He's already on the power line, and that is a powerful round to come out from Nongshim. They, on the back of that timeout that they call, have got 3 on the trot, and they are making sure that they are not giving Team Secret any more space to find map point.
Yeah, great angle back there, but exactly as you've mentioned, no space early on in the round. I mean, take a look at that. They've been doing this for the past couple rounds now.
Yeah.
Early sprays, at first it was in the A main, now it's into B.
Just lining up for his fault line, and the shot just comes through the wall. Great awareness, great free fire coming on out there. See how much more Nongshim have in the tank here on the successive run, because you just expect that they got to refill somewhere.
Team Secret trying to switch the pace.
Yeah, slow it down. They've gone fast and it's just not been working. Now see what they can do. I'd be expecting some breach utility here, going for a peek with a stun, with a flash, trying to assist. They'll be baiting out what utility that they can.
RB getting a decent read at least. Blocking off Market as well. That's that early barrier mesh that we're talking about.
Such a focus though in towards mid. It's another wallbang onto Kelly. Yes, he's not been able to see opponents before losing his life these last couple of rounds.
Kelly has gone. That might make things a little bit tougher for Zespu. So, just hovering around middle, trying to find whatever you can.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Nongshim are happy to... Oh, there it is.
I love the timing. As soon as the barrier mesh is about to go down, you use the Viper's Pit. You do get tagged out, though, by the Owl Drone. You need some assistance. A Hunter's Fury in.
Wow.
Zespew trying to see what he can do for this team, trying to get on in towards this B site. They need to look for the plants.
Wow.
There's 30 seconds to go. The spike has been elevated now on the plat. That makes things a lot more difficult.
And even with 30 seconds, they will still bulldoze their way into sight. What a call from Zespew. And now Dambi and RB trying to do it all. They've swapped on over to the rifles, and they might have some space back from Boba.
10 seconds till a recon. Can you afford to wait that long?
I don't know. That's the thing. Still trying to slice the pie, but where could these Team Secret players be? That's what you have to wonder. That's what you have to consider. And it's Zespew with the unexpected Anno by the corner.
Wow!
RB, try as
That
he
was a
might,
good
it still
trade.
is ultimately the numbers that prevail. Map point now found by Team Secret.
Well, we found where Nongshim ran out of gas and need to go for a bit of a refill, didn't we? 3 rounds in a row before Team Secret gets back into the map. And that is finding map point, as you mentioned. Oh, the spike, it was just retrievable from the bottom there, so that's actually kind of a little bit lucky. If it was any deeper, it could have been a lot more awkward for Team Secret to try and get that one back. Just as RB tries for the 1 versus 3, and they eventually do go out for the trades. 4 in a row Nongshim need, and we're back towards standard proceedings for the slight tickle at the beginning of this round. Quick A main exploration, falling on back, baiting out some utility.
Meanwhile, Francis with B main again. Wonder if Team Secret will begin to work their way around that. For now, they're back in the middle, and RB alongside Persia still trying to block off this entrance.
Ivy still with that annihilation as well, mind you. This could be a good top mid pop if they wait for this breach utility.
Door gets broken.
Barrier mesh dropped.
And that's gonna create some gaps across the other sides of the map as well. Wild swing from Wild Oreo. RB for the trade. All of a sudden, Dambi, as he extends his reach, ultimately gets stunned up with the opshot whiffed.
Yeah, didn't expect the fault line to come there, and he
Unlucky
realizes
for
it
Dambi.
right at the last
Unlucky
moment.
for Dambi.
Oh, RB though.
Player advantage
Oh no,
for Team
they
Secret.
wanna
Reset,
focus
go
to A
together.
side.
Nizzy on the lurk. Kelly's picking up the Rolling Thunder. If they want 100% this, they use it to get in towards the site, because 30 seconds, it starts to get a little bit sweaty.
30 seconds left.
A bit. Those droplets of sweat beginning to pool all the way up, especially around this A site. RB, he does have the read, but without the numbers, I'm afraid it's not going to hold up too long. Annihilation was spent, but there it goes. Right by the wayside.
Oh,
Zespew in to deliver the win. 13-8 at the end of map 1. A map that was selected by Nongshim.
Yeah, Team Secret have come out guns a-blazing, haven't they? From the beginning of this map, from the 5-1 start that they had before we see Nongshim start to really get in towards the server, it just felt like they were a little bit behind time and time again. You look at both pistols being collected by Team Secret. You look at Zespew setting himself up. You would expect on this IGL department from the team, getting them to pop utility for him to provide him the way into these duels. Yeah, it's successive a lot of the time. Sometimes it wasn't, but they kept adjusting. They kept getting the shots, and I think when you've got Zespew hitting that, you've also got Nizzy hitting the shots that he did, and even Envy just finding the right timings and the right moments to shine as well. I mean, this is a Team Secret that have a first showing on this map.
Right now, before we back to the next game.
Just an outline. Sunset last stage for the longest time, same with Ascent. So I'm looking for it right now to see if they can throw it better into this one. But we need to throw it to the disc.
Don't you just heckin' love SEA Valorant? Don't you just love
up losing. I mean, Team Secret, some crazy resilience from them. Very, very solid in the post
Team
plans.
Secret are so
They really
crazy, bro.
set the tone for this game, which we'll get a little bit more into the replays. But I'm extremely worried about Nongshim here because we've set up the narrative already. These guys need to have a good run in the group stage. Team Secret should have been one of the easier opponents in their
sense
group.
my
They've now lost their
angle.
pick of Sunset,
I'm
and
sorry.
they'll have to look towards Ascent, a map that they have actively tried
Where's
to
my
avoid
phone?
since the end of last year to try to make sure that they can turn this series around.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking rough for them. This was not how they wanted Sunset to go. We saw shades of old school Danby in the pace. You know, I love that round. He runs up top mid and kills Envy as he's go with the Soverall. That felt vintage. I enjoyed that. But they can't make that consistent across the whole map because, like you say, Team Secret bringing their own unique style to this map. Just Nongshim could not really find a foothold into this game. And, you know, this is not 2024 anymore. This is not the same level that you're playing at. So something has to change.
Yeah, and especially when you have Zesbu also keeping pace with Danby. It felt, there were so many rounds where it felt so manic just watching what was happening on your screen with so many utilities in your face, and you're watching both POVs of the Neons. It was just absolutely crazy to watch, but so enjoyable.
For sure, good debut back from RB as well, despite the fact that they didn't win. He put up his numbers on the Sova. I mean, he was the best performing player right up there with Francis, who was unshackled from the IGL duties. So I think for Nongshim,
I'm
they
so
missed a
curious
little bit
with
of a
this
trick there,
fellow.
especially, like I said, with how many
What is it?
opening kills and advantages they ended up with in
I don't know
that
you're
map.
saying
But
famous
you've got to
fellow,
give
but
credit to Team Secret. It's very clear that
Nah.
they're embracing that underdog mentality, and they want to be a scrappy team that teams are underestimating, and they really came to play here on this game of Sunset.
are they will same like boom? What Nongshim at first?
Match found.
Exactly. Shake off all of that history. You know, you have a chance to rewrite that today, and I think they did. You had so many
Fools, get zapped.
energy, and I have to give credit to Zesbu as well.
Where is it? First map boom got 8-13 and 3-13. Now Nongshim got 8-13, but I don't know what's next.
Crazy high energy like we know he is might not have landed in the same way with the Boom guys, but I love the energy he's bringing into this Team Secret roster, and I saw them all getting fired up down on the stage. You see Kelly giving it, even though he's getting wallbanged every single round. He deceived people for like 6 rounds in a row. He was getting excited.
He was a breach holding a fault line that was getting shot in the side of their head through a fiber wall and a box. We've all been there.
But that's exactly it. You remember the Team Secret from years back that had that same kind of energy. You look at last year where maybe they were a little quieter. Now they have that all refreshed, and you can hear them as well. But you know, let's not favor one side too much because there were crazy games for Nongshim as well. Especially at RB. So I saw, by the way, when RB got excellent, I think it was at 4K. Those Sobra was
Go, go, go! Go, go, go!
Let's go.
Gotta go! Woo! Reloading.
Oh my god.
I'm out of here.
Oh my god.
Gotta go!
Am I with?
I'm out of here.
Uh-oh.
Go, go, go!
Seconds until stage change.
Gotta go! Reloading. Reloading.
Stage 2.
I'm out of here. Gotta go! Reloading.
I guess because sometimes I can playing duelist.
I'm out of here. Satchel out. Reloading.
Ah,
3. Forward.
what?
I'm out
How?
of here. Reloading. Take this. Go, go, go. Satchel out. I'm out of here. Get out of my way. Reloading. Gotta go. Gotta go.
New stage in 10. Stage 3.
Go, go, go.
Yikes!
Go, go, go.
I don't like it.
The hunt
Go,
begins.
go, go. Take this. I'm out of here. Hot. Piss.
Ultimate orb story.
I'm out of here. Reloading. Gotta go. I'm out of my way. Get out of here. Have one of these.
10 seconds until stage
I'm
change.
out of here. Too slow. Precision kill. Watch out. Gotta go.
Oh, who's playing duelist? Okay, is it back to duelist?
Go, go,
I thought it's the we back to what is good.
go, go. Here we go. Down. Shortcut. Almost out. I'm out of here. That's 3. Take this.
Oh,
Go, go, go. Kill. I'm out of here. Skedaddle. NS. Here.
15 kills remaining.
Jet's grounded. Get out of my way. Gotta go. Alright. Satchel out.
okay.
5 kills left.
Nice try.
Finally, I got
go,
ace.
go. Taken out. Watch out.
really brings back to mind that they didn't have many, or if any successes on Ascent back in stage 1. I hope that we'll see a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, a loss to RRQ convincingly, Talon beating them as well, relatively close if you call it 13-9, relatively close. And then the last time from that, well, it was Ascension way back when, where they did have wins. Don't get me wrong, that was so long ago.
But you know, this is post stage 1. This is stage 2 now. You've had some time. Certainly wishing or hoping for something more exciting, but for now, Nizzy, slow movements across, trying to keep the attention, the focus from Nongshim on towards middle, while the rest of the team, yeah, they're across the map.
Yeah, Team Secret, just playing passive, playing patient. You don't mind it as well. Eventually going to have to make a decision on where they want to sort of tend towards to end. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a ruse sell over at A, with Nizzy hanging around, and then gate crash out for the team to go towards B. If they want to sell a story, they want to sell a fake, well, that's a hook, line, and sinker if you're going to see it, because it's just Ivy now at this B site. Now, yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, more than enough as well, right? I mean, they baited out every single bit of juice from that toxic screen. Now just Ivy trying to find a singular kill, but not happening. Everyone's arrived, though, all towards the back of CT. But at this point, with the guns that you do have, with the... Oh, Dambi, he's got some ideas, trying to sneak past the smokes, but unfortunately, you've got players inside of B main. And that's where you'll find more corpses. Persia.
Hello, Persia.
Just while Persia will eventually look to do some damage and die, which she gets some damage and dies. There you go. I'm a little bit interested by the fact that Team Secret decided to pull a fake play in the second round as well, right? Because that means that they're going to give some ideas to Nongshim that they do now already have to be careful of these fake plays and these bait fake plays. So we'll see which way that kind of swings here.
Yeah, fair enough.
Into the bonus round next, though. We'll see what it looks like for Nongshim, if they want to play passive, if they want to get aggressive, because there's a lot of weapons retained for the side of Team Secret there. I mean, it doesn't really even look like a bit of a bonus round now, does it? Vandals, Phantoms, a single Guardian, 2 light shields. It's a pretty well-equipped round for Team Secret. It's already just the passive nature for Nongshim, rather, over at this A site. Bit of a deeper high-low setup for Persia and Francis.
Okay, got some potential gate crash plays. There goes the first. Persia, though, in for the sprays. Manages to catch a couple. Oh, tries to stay alive around Generator. Another swing. It's a shock that ultimately delivers him death. But RB has arrived back up top on Heaven. Ivy nearby as well.
But Envy, he does have the ultimate available if he can get himself into a situation to use it. But the drone spotting out where he is. RB. He ate that dart for breakfast. Or dinner.
They spotted Ivy.
Just for that drone.
I don't know what I think.
Still need a spike plant, though, if you're trying to create an advantageous situation.
The thing is, he doesn't know where Ivy is. That's why he's second-guessing if anyone can come in through main.
Okay, shock dart traded. Now the door's been broken, so you're quite more aware, but it's a swing, ultimately, a really healthy Ivy to bring Nongshim back into some balance.
Well, they pick up their first gun round. You know, the bonus of Team Secret not going their way, similarly to the last map, but another parallel is that flipped on over and went running away with the rounds for Team Secret after that. So we'll see how much they're going to be able to potentially even double down for in this map of Ascent that is their own choosing.
Ultimately was still the plays up towards Ascent. You can see, once again, Nongshim, they've got some ideas.
By the way, in a composition for Team Secret that was probably the more normal one that you would expect for what this roster may look like, right? Zespew on the smokes, and Nizzy potentially taking over the duelist role when we might see double Wild Oreo, and then you got your Senti players as well as Kelly S. Envy, you don't take Envy off Initiator in my mind, so
probably going to keep an eye on that.
See if the Dragon can roar here for Darby when he wants to try and pull the trigger on this one and go for a little bit of further information, if at all. As Wild Oreo on the receiving end of that one. Gone.
With a cage from before as well, Danby certainly suspecting that there might be someone lurking on the other side. Meanwhile, it is Team Secret who needs to be more aware.
I'm looking at what happens in through main. There's been a shift walk from Persia into Wine, where the sonic sensor is actually on the wall already. Yes, that was a disgusting kill, by the way.
So as the dust settles past these 2 kills now, Team Secret.
So as we should be aware, just because of these dark covers, generally you expect that Wine is a vulnerable position. So he should be knowing. It's more so if there's any extra traps on the side itself. And he is aware. As I said, those smokes, you should be knowing. So does that give the pivot for Team Secret to the A site now or not?
Possible attempt, but still. Dimensional Drift instantly ripped just to try to keep players on the B site.
RB's position, he can just drop the spike, and he does. This becomes insurmountable for Team Secret, you'd expect here.
And that's the experience from RB, right? Fully reading the map. He saw the Dimensional Drift, nothing else, and he's quite aware that there could be another position that's under fire. Now Nizzy down, just Zespew left. So despite the great read, the pre-aimed shot in towards Wine.
Yeah, the rest of his team clearly couldn't collect anything.
Dig himself out of this one. So 2-2,
coming from Zespew to Sefing.
Still quite able to bring themselves some success on a map like Ascent.
Yeah, it's just pretty readable. You got the Judge play in through B main. That shot, I mean, it's just a pre-fire in towards Wine when they're starting to fall back after the information you've already collected. He's lucky that he's got the kill, sure. But the rest of the round played nicely for Nongshim. Now we've got a haphazard buy to come through from Team Secret that looks like it's going to be a little bit faster here. And mind you, there is no Dimensional Drift. They used that in the last one. Ivy dead to Riot's caught in the utility.
Yeah, quick in with a grab net from Kelly, yes.
Oh, Dambi just got spotted by the way.
Full hit, but yes, Dambi does slow things down. He had that relay bolt.
Oh, never mind.
Gotta get out of this one though. Tagged up by the drone. Luckily to escape here. Meanwhile, Kelly S.
Team Secret already have
position to throw out that cocoon either. 5 HP. Does he even toy with the idea in this round, given the fact that they do have a player advantage, despite being lesser equipped?
Trying to get more info.
Just a chillin' at the moment, keeping them locked in towards main.
Yeah, pushed all the way past A main, extra info as well. Francis checking middle. Oh, Team Secret.
Francis?
This is a problem though for Nongshim. If they think that everyone's still grouped up out towards B and he rotates and it gives a gap, there's some timing that Persia will lose everything, but he's good for one, good for two. Can he find the third? It's 30 seconds to go.
Trying to wall bang over, he sends in that Yeoman flash. And that would be enough, I think. Even with the recon, some trades being found, but Francis with lurk.
I mean, it's like, Francis first one up.
Nah. He can potentially beat them here as well. They're going to take the toxins through this one. He's already on the line.
Wow!
Clean shots and a lot of control across the map for Nongshim.
Yeah, it was just a little bit of staleness to come through from Team Secret, honestly, right? They were lesser equipped, so it is what it is. But in through B main, when they get locked out completely, you do have the commanding information from Persia up through short. Persia up through main, Francis up through short. It's just all the info that you really do want, and it's just fish in a barrel at that point. Team Secret dispatched of. Going to see a couple of different ideas come out from them, maybe back towards those faster-paced plays.
Timeout.
It's one of those things that they also kind of do want to watch out for. Remember, the last time that they did try a fast set play in towards the A side, Persia was able to hold all of it down towards Generator.
Yeah, I don't know how we managed to get another one on 18 HP, by the way. The shock dart eventually came and he was smashed up before that, but the fact that he's just still swinging.
I guess because
Pilsky mentioned a lot of hype surrounding RB's return.
For sure. But so far, I mean, it's not been the greatest showing from map number one. There's been instances that it was looking pretty darn good. Don't get me wrong. But the quote-unquote better showing is, a really good map performance victory for them and a great start towards the second map, right? And it's not been there, but they can afford themselves a bit of a slow start if they make something of this map.
3 so far. Could potentially avalanche into a lot more. Meanwhile, for Team Secret, similar approaches once again. Maybe indeed setting up for the faster paced play in towards A, but for now it's going to be the smokes.
Yeah, very disconnected across the map though, right? So they get a bit of a faster A main control. and then look to potentially go to greener pastures.
At the same time, though, this toxic screen from Francis. Oh, out for Danby now. Sounds it off as he breaks the drone.
Takes a little bit of damage for getting out of this one, but they should know the operators here. Of course, the shot echoed out. Zespew's dispatched of Persia and escaped.
Yeah, that was Persia getting a little bit cheeky with the info gathering, wanted to peek out. So some slight gaps found by Team Secret now. That Spike getting called back in towards A main.
The fact that there's no ultimates available for Nongshim here does mean that they're susceptible to an explosion from Team Secret to rip out a Hunter's Fury and an Annihilation, maybe together, maybe individually. With 40 seconds to go, Envy does have that recon available, and Zespew still does have the paranoia. That's so ambitious from Francis too.
At least finds one. Now the responsibility falls on towards Danby's shoulders. Gets the first Annihilation though.
He's just jumped over that one.
Just caught on into him. RB then in for the swing, but quickly spotted out by Zespew. Just Ivy. Out from heaven, tries to get some bursts in. Spots out the sonic sensor, so that's extra information. Of course, you got to wonder about where Wild Oreo is as well. Ivy is making his way downtown. Oh, but Kelly S down for the sudden pick, and that's gonna be 3-3. Team Secret.
Yeah, a little bit too slow at the end there for Ivy in the 1 versus 3. Finds the first, knows it's Kelly S playing at Generator with that sonic sensor. Had he maybe been a little bit more focused on towards it and destroyed it, he could have gone for a little bit of a hunt before that eventual lurker comes on through. Just didn't work out, unfortunately. Nongshim not able to pick that round. And another different story as well, by the way, if that operator doesn't get jumped over, you're removing the Annihilation from play. It doesn't get ripped before you get the kill. So these little components here, contributing factors. And this is now on a reset territory for Nongshim if you're not able to find this round. Operator again for Danby. You've still got that overdrive in play as well, should you need it. And I wouldn't actually mind it if they get an opening kill, because RB has no weapon. Maybe he's just a glorified info player at this one. Rip a Hunter's Fury later.
Could be.
I mean, his position is towards spawn, right? So he can ult either site that they run into.
Meanwhile, Sentinels both on B. Super conservative. Team Secret, I mean, it's gonna get unsettling at some point. Francis, though, continuing to hold the angle. Spots that it's a clone.
Imagine if it was the real one.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. Now he knows, even with Wallbacks too. Here's the TP as well. So calls it out to the rest of the team. RB is within range of
Standard things, you would expect the drone to come on out now towards the A site, start to scope out what they can find, and then go in together as a unit. 40 seconds to go.
But now you gotta wait for that toxic screen. Ooh, Francis, unfortunately, with the wild swing again. It's been said that he trusts his instincts, but unfortunately that moment doesn't quite pay off. Barrier mesh out front as well. Team Secret, they've captured the site.
Persia got done by that Hunter's Fury. Real rough hit, 2-player advantage. Make that 3 in this post plant.
And it's an op as well. Probably would be a save. Team Secret so far, so good. Again, fast set plays as well as slow ones.
When they know there's an operator in play as well, figuring out where that is and not going there, always a great avenue. Said Danby was at the A site earlier on, but started to move to cover in towards mid. And he had RB shift towards the B site. That was the wrong call for Nongshim. It's going to be the 4th round here for Team Secret, just as this hunt is on. See if they can steal away any of these guns here. Nizzy is on 2 HP, going for that challenge, by the way.
Nizzy. Still, though, Komodo, I mean, really makes you wonder, because it's been the past couple of rounds where we've seen Nongshim going in for some of these unfortunate peaks, and which then leads into Team Secret taking space, taking the site.
Okay,
see if there's any changes here, though, for the defenses of Nongshim now. Large stacking towards this A site. See if it's going to be one of these early little pop plays on the back of the one-way.
This would be their last purchase so far, for now at least, Nongshim, if they lose this round. Team Secret, on the other hand, then beginning to shift the attention over onto B.
Ivy needs help. He's by himself here with a little bit of utility, one away from the lockdown, so it's good to see that
come from
RB's
Ivy.
rotated.
Wow.
Look at the reveal, man! The Guardian for the wall bangs!
Incredible read. It does slow the approach. Envy, though, off for the trade.
They should be expect
From the
with
shadows
this
as
view.
well, destroyed in wine. Darby aware of its location there.
Just as soon as you feel a bit of contact, right? Back in towards middle, then the peek out from Francis. Again, it's Francis with the peaks, unfortunately.
Yeah, he's doing that a lot through short, so maybe needs to be
Oh,
reeled
no.
in a little bit there. Meanwhile,
They-
up the
they
guts of
commit
mid,
to
Team Secret looking
B
to
side?
explode back in towards this B side, and again, it's going to be
No,
Ivy
it's a B
tested.
side.
Yeah, just an alarm bot. At least RB
No,
will
no,
have the Hunter Sphere to
let
possibly
Ivy
bail Ivy
lonely.
out, though.
Come on.
Ivy digging himself deep in towards Boathouse. There goes the ult. But Team Secret able to dance around it for now. Ivy, decent on the first shot, but still, Nizzy comes in for the trade then.
Darby has popped the overdrive a little bit too early. He can't capitalize
Yeah,
on the
this mark.
timing of this one. Brings out the
Okay.
operator.
And does take a shot against Envy. But then you got to wonder about the sonic sensor up by stairs. Kelly
Why
S
don't
with
using
a good angle out
oh.
towards lane as well. So I don't think you're
After
going to be able
pressing-
to sprint into sight the way that you want to. But he has tossed that op away for a Phantom now, trying to play human recon.
Wow.
What is that shot? Wallbang through onto Kelly S. And then it falls onto Nizzy. Low mag as well, and he does find a
Nizzy,
tap
nice
out towards
one.
the first. The next Nizzy! The triple, a Red Bull clutch for Team Secret.
The fact that Kelly S gets dispatched off through the wall by Darby on the antics of this Neon, and then the Red Bull clutch comes through like that from Nizzy. I thought he was going to play on the back of the patient game. I thought he can toy with the gate crash. He can bring out the ult, right? Drift around. But no, he just swings and shoots. What a great player added to this Team Secret roster.
That's exactly what you're talking about. New blood, new faces, and Team Secret definitely looking refreshed. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, yeah, they might have struggled with Sen before. I'm not going to say they're struggling now, but they're calling the timeout as an attempt to really try to right some of these faults.
If we can continue to get this consistency from Nizzy and from the rest of the team as well, whether it be on their supporting affairs or their lurking plays and just team chemistry as well, it could be a new looking Team Secret that can give some great hope to a lot of fans out there.
Especially if they're delivering this win with a 2-0 in this series. I'm not going to hedge my bets on that too early, though. Because you still have no
W leadership from Just View.
Leaving this map open was, well, could have been an option or could have been intentional, but this comp, to say the least, is definitely something. We're seeing Dambi trying to do Dambi things.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes map rotations of 7 go your way, sometimes they don't, right? Sometimes metas go your way, and sometimes they don't. Case in point, the Teo meta that we had previously didn't really work out for a couple of teams. Now it changes into a little bit more of an older mainstream, and it's working a treat for some.
That's what happens. Still, though, at least earlier on at the start of this round, it's a lot of mid-presence from Team Secret. Spotted out, sure, but let's see how Nongshim decides to shift their weight across.
If Team Secret keep playing this one, you know, quite patient here and there, they should be able to isolate a couple of these great angles and just force Nongshim into a sticky spot. Speaking of which, RB
Wait,
up close and
what do I mean?
personal. I don't think Persia's going to be able to bail him out easy enough here. Persia even moves away from market, so RB really is on an island by himself.
Just for info, a decent dig.
Oh my god,
that's rough.
Kelly with 1
damage,
HP.
exactly.
One. Kelly S is on 1.
With the 1
Has the ult as
HP
well, so
from
it
Kelly
plays
S.
it safe, but there we go. Spams in towards the smoke. They're diving in. Kelly S, even on 1 HP, finds a shot, but Francis with the stinger will reply.
Spike needs to be retrieved. They can find themselves a little bit of time in the 20 seconds right now. Can they just try and go through this one, Quack? Can they try and find a 2 versus 1 when the spike plant goes down? You know what? They can't. Why? Because of this trap wire. And that's what Zespi's playing on the back of.
Well, they've broken it at least. And then, okay, Poison Cloud to work off of.
Yeah,
Does maybe force Zespu back. But here comes Wild Oreo out from stairs. The support is good. Zespu holds his own as well. 4 in a row for Team Secret. That was a timeout not converted there for Nongshim. And that one now, hopefully, the discussion was for this round instead of the previous, right? You would expect, you would hope a little bit of words to go into that eco, but this has got to be the round for them on this defensive side to really start to figure things out. It really is shaping up to be one hell of a chess match of a map. I'll add, by the way, Team Secret on the back of timeouts were the worst conversion from last stage. The fact that there's a timeout and they do win after that.
Cutting through.
Could be a whole new Team Secret. Team Secret 2.0.
Numbers are up. Oh no.
And also the dimensional drift as well. Nizzy. Okay, holding on to the shorty. Trying to mark down this position in towards Hell. Jumps on over the flash, even though blinded. Francis able to answer, but Team Secret continue to flood the site until Ivy arrives. The double is good. Meanwhile, though, there's been a lot of players that have fallen in this round. It's just Wild Oreo. Slowly making his way into sight. Of course, the turret. First point of contact. Oh, and then the swing off of it. How is Ivy alive when he gets double blindsided and paranoid? They all expire, and he ends with the 3K. We gotta check the replays on that one, Chief. That is unfortunate that Team Secret couldn't capitalize upon that. Oh. And Francis even kind of missed the spray. Yeah, okay. Look, really unfortunate. If the timeout previously was to go in towards this one, then well done for Nongshim. You're holding on, you're trying to get yourselves up to a tied scoreline 6-6 right now, which is what they got to look for, because the ultimates are starting to build on up for both teams. You're still holding on to a couple of these ones for Team Secret's side, but Ivy with the lockdown, Francis with the Viper's Pit, they are at the correct site here. At this point in the first half as well, certainly will be a great time to set up a stronghold. They can't get Francis out. And gets it out in the last moment, and then the collect from Dappy. What? In towards Francis, who swaps over the classic for a flawless win out of nowhere. They did get him out in the end there. And that's a flawless for Nongshim. I think we need a replay. That was too quick for my eyes to see what's happened on there. A collateral from Darby. Everyone focal point towards A main. And it's just a blender that comes on out. Team Secret just pulverized. Up around the sides of the smoke, pushes in. That's very risky, by the way, for Envy to bring a Hunter's Fury out in the middle of the open there. Oh well. Last round of the half. Rapid affair from Darby. Clear in space, scaring them back, and they scurry away like flies. Especially with the aftermath of the past 2 rounds. Team Secret have been pushing a lot, and now Nongshim getting a read for it. It's space, it's slight info, but now you got to work off of it. Yeah, and what do you do now, though? Do you still hold this space as Nongshim, or do you just recognize, all right, we've forced them all back, we're going to be at a deficit if we hang around in any of these choke point positions? Maybe you do want to look to fall on back.
Well,
but Dambi's making a bit of noise. The recon does check. Might be false info, depending on how he plays. He fires off a shot in top mid. They've got to get out of this one, because it's Hellfire raining towards them now. A minute to go for Team Secret to have a decision where they want to end, and that Viper's Pit will kind of push you towards the B site, right? We would also kind of maybe hope, because they've had to contend with the pit, all of that killjoy utility. So B might be the name of the game. Eventually you can have a lockdown thrown in from Ivy if somehow Team Secret managed to get in. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it is Team Secret. It's a Southeast Asian team. They're
30 seconds
close to the Viper's Pit, but now opting to go down deep mid. The door gets shut in their faces, though. They're starting to run out of time. They need to check the Rolex on their wrist. Lockdown over towards the A side at the moment. It's going to be null and void, because right now it's the B site that's looking for the taken. And it's Dambi really close by as well. I don't think this round is going to go their way. Dambi strikes from behind, slides on over, and maybe a trade found. Ivy, he's still around the corner. You got Francis working down back from B main. We end the first half 6-6, Komodo. So is that recovery on the round after the timeout that they did drop there, where you would expect that conversation to have been happening for the next gun round, and maybe they were able to steal away with a bit of a cheeky pistol buy-up. 6-6, is that going to be enough for Nongshim going on towards their attacking side? Do they feel like they've seen enough on how this game plan of Team Secrets is?
And they need to thinking how to support Dumby.
I gotta be honest, Komodo, it's been a little bit
With one
tough, I think, for
initiator
both
and
teams
double
to get a
shot.
read on each other, just because of how
For my
the
opinion.
pace has gone, how they constantly switch things up. But Team Secret have shown that they have some mid-rounding calls just to bring things back to normalcy. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, after that one little coach timeout, they've definitely brought things back.
Now I kind of wonder as well, it's Ascent, it's been a map that has been out for so long, and you're looking towards this Nongshim side going onto the attacking side. RB's back into Pacific now. Surely for the map that is as old as this game, and a player that's been here since the beginning.
And on which team as well, you know, on this map. Ooh.
Correct, right? That's why I'm trying to draw at. Surely you're not losing your first series on, you know, call it the map.
The map.
Your map.
Come on, RB. I mean, he definitely was smiling, especially with the result of this first half. Not too bad.
Okay,
then
this is
again,
pass
the
on
first
the
map
thinking
wasn't
pass.
too bad for them either.
Yeah.
But you really gotta wonder, because you're running into this attacking side with a
Oh,
deliberate
Tentacle
composition. How's Francis gonna play?
Yeah, playing Viper on both of the maps for this series so far. We get the Lotus. I've seen a couple of Vipers on that map here and there.
Yeah, true.
Yep. It's not like it's one of the mains or anything.
Zespew though, okay, right up to the mouth of A main.
But is he going to scare them away, scream at them or not? Already used that toxic screen towards the A side as well, mind you.
You're thinking to check it and maybe toss out the paranoia, but it's really risky.
Well, there's no explosion through this dark cover at the moment. We'll start to see the spectacles of it.
And
Particles go.
reposition the wine as well.
This be?
Yeah, I think that's a
Are they
pretty clear intention.
will this be
Nongshim
position?
probably
They're gonna have to clear it.
mark this. There they go. Zespew, he's crouching! He gets a right click! IV for the trade, but damage done.
The trade.
Nizzy in
Easy.
for two. How has he managed to do that one? It's a 4 versus 2 now. Don't tell me that Team Secret are going to also get 4 out of 4 pistols.
Oh, and was that just Sheriff
Oh,
Spam inside the
Persia.
smoke? Now Persia with the right clicks as he digs himself deep inside a tree. Envy refilling space.
Nice.
Swings on over onto Generator, and there it is. Team Secret
Okay,
clean
6 is on the
pistols
Come
all
on,
throughout
Secret. Come
today.
on, Secret.
All 4 gathered. They are
Second
just
might become-
absolutely proficient on these styles of play. And I think it was a little bit readable for them as well, right? When they recognize that there's a bit of a tree pop happening and a bit of a later split through main, you start to pepper out the bullets. Hit the shots, hit the crossfires, play it together as a team. And a couple of loose shots from Nizzy as well, of course, yeah, for sure, but it's just another pistol.
From this pistol, they shall try at springing forward into even more rounds. The guns have been purchased up. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, you've got some sheriffs to work off of. And they're all holed up inside of B main where the recon definitely spots all of them out. Ooh, what?
These secondary rounds for Team Secret have generally been slow as well. This is a bit different though. This is a little bit ambitious from Kelly S. Whilst they lose Zespew over towards the A side.
Wait, Francis position?
Francis is looking here, of course. There was a little bit of damage exchanged in mid, so they should know that this is a vulnerable position.
The lurk on top of the lurk. Francis does turn back around though, but Kelly S with the weaponry.
And that's his job done, essentially. Get out of here, right? Dump a bit of utility, apparently, but the wall itself actually doesn't stretch all the way, so they can still technically pivot towards A.
Yeah, for some info at least, they might break the wall, then he could go through a short, but
Darby he's sold this fake, man. He's absolutely sold it. Look at it. It's all 4 members here.
no.
And he can't even really get out of here, unfortunately, either, because there's already a little bit of
Come on,
a
the
title
A side
fight
is
to come out
clear.
from Kelly S. Will he expect it? Probably not.
Yeah, but still, that will at least be a spike plant, thanks to Danby's distractions.
Where Team Shock darting?
Just to check corners, perhaps, but ultimately, yeah, that one fast lane brought Kelly S over in towards tiles and away from that Bear Mash. That's why Nongshim has the site, where they could possibly go for even more as well. Oh, they're going for the fights. Oh, they have the sheriff.
Whoa, following.
Wild Oreo, you've got the guns on the side of Team Secret. Don't lose it all, but the Spectre will reign supreme. Wild Oreo now with his outlaw. One shot fired off, has to reload, swaps to the ghost.
Saw him.
And it's just RB. Yeah, he knows where he is. You need that one headshot, one clean shot. There it is. Save the round. 8-6, but the damage is still there. You're lingering from that one.
The damage is there, the plan is there, yeah, for sure. But you got to give respect to how Team Secret are playing at the moment and how they're shooting. I mean, yeah, it's Wild Oreo who's not really been shooting too much in this map in isolation. But he can still shoot, right? It's 1 versus 1 at the end there for RB, who does get a recon dart online. He knows that he's gotten off the spike as well. Opts to take the fight instead of falling back for a little bit of extra time with a recon. I mean, you got to back yourself in these kind of positions when Persia sets yourselves up for a bit of success, a bit of possibility. The shot out from Wild Oreo, very nice.
Yeah,
so the second round for Team Secret, now it's the bonus, and it's a proper bonus, right? Team Secret do not have too much here.
Absolutely right. I mean, for how Team Secret ran that previous round, but now Nongshim, they've got the guns, surely looking to snowball into even more. Nizzy out into B main, taking out the turret.
If he does have a Guardian playing on this right line. More though, does he get pre-fired out? He'll have to fall on back at the moment as well.
What? Nongshim, they were trying to create some presence, but Nizzy's found an angle. Out from the Outlaw, RB to refill the space and checks in towards the back of B main. Now that's been taken. Rotation surely abound.
I feel
and then
didn't have.
Persia across the map. Oh, RB!
Got to make a decision though as Nongshim. Where do you really want to end this one? It's going to have to be towards the A site and destroy some of this utility because it's 30 seconds before you start to get in towards the site. You spotted out Wild Oreo, who is just finding a disgusting shot on towards Francis. If he's able to find another one, mate, it'll be absolutely bloody blasphemy, and he's got another one. Okay, we're starting to cook a little 2 versus 2.
Repositioned because of that cage, and now just Persia. 2-on-2, still possible for Team Secret.
Whoa, gets
wide
close.
With the peak. Yes, RB must be low HP.
He's got to get out of this. He has to make sure they play this in a 2 versus 1 properly because Nizzy has been hitting some stellar shots.
As you've mentioned, it is that Guardian. Crouched underneath, Persia takes the initiative.
Still gets tagged up a little bit, so you start to question, what would it have been possible? The answer is yes, but Nongshim, they do win the bonus yet again. Now they need to look for the next ones.
Let's go.
That's where you look to the round-to-round adjustments.
Oh,
for this one,
30 seconds left.
Wild Oreo just around generator.
I mean, he's been a player that we've seen him on the chamber, right? So it's not like the pistols are too unexpected from him. A Headhunter versus Sheriff, similar approach style. It's pistol shots.
That was a good time.
And Pearl's gone, so he's lucky there, for those that know.
Okay, starting things off, Nongshim once again, early presence in towards A, clearing out wide. Zesbu this time playing much further back than before.
He was tempting fate a little bit though, because he was sitting in the toxic screen, shouldering through, taking the decay. He does have Kelly S with him, but mind you, the focal point is on the top of mid, and he's got to get out of dodge there. Confirm some information. No damage.
I was thinking,
Go, go, go.
they say, doesn't miss the
Good
shot.
timing on the barrier mesh as well. What can Francis find on the back of this? Can he get
I think
Zesbu?
That's all the repositions. Meanwhile, you just get the read for what else could be happening, and that would be Tree. GrabNet already sent in, and that is the gap that Nongshim will look to exploit. Dambi slides up front. Zesbu unfortunately taken out.
Nice.
There is the shorty shot. Nizzy though, he gets a collect.
But traded, and now it's an advantage back towards Nongshim, expecting that recon. Remember, it's louder now with the patch just a bit ago. But they set themselves up for this post plant. Drone to spot out some info, confirms one.
With that might be able to march up front. Still though, you gotta wonder where the rest of them are. One generator, but the other one up towards Dice. It's Dambi. Triple kill.
He thought he confirmed the kill. He'd already pulled out the knife, swiped it to the floor. Lucky his teammates there to actually finish it off at the end. But we are tied up. There's that secondary found in succession for Nongshim. So this is where things do start to get interesting. You reset the economy a little bit more on Team Secret. Maybe you start to take the lead. Maybe you start to get a little bit comfortable.
One good
with the shots.
Yeah. He's okay. He's okay.
Ultimately, it is still Team Secret that needs to bring themselves back out from the brink.
Always feel like Nizzy with some kind of sniper. It's good for one. Okay, gets revealed though, yep. Slow start of a round for Nongshim again. When they know they have an advantage, seeing if there's any little trap players, little bait and switch players, confirming Omen and Sova towards short.
Oh no.
What do you look to do with that information too?
At the very least, even if it's not information, it's a really early Omen paranoia that's been sent out. So you know the Omen doesn't have flash on A anymore. They're calling in for that regroup towards this A site.
Don't mind it, but I kind of want RB to come over here when you consider that he's your reconnaissance lad. So if he's gone over towards B to try and sell a bit of a fake, well, it could be awkward, but with that kill, I think the awkwardness was the spray, not the how this round's going to go for Nongshim.
Awkward or not, it's still the site now under Nongshim's control. Zesview might be close by, but there's not much that he can do. RB could even play spoiler around these rotations.
KLS has just picked up the B main orb too, so that Annihilation is online for now if they feel like there's a way that they can win this round.
Team Secret only
Possibly.
do
Ooh, RB does have to watch out though.
He's aware.
Don't want to lose this rifle. Busy for the peak.
As I said, always good for one.
At least.
Hands down.
Spots out another as well. Francis.
Spots out three.
Jiggles and
Is
holds.
it Filipino stud?
At this point, you would be then aware where the final Omen is.
Nice
Dabby.
execute.
Oh, the relay hold. Just off of Francis's info. Unexpected positions played. Kellyes with a sudden swing. The sheriff shots are good. He does have a weapon now, but still the time ticking away. He has to back off. He has an ult. He wants to hold on to these.
Well, Ivy's going to fall to the spike if he doesn't win this duel.
Okay.
That's all good. Wins the duel. But 2 alive on the tail end of that one. Some good damage to come through from KLS will keep the economy in a small amount of check.
Not too bad, but ultimately just being able to read the gaps across the map, right? Still, when you see that flash getting sent out, it's telling.
Nongshim will take the lead though, Quack here. Something that they've not been able to do. Taste of something new in towards a big backed up ult round. Early challenge over towards B main as well. Gravnet though, you can't find anything on the back of that with utility, so you've got to go in with the weaponry, and KLS does so successfully. They can back out, they can reset here.
Additional support from Nizzy will be able to
Envy doesn't have.
bring you that. Lockdown deployed as well, so it could be a full commitment.
From the shadows to the back of the site. Meanwhile, the barrier mesh will get destroyed, so you start to set yourselves up for a bit of a post plant. Now, keep an eye on Nizzy with the Dimensional Drift for the info and KLS with the Annihilation. As this pick goes out, you surely have to use these ults, and they already do.
Yeah, direct counter to the pit. Nizzy trying to mark his opponents. Hunter Sphere getting drawn out as well, but it doesn't fully connect RB. He takes out 2.
Good so far up. Oh no.
The pit's still in the way of Team Secret as well as
Hold up
now. Pushes out from B main, trying to get a little
Whoa!
more done, and
Nice one.
Nizzy onto the site.
That Hunter's Fury has found 2 kills, but it's the only kills. I saw in the kill feed that there were 3 assists come through from Nongshim's side. I saw that Francis was one of them, so you know the decays and the toxins are in there as well. But then lo and behold, KLS has already found somebody in the Annihilation, and there's extra kills that come through from the team. You think that that post plant was looking to be successful for Nongshim, and you blink, you miss it, everyone's gone.
I blinked.
Oh my god.
I thought they had the pit, but still, I mean, taking a look at how Team Secret ultimately made their way back in, the slight lineup.
RV was running back towards the site with his knife out and just not expecting someone to be that close. Tied up yet again, 9-9. This is where we start to have a real back and forth affair be possible. Is it going to happen though? Who really knows? Team Secret. Is this the time for them to figure out what they need to do on their defenses?
Trying to play it slow now. It will be Nongshim to kick things off into the A site. Danby ultimately stopped, but still.
Spike planted.
Yeah, spike plant down, reposition from Zespew. He's going to stick the landing. He's going to stick it in succession as well. RB down for the count. Now this gets spicy.
Whoa, Ivy pushed all the way up window.
He's still got so much utility as well. Alarmbot, Nanos. He's very focused on the crosshair at the moment. He's going to get sandwiched and silenced.
Enough time and attention brought away. Kelly S then back into the fray, but Persia now on for the trade. And it's Francis as well inside of Hell. Ultimately spotted, but Nizzy to do it all. He just goes in for the peek. Knows where the last player is as well, but can he find the headshot? He does! And has enough time for the defuse too.
He's so quick. Oh, hang on. Does he have enough time for the defuse?
Oh, he
doesn't! No! 0.51!
Oh, I thought I saw the circle.
A golf clap to come out for him there because the shots, I mean, we saw it from the receiving end under Hell. That's certainly where he sent Francis, but my oh my. Nizzy is just so quick with it. Have a look back into these replays as well. Darby getting taken out. Zespew sticking the landing, and I mean, there's just so much backwards and forwards in this round. I need to see the Nizzy kill. Come on up. Here we go. Bang. He's so sharp with his crosshair placement. Just can't get it done at the end of the round. So while Nongshim hold on, now they're in with another bye. We can't say the same for Team Secret, and they line up Persia for 3.
One enemy remaining.
And a little bit more as well as Danby continues to be that human decoy.
That's how you're supposed to do it, Nizzy.
There's really not much that you can really do, especially with the guns that you have. I mean, try to get the read. But Nongshim just one step ahead. Francis delivers the final blow.
Yeah, maybe this is where we start to see Nongshim look to close it out if they've figured out what works on this attacking side of theirs and what some of the weak gaps are for Team Secret, because we've not really seen a lot of Wild Oreo's utility work a treat, have we? We haven't really seen too many traps be, you know, run into and finished on the back of it. He's really just been dancing around his cages and trying to find something that way, maybe opening the camera here and there, but he's kind of been silenced more often than not.
It's one of those sentinel things, especially when you're all the way across the map as well. And Nongshim just dancing around the graves of their foes.
Important timeout to come through for Team Secret, now trailing. Just want to say, it does look very weird to see Jesse Vash in a coaching spot. Likewise, it was for Mindfreak as well. But having ex-players be in there, understanding what works for the team and the server itself is a very valuable thing.
Then the fight from Zhongmin
Timeout will subside.
And Serkonon.
See what things will look like now for Team Secret.
Like
try and hold Nongshim from getting on towards map point. That's the kind of first challenge, isn't it? Balancing your economy on the back of it too, because you've got a lot of light shields in the play.
There.
And slight mind games off of this toxic screen once more.
Go, go, go.
So it is Nizzy with a slight escape plan off towards A, which gives him the peek into B main. Some early info found for Team Secret.
I'm wondering if they choose to go far forward, if they don't see anything, right? They'd eventually notice that the turret's going to be there, so there's a Killjoy hanging around. You'd recognize that you're not seeing anything elsewhere, so you anticipate it being a bit more of a default. And are you okay with that? Are you fine with letting Nongshim just play the default and you having to react a little bit later because it'll play with the time, it'll tick it on down. You just have to get a good idea of where things might eventuate. I'm also noting that Wild Oreo does have the hat available. Neural theft for all the information. They gotta get a kill.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
And in Team Secret shoes, it's just so unsettling. You're forced to peek out for info, and unfortunately Zespew will take a couple of tags. Persia as well.
But the camera, it's playing Overlook at the moment in towards Tree, so they can feel that they don't need to evacuate the site yet. Get the assistance now. It's destroyed. Maybe now you start to consider, we need a full rotation. We need help.
And is help going to arrive in time? Zespew with a shot towards the back of the skull. Spike down, and Wild Oreo to try and hold until Danby slides in though. Again, it's Danby. Neural theft. Does alert towards Ivy from the back.
Yeah, he was the straggler, so finding him get to advantage. Doubled down now, all Danby.
Come on,
just in time.
Just a fast lane and full sprint.
He has to hit some shots in this 1 versus 3, where Nizzy has 2 blindsides. You got a Paranoia, a Gravnet. Yeah, trying to play anti-flash because of those, but ultimately caught in by the Gravnet. Can he find every single shot? Not quite gonna happen. Still wall bangable, and that will be Team Secret bringing the score a little bit closer. It's 10-11.
Yeah, they throw the kitchen sink at him there, didn't they? Throwing all the utility around the site to make sure that he's either blinded or concussed up, stunned up, off-put, essentially. And can't really get it done. So well done to Team Secret. It's a conversion rate after their timeout. And they do hold Nongshim off from getting the map point, more importantly. Try and close this one 2-0.
As we mentioned that, this is where Nongshim once again could toss things up a little if they want to, right? It was the early B main peak with Nizzy. Nongshim could definitely work their way around it.
Yeah, you think about conditioning your opponents and what they're going to be expecting, right?
Oh, Zespew up by A.
Same toxic screen over towards A time and time again, though. But yes, you're right. Zespew here. Heard the drop.
Nongshim, they want to get the crunch against him.
It's too good, it's too good, it's too good. Nice.
Smoke subsides, and there's the kill. Trade found. And he got the toxic screen. A main was left open, so unless Wild Oreo can hold.
He has been doing the jump spotting from hell time and time again, but now that you don't see it, you got to question where else he might be. Envy.
Oh! Yeah, Envy tried, but it was the sign of the jump, the hop from Dabby into the overdrive, and that gives a lot of pressure into hell, tracked perfectly. No joy found for Wild Oreo.
You might even have to call it here because you don't have an economy going into what might be the last round. If they go for this one, it's a 2 versus 4. Kelly S gets 1, he gets his ult. Maybe that's the way in. It'd have to be the way in.
It's just these sudden slow bursts again and again, and it catches Team Secret.
They're not met with anything, so they have to call it. They've got to go for the save. It is the wiser approach. There's a gun down in tree. They can pick that up. So it's an upgrade from the Guardian, but it feels rough. It's one of those kind of stomach moments, right? That gut feeling that just sinks a bit. You were looking so good in this map. You found both pistols. You found the rounds after. You were figuring out what works together as this team. And now Nongshim, they've actually figured it out.
Okay, one more round from
playing the patience game, as well as moving a lot of chess pieces across the board, and especially with the rounds that they found on this attacking side. Ultimately, Nongshim have the momentum to continue switching things up, while Team Secret tries to play tag, essentially.
And they already used both of their timeouts as well, right? So they can't even just have a discussion back with the coaches unless they get it in towards overtime. So it really is down to the team right now, and it's, you know, it's new things for this Team Secret roster as well in this Tier 1 environment. Zespew, IGLing a brand new team that he's joined, new players that he's never played with.
Nowhere to run!
Well, they've had some time to work off of it, but now hopefully it's enough for them to push this into OT. Nongshim not letting it happen though. Hunter Shrew gives them space. They break the walls.
They can reset here though, right? Nongshim don't need to just charge straight on in.
Ivy?
Off yonder, Ivy drawing some attention over towards B main. There's a gap in the map as well. If they did manage to double in, they could find him here. Very heads up on the alarm bot. Now he knows that the pressure is on.
And that could be an audible to the team as well. You know that they're beginning to peek forward. They don't quite have the guns.
This is the scenario though for Team Secret, right? Where they are potentially going to lose the map, but they are lucky enough that they managed to win the first one, right? It's not like it's an elimination factor or anything.
Also a situation where Team Secret don't have much utility left in the round. All of it was baited out earlier on. As long as you can hold down B main though, but it's not happening. Nongshim, Ivy, they kick down this door. Francis off towards the back as well. Lurk presence. Now RB, a secondary lurk.
What can Zespew do here on 45 HP? Ivy is even looking in the right spot when they smoked the turret.
Just Nizzy now, 5 HP. Sniped out from the back. Nongshim, they take map 2, 13-10. It was a 6-6 at first, but down onto this attack